Chapter 226, The Foundation Establishment Fusion Method. Chapter 226, The Foundation Establishment Fusion Method. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Lightning crashed and thunder rumbled in the array formation in the lightning domain. Many cultivators could be seen on the towering pagodas, some teleporting in, some teleporting out, and others withstanding bolt after bolt of lightning strikes. When Wang Baoli arrived, he passed through the array formation immediately and appeared atop one of the pagodas. His entrance immediately drew the eyes of a few people. They didn't pay him too much attention in detail though. They could be struck by lightning anytime as long as they remained there. Come on! Wang Baoli's chubby body shook as he grew excited. He yelled at the lightning storm clouds in the skies. A bolt of lightning came crashing down instantly and struck him. Loud rumbling resounded in the air, and Wang Baoli shook, his hair standing on end. Countless arcs of lightning traversed within his body. The crystal inside him was forcibly broken down under the onslaught of rapid quakes. It fused into Wang Baoli's meridians. It doesn't seem to hurt. Wang Baoli's eyes flashed. He bounced a few times and was surprised and overjoyed. He could still remember the first time he had suffered the lightning strike and the agony and numbness that had assailed his entire body. I've already mastered the first mystic technique, Flash Arc. Next step, let's see if I can attain the second mystic technique. Electromagnetic Pulse. Wang Baoli bounced on his feet eagerly. He wondered if his taking of the body-strengthening freedom pills had transformed his physical body, and made him less affected by the lightning strikes. Filled with confidence, Wang Baoli started to fantasize about acquiring the complete set of mystic techniques that could be obtained in the lightning domain. There were 5 in total: Flash Arc, Electromagnetic Pulse, Instant Sword, Explosive Dragon as well as Hell Sea. If one learned all 5 mystic techniques, he would be able to wield the Electromagnetic Pulse. In the Ethereal Tao College's records, a true Breath Realm cultivator typically only managed to acquire the Flash Arc. Only the rare few got their hands on the technique, Magnetic Pulse. The latter 3 techniques could only be achieved by one at the Foundation Establishment realm. Wang Baoli began his stay in the lightning domain. The days passed, and his endurance of the lightning strikes grew to an impressive extent. The crystal inside him rapidly broke down and fused with his meridians. His cultivation advanced steadily. After many days, with a final lightning strike, Wang Baoli finally acquired the second of the 5 mystic techniques hidden in the lightning domain. Magnetic Pulse. Excitement stirred within Wang Baoli. With a sweep of his hand, an invisible magnetic force field appeared around him, warping the surrounding space instantly. The force field held a startling electrical force. By releasing his Flash Arc and allowing it to travel in the force field, the power of the magnetic pulse would be amplified. Overjoyed, Wang Baoli attempted the third wave of lightning strikes. If he managed to overcome that wave successfully, he would have a chance to acquire the third mystic technique in the lightning domain. Instant Sword. Feelings of excitement and anticipation rose within him at the thought. The third technique was said to only be attainable by one at the Foundation Establishment realm though. A difficult road lay ahead of Wang Baoli. Fortunately, he had a strong and hardy physical body and managed to pull through with great difficulty. The crystal inside him broken down even further with waves of quakes traveling through his body, fusing with and strengthening him further. He stumbled and staggered through the days ahead in a mad haze. His cultivation grew steadily, and the crystal inside his body slowly melded with him. It was after he had stayed at the lightning domain for a full month when the third wave of lightning strikes descended. As the shocked and gaping crowd stared on, Wang Baoli bore the full onslaught of the third wave with a physical resilience that rivaled a monster. As the last lightning bolt vanished, he remained standing, almost scorched to the core. Waves of emotion surged through him. He had acquired the third lightning domain technique, the Instant Sword. Instant Sword was a technique that could summon a flying sword created out of lightning in the blink of an eye. The speed of the flying sword was startling and the strength of its attack fearsome. It was an immensely powerful, near-invincible technique at the level of the true Breath Realm. Even a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator would have to keep his guard up when encountering such a technique. Wang Baoli's acquisition of the Instant Sword was, besides the supernova, Another edge he had when facing off against a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. After a long month of baptism by lightning, his cultivation had also been reinstated from its post-compression fifth level of the True Breath realm to the peak of True Breath realm. There was a vast difference in terms of actual power though, between his current peak at the True Breath realm and his initial peak status at the True Breath realm. If he were to face off against himself a month ago, the current him would crush the latter without any doubt. During the month, Chen Yutong had tidied up the detailed information and resources regarding the Foundation Establishment realm. He had also sought guidance from his master. After acquiring a more comprehensive picture, he hurriedly sent everything to Wang Baoli without delay. The information he had gotten didn't come only from the ethereal Tao College but also included information sourced from other colleges. Included were also a few incomplete theories regarding the ancient Foundation Establishment realm cultivators that had resided within the realm of the Great Sword World. The Foundation Establishment realm is the second step to go from being mortal to immortal. It's a very important step in the entire cycle. To begin one's path towards immortality, one has to first build a foundation for immortality. After that, he will have nature at his beck and call and become a cultivator who can take flight on a sword. There are many paths to the Foundation Establishment realm. There are the Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment Method, the Perfect Foundation Establishment Method, the Grand Foundation Establishment Theft Method, and even methods utilized by the barbarians that had been recorded in a few fragments. Most of them are not fully documented though and ill-suited for our needs. The most appropriate method for us is the one created 30 years ago after much study and trial by countless highly powerful and prestigious cultivators of that period in the Federation, the fusion method. The fusion method works by first obtaining unique fragments from the numerous fragments that had fallen from the ancient greenish bronze sword, fusing them in one's dantian and using the fused product to form one's foundational core, the Foundation Establishment core. Only such extraterrestrial fragments contain an endless source of spirit chi and can fuel our Foundation Establishment core. After all, the spirit chi that is found in the Federation is the product of these countless fragments. However, not all extraterrestrial fragments have such an effect. That's why there's a need for careful selection, and why luck plays a great part in this. The luckiest person is the one who can find a fully intact artifact to serve as his Foundation Establishment core. Our Grand Supreme Elder, for example, found a fully intact bell that was of extreme rarity and contained immense spirit chi. He used it as his Foundation Establishment core to build his Foundation Establishment cultivation. There are other leading figures from the other political forces, many of whom also acquired completely intact artifacts. Such opportunities are rare and few, however. It all depends on one's luck. A typical person reaches the Foundation Establishment realm by obtaining a unique fragment that can be used for fusion. The elites, on the other hand, dream about acquiring a fully intact artifact. Wang Baoli let out a breath of air when he read that. Finally, he had a more complete understanding of the Foundation Establishment realm. He continued reading. The mystic lunar realm was created because the number of fragments that could be acquired by each political force is finite. The fragments they obtain are key to sustaining the development of the political entity. Out of all the fragments, the ones that can be absorbed by the body and can be used to reach the Foundation Establishment realm are of greater value. That's why, unless there are certain special reasons, they are often set aside and not freely used. That is why the mystic lunar realm was created. There are large quantities of fragments on the moon. The presence of these fragments in such large quantities resulted in a climate that is harsher than the Earth's climate, and a landscape more treacherous than the Earth's. It's only been 3 decades since we started excavating the site. There's a shortage of men, and the process is slow. That's why despite all the political forces having spent so much time and energy in the excavation process for many years, there are still many regions on the moon hiding countless extraterrestrial fragments and artifacts. This is especially so for the dark side of the moon. After all, the transformation of the lunar landscape after the descent of the fragments has made the moon an inhabitable place. Only cultivators who've at least attained the 5th level of the True Breath realm can survive for long periods of time on the moon. It is due to this reason that the moon has gradually become a place of opportunity for the disciples of the respective political forces in the Federation to seek a breakthrough from the True Breath realm and to advance into the Foundation Establishment realm. They travel there to seek a chance to reach the Foundation Establishment and also to further attempts to colonize the land. The mystic lunar realm is filled with danger and death, as well as immense opportunity. Wang Baoli couldn't keep his composure as he read through and gained an understanding of the materials sent by Chen Yutong. His spirit chi started to stir and rouse. He reached the last line of the documents, where Chen Yutong ended everything off by telling Wang Baoli that the entrance to the mystic lunar realm was opened once every year. The next opening would take place in 2 months. Then, the respective political forces would send someone to fight for a chance to strike gold. Chen Yutong had already submitted his application. Baoli, you have to consider this carefully. This is not the same as the Spirit Breath Village. Spirit Breath Village belongs to the 4 Dao colleges, and killing is forbidden. The worst that can happen to you is being injured. But for the Foundation Establishment realm, things are different. It is a real battle for resources and opportunities. Fights to the death are common when one is faced with a rare chance of striking it lucky. Besides, all the political forces in the Foundation establishment will be participating in this fight in the mystic lunar realm. You must think this through properly. Wang Baoli fell silent as he considered what Chen Yutong had said. Slowly, a fierce and determined light appeared in his eyes. He knew that if he missed the window, he would have to wait another year. If things had gone according to his initial plans, it wouldn't have been possible for him to participate in the upcoming trip. However, the crisis with the giant tree and the opportune 100 seedlings training had accelerated his plans, and made it possible for him to take part. Wang Baoli pondered for some time before his eyes lit up with determination. I'm so powerful, others should fear me instead. What do I have to be afraid of? Wang Baoli made his decision. As he applied to the college for access to the mystic lunar realm, somewhere inside Ethereal City, within the residences of the Ethereal City Lord, stood an ancient tree. It towered 100 feet tall, with a crown that spanned 100 yards wide, and that was weighed down by countless drooping branches. Amidst its richly green leaves were numerous young fruits that had not yet fully ripened. It was at that moment, they brightened into a deep flush of red, and ripened. Waves of unique fragrance spread throughout the City Lord's residence and lingered in the air. The City Lord of the Ethereal City, Lin Yu, stood before the ancient tree with his hands behind his back. He gazed at the fruits and smiled. We have a great ethereal fruit harvest. Send out the invitations to the heroes from the respective establishments to join us for the Ethereal City Fruit Feast, and share in the fruits of our labor. Chapter 227, Ethereal Fruit Feast. Chapter 227, Ethereal Fruit Feast. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The ethereal fruit was well known in the Federation. It was said to be a strange fruit that, while not equal to the mythical heavenly peaches, contained strong nourishing properties for a cultivator. A normal person who ate the fruit would be blessed with good health and strong immunity, as well as an increase in lifespan. The effects of ingesting the fruit were mild, to the point that even babies could eat them. The only thing unfortunate about the fruit was that it couldn't be preserved and didn't last long after being picked. It had to be eaten within 3 days. The ethereal fruits came from an ethereal tree, which could also be referred to by its other name, the Great Mahogany Tree. Of course, there were differences between it and the Great Mahogany Tree of the myths that cycled between 8,000 years in spring, and another 8,000 years in autumn. The ethereal tree merely possessed the characteristics of a lengthened lifespan. The ethereal tree had been the result of a strange encounter during one of the City Lord's earlier travels. He found a dry tree branch amongst cooling embers that wasn't yet dead and brought it back to the ethereal city. Under his careful and tender administration, the branch grew and, 10 years prior, transformed into its current 1,000 feet spanning form, bearing its first batch of ethereal fruits. Even though the fruits contained extraordinary properties, the time of their ripening wasn't fixed. Since he had brought the tree back from the verge of death, it had borne fruits 3 times. That was the 4th. To City Lord Lin Yu though, the ethereal fruit was of great value, but it was ultimately only a physical thing. Its worth couldn't compare to the value of a strong social network. That was why the past few times the ethereal tree had borne fruit, he sent out invitations to invite the Federation's younger generation of heroes to join him in a feast and share in the harvest. On the one hand, it was a means of strengthening his relations with the parental generation of the young heroes, and on the other hand, it served to seed future favors with the young ones. Such a strategy appeared alarmingly simple but was one few could manage to apply in reality. After all, it was a fruit that could prove helpful to a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, and there he was, giving them all away. One could see the breadth of Lin Yu's ambitions and aspirations from his actions. After all, for someone to become a senator in the Federation Senate and a lord of a city, they had to have certain extraordinary qualities in the way they treated others and managed matters. In comparison, his son Lin Qianhao still had much to learn. How you'll host the upcoming ethereal fruit feast. Inside the ethereal city lord residence, under the ethereal tree, Lin Yu turned around, looked at his son, and spoke calmly. Lin Qianhao had always looked upon his father with fear and respect. Even though he was reluctant to simply give away the ethereal fruits, he nodded solemnly and submitted to his father's instructions. A smile slowly appeared on Lin Yu's face as he gazed at Lin Qianhao. He knew his own child's nature. To a certain extent, he was grateful to Wang Baoli. After all, after being admitted to the Upper Academy Island in the Ethereal Dao College, Lin Qianhao had experienced quite a few trials and tribulations. He had matured. Lin Yu was comforted by the fact. Do not feel it a waste. This is a society that runs on favors and obligations. The value of social relations is greater than you can imagine. I no longer need to curry more favors. You'll be the one dispensing favors and building relations this time. I understand, father. Lin Qianhao took a deep breath and replied quietly. I've made an effort to invite the children of the other senators and city lords, as well as the young heroes from the 4 Dao colleges. There will be someone from the 5-generation Sky clan as well. As for the other 2 sects and the Trilunarist Corporation, we don't have frequent exchanges and interactions, so it's not a big matter if they don't turn up. But if they do, you'll be sure to attend to them properly. Lin Yu passed down a few tips and reminders. He lifted his head and stared at the ethereal tree and its ripened fruits, then as if suddenly reminded of something, he spoke again casually. I've also invited a few young heroes from the Ethereal Dao College. Wang Baoli is one of them. Lin Qianhao fell silent momentarily when he heard Wang Baoli's name. If it had been in the past, he would have disapproved of the invitation. Even if he didn't voice his displeasure, he would still be inwardly unhappy. But, after having come head-to-head with Wang Baoli a few times, he had resigned to his fate. At present, he remained silent for a while before nodding his head in obedience. The unhappiness between him and myself was the result of my own immaturity and hot-headedness. I'm sorry for the worry it has caused you, father. When he said that, Lin Yu spun around abruptly and stared at Lin Qianhao for a long time. A smile slowly surfaced on his face. It grew wider and wider until Lin Yu burst into laughter. It was a smile that was freeing and filled with joy. In all of Lin Qianhao's memories, that was the first time he ever saw his father displaying such happiness before him. Good, how you've grown up. Lin Yu laughed out loud as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He walked up and patted Lin Qianhao on the shoulder. When he turned and left, it was with immense comfort and pleasure. Lin Qianhao stood in the same spot as he watched the retreating back of his father. After a long while, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He muttered. It's not entirely true that I've grown up. It's that Wang Baoli is someone I can't afford to offend. The ethereal fruit feast was set to be held 3 days later at the ethereal city's city lord residences. The invitations were sent out and soon received by every one of the political forces in the Federation. It was as Lin Yu had foreseen. There would not be anyone coming from the 2 main sects. The Trilunarist Corporation had also replied with a non-attendance. Only the 5-generation Sky clan, who maintained a cordial relationship with Lin Yu privately, readily accepted the invitation. That was something that had been within Lin Yu's expectations. His network of relations was concentrated mainly in the Senate and 4 Dao colleges. The children of the 16 senators had accepted his invitation and would all be attending. That was the same for the 4 Dao colleges. The respective youths would be heading towards the ethereal city in their cruisers. Zhui Yifan, Wang Baoli, Zhao Yamen, and a few other Federation seedlings as well as all reputable disciples from the Upper Academy Island, were in the list of invitees. The thought of turning down the invitation had not occurred to Wang Baoli. In fact, he was extremely pleased for having received it. This Senator Lin is indeed an impressive figure who recognizes my brilliance. It's just unfortunate that his son isn't of the same caliber. Wang Baoli slapped his stomach happily. He thought it a great thing, being able to get a free meal, especially since the ethereal fruit was such an extraordinary fruit. Wang Baoli did some research and decided that the fruit would be more useful for his parents. After having made a decision, Wang Baoli contacted Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yameng. They decided they would journey together to the ethereal fruit feast. 3 days passed quickly, and as the day of the ethereal fruit feast arrived, Ethereal City bustled with noise. Every resident of the ethereal city knew about the ethereal fruit feast. They watched as luxurious cruiser after cruiser sped across the heavens and headed for the city lord's residences. The cruisers were just too lavish. One cruiser was built out of black gold and shaped like a scimitar. It exuded an aura that was both lethal and futuristic all at once, as if it was something that existed outside of that time. It wasn't only fast, but it also struck awe in those who saw it. Such a cruiser wouldn't be something that came out of a factory line production. It was a customized cruiser that could only be crafted by a great artisan. Be it in price or capabilities, it vastly surpassed the cruisers that were available on the market. The cruiser was only the tip of the iceberg. There was another even more opulent-looking cruiser, a giant head made out of metal, with long fearsome-looking teeth and a horn growing out of its forehead. It dashed across the sky, appearing less like a cruiser and more like a beast. The fearsome aura it exuded, its speed, as well as the structure of the cruiser, was a frightening and awe-inducing sight to all who saw it. Cruisers of a similar breed came from all four corners of the sky, rousing waves of shocked gasps from the residents of the ethereal city that day. My God, I've seen the leaf-shaped cruiser on the Spirit intranet before. It's so expensive that it costs as much as a mansion in the Federation capital. The money I earn from a life of working will probably only get me one door on that cruiser. Did you guys see that? That's a flying race car made from spirit stones. I have to give it up to the person. Amidst the rise and fall of the city residents' cries of surprise and awe, luxurious cruisers, oddly shaped and each one of them priceless, gathered at the ethereal city lord residence. As they landed, out walked young men and women, all of them were dressed in expensive attire, in high spirits, and giving off an air of nobility that made them stand apart from the typical commoner. They were the children of the other Federation senators, and it was clear that they knew Lin Qianhao, as they started chatting happily when they met. Young Master Lin, many thanks for the invitation. Ha ha, brother Sun, have you changed your cruiser again? I saw this on the Trilunaris Corporation's announcement a while back. There are only 10 such cruisers in the entire Federation. I can't believe you actually managed to get one. Not just one. I bought them all. Laughter rose in the air. They appeared to converse nonchalantly about one another's cruisers, engaging in casual banter, but in reality, every one of them was secretly measuring the others up. The extravagance of their cruisers gradually gave the ethereal fruit feast a different flavor. It had become a bragging contest. In the bustling and lively ethereal city lord residence, as Lin Qianhao received the guests and engaged in cordial conversation, the invitees from the 5-generation Sky Clan finally arrived. The cruiser they traveled on caught everyone's attention as soon as it appeared. It was a miniature battleship, capable of traversing outer space. Chapter 228, The Greatest Truths Are the Simplest. Chapter 228, The Greatest Truths Are the Simplest. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The battleship spanned 10,000 feet. It flew slowly and cast a forbidding and imposing aura. It was clear that it had been modified before and was fueled by spirit stones, and its body was painted in black. The sight of it sent everyone quaking in fear. As soon as the battleship appeared, the senator's children's pupils contracted. The surrounding observers and the residents of the ethereal city gasped in shock when they saw the cruiser. My God, using a miniature battleship for transport. Who's the one sitting inside? Amidst the heated discussion, the battleship gradually slowed to a halt. Zhuo Yixian, dressed in white robes and exuding an air of elegance and charm, walked out with a smile. He was not alone. A dozen other disciples from the White Deer Dao College followed behind him. Li Yi was one of them. Lin Qianhao's face broke into a smile as they walked out. He went forward immediately to welcome them. He started chatting happily with Zhuo Yixian while leading them into the residence. There was no need for introductions. Zhuo Yixian was well known in their unique social circle. The senator's children soon approached, smiling, and started trading stories. The names of Li Yi and company had been made known to the public during the selection of the Federation's 100 seedlings. As a result, many came forward to get to know them better soon after they entered the residence. The sounds of laughter and conversation rose in the air. The city lords' residences were alight with laughter and conversation. Members of the Holy River Dao College and the White Deer Branch College gradually made their entrances, and their cruisers had been chosen carefully as well. The Holy River Dao College's disciples came in a cruiser that seemed to be made from crystal. The entrance of the White Deer Branch College was even more dramatic. Their cruiser was a metal horse carriage which charged towards the venue with a series of rumbling roars. The purpose of having the entire feast seemed to have changed even before the actual feast had officially begun. Instead of putting them away, the cruisers were left to lay out in the open. The sight invited intense scrutiny from almost everyone. Many even took pictures and posted them on the Spirit intranet, stirring a greater storm on the intranet. Due to the Ethereal Dao College's close proximity to the Ethereal City, a majority of the students arrived via their own cruisers. They had obviously not been prepared, and their cruisers paled immeasurably when compared against the other cruisers. Next to the others, they felt almost embarrassed to land. They clearly ranked bottom in the competition. Even though it was all a game, the young heroes were still youths. It was natural that while some were pleased, others would be embarrassed by it all. The entire affair quickly spread throughout the Spirit intranet. Many from the Ethereal Dao College who had arrived at the feast quickly contacted the college to find out if there were any others who hadn't yet embarked on their journey. Some even reached out to Wang Baoli and informed him what was going on. When Wang Baoli received the news, he had just found Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng. The three of them had been about to travel out on their cruisers when their voice transmission rings vibrated urgently. Even Zhao Yameng received news from someone else. The three of them read their messages and were taken aback. Wang Baoli raised an eyebrow. A bragging contest? Zhui Yifan frowned. He had received news that Shui Xian from the 5-generation Sky Clan would be attending the feast as well. A cold glint flashed in his eyes when he found out about the news. Zhao Yameng felt nothing for such ostentatious gloating of one's wealth. She couldn't care less. In her entire life, except one person, the rest of her peers, were simply not as rich as she was. She was used to it. What's all this rubbish? Aren't we just going to eat some fruit? When did this become some sort of pissing contest? Wang Baoli shook his head and smiled. His expression was one of disdain, like a grown-up watching children fight over whose toy was the best. These people are just too childish. It's just a party, what's with showing off their cruisers? So what, it's made from black gold? So what, it's a limited edition, what's all this about? This is all so silly, so superficial. Wang Baoli read the news and started lamenting. We cultivators should aspire towards the great Tao. We should be carrying the baton of the past forward into the future. We should be striving for the ultimate good of the universe. How could we waste our lives on such meaningless competitions? Wang Baoli spoke with great force. Intense conviction emanated from his person. Today, the three of us will use the simplest and plainest possible way to travel there. We must let these youngsters know that showing off their wealth is a crime. Simplicity is the most absolute and truest purity. The greatest truths are the simplest. Zhui Yifan was slightly stirred when he heard Wang Baoli's words. Even Zhao Yameng eyed Wang Baoli with surprise. Before they could voice their agreement though, Wang Baoli lifted his head arrogantly, raised his hand, and placed his fingers in his mouth, blowing fiercely. A shrill whistling rang out from Wang Baoli's mouth instantly, piercing through the air and traveling far into the distance. As the whistle pierced through the air, amidst the shock of Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng, a thundering roar sounded from the direction of the beast-taming pavilion. A towering figure charged out from the pavilion, a swift and awesome shadow appearing in the sky. It was the Diamond Ape. Towering 100-odd meters and covered in black fur, a pair of wings sprouting from his back, the Diamond Ape exuded a fearsome aura that was amplified by his domineering stance that surpassed the true breath realm and was, in fact, of the Foundation Establishment realm. It approached, a fierce wind heavy with the scent of blood, like it was riding a tornado towards Wang Baoli and his friends. It arrived in the blink of an eye. The diamond ape hovered in mid-air, its wings fluttering and stirring vicious winds. It seemed happy. It cupped its fists and thudded its chest repeatedly, its thudding causing loud rumbling in the air. Its actions made it seem even more ferocious. Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng's breath stilled when they came face to face with the diamond ape, and they unknowingly took a few steps back. The diamond ape's immense physical form was terrifying. It might even be able to put up a decent fight if it met the perfected Foundation Establishment realm giant tree in the Kulon Basin. As Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng stood, stunned, Wang Baoli lifted his head nonchalantly and greeted the diamond ape. The diamond ape was overjoyed. It had long buried the hatchet with Wang Baoli. Their friendship had grown, especially after Wang Baoli had returned a while back and had not forgotten to send a few puppets over. The diamond ape had started to feel that Wang Baoli was treating him too well, and started to become friendlier to Wang Baoli. At that moment, it grinned widely and roared. "Diame, someone's trying to bully me. We're going to bring you along. Take your cue from me. If there's anyone who's mean to us, just smack him," Wang Baoli said arrogantly. The diamond ape was a sentient creature. Even though it wasn't particularly intelligent, it could make out the general meaning behind Wang Baoli's words. Upon hearing that it was being summoned to fight, the diamond ape got excited immediately. It thundered at the sky before it turned around and raced straight into its cave at the beast taming pavilion. Wang Baoli stood there, stunned. It returned quickly with its appearance dramatically transformed. On its body was an armor of gold that turned his originally immense 100-meter figure into a small gold mountain instantly. Its figure had become even more fearsome and awesome than before. The armor had clearly been painstakingly crafted by the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, made from costly materials and lined with complex inscriptions. The entire armor appeared to be a 6th-grade numinous treasure, which meant that the ape's original battle capabilities would be augmented exponentially with it on. A ferocious, terrifying aura emanated from the diamond ape as it hovered in mid-air, stirring whirlpools of spirit energies around him. The ape wore a huge helmet on its head and metal gloves on its hands. Every accessory and armor came together to transform the diamond ape into a truly formidable being. That was the first time Wang Baoli had seen the diamond ape in such attire. He was shocked speechless before excitement overtook his senses. Letting loose a great laugh, he leaped up and landed directly on the diamond ape's shoulder. He sat down and gestured towards Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng. "Yifan, Yameng, come on, we have a feast to attend. We're going to go in this simple and plain manner, a bit casual and informal, and meet those people trying to show off their wealth. Fear not, because we have our dreams, and we have the Tao in our hearts." Wang Baoli was completely taken in by his words. He truly felt how pure and simple he was being. Zhui Yifan slapped his forehead. He realized he shouldn't have wasted his emotional energy being roused by Wang Baoli's speech about grand truths and absolute simplicity. Zhao Yameng was speechless as well. Silently, the pair leaped into the air and landed on the diamond ape's shoulder. They sat behind Wang Baoli. Then, Zhao Yameng seemed to have suddenly understood something. She smiled faintly. "What Baoli said is right. We may be poor, but we have our dreams." Zhui Yifan's lips started twitching at the edges. He stared at Zhao Yameng and felt the similarities between Wang Baoli and Zhao Yameng keenly at that moment. He couldn't help muttering silently, "If you're considered poor, there can be no wealthy people in this world." Wang Baoli heard Zhao Yameng's affirmation of his words and almost pulled her into a hug and kissed her out of sheer happiness. Fortunately, his reason was still intact. He suppressed the impulse, gave the diamond ape a pat and said, his spirit soaring, "Diame, let's go. Our destination, the ethereal city lord residence." The diamond ape lifted its head abruptly and let loose a thunderous, earth-shattering roar that rang out across the skies, startling countless people on the Upper Academy Island and drawing their attention. Then, with a leap, the wings on its back started flapping. With an imposing manner, it charged, straight for the ethereal city. Chapter 229, The Diamond Ape Arrives. Chapter 229, The Diamond Ape Arrives. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. At that moment, in the open-air square inside the ethereal city lord residence, the guests who had arrived were all gathered in small groups of 3 to 5, chatting and laughing. The topics of their conversations varied widely, jumping from cruisers to luxury goods, then from luxury goods to cultivation, and to the soon-to-be accessible mystic lunar realm. All sorts of talk went on, and laughter rose frequently and rang through the air. Servants of the residents carrying drinks wove between groups, bringing wine to the esteemed guests. As the host, Lin Tianhao was surrounded by numerous friends. As they chatted and laughed, his charming manner and attractive appearance caught the admiring eyes of many female cultivators from the other Dao colleges. Li Yi was one of them. She was holding a glass of wine and gazing at Lin Tianhao with a smile on her face. As he said something humorous, she pressed her lips into a demure smile. She couldn't help but draw a comparison between Lin Tianhao and Wang Baoli then. Compared to Lin Tianhao, she felt that Wang Baoli was akin to a pile of dung. Besides Lin Tianhao, Zhuo Yixian, with his status as the young master of an heir to the Zhuo family in the 5-generation Sky clan, was also surrounded by many young men and women who desired his friendship. He engaged in a pleasant conversation with them. The sons and daughters of senators were all brought up in a superior environment. That led to their desire to boast about their wealth. However, their family clan's teachings also ingrained deep within them many good qualities. Be it the way they carried themselves or their cultivation, both were exemplary when compared to any typical person. Many of them were unlike Lin Tianhao, who was a single child. They had elder brothers or elder sisters. Compared to the higher cultivation levels of their elder siblings, even though their cultivation didn't reach the foundation establishment realm, they had obviously led rich and exciting lives. An exemplary upbringing and self-restraint ensured that they dialed down their arrogance when they mingled with the prodigies from the 4 Dao colleges. Both groups made friends with one another and started building their own connections. It could be said that the people gathered there represented a portion of the upcoming generation of young heroes in the Federation. Even though over time, many would fall from the ranks of heroes, numerous great figures of the future would undoubtedly emerge from their midst. Li Xiu, for example, was one of them. The Xiu in the name was not in reference to gender but meant excellence. Li Xiu, naturally, wasn't a female cultivator, but a tall young man. As the son of the head senator, even though he had an elder sister whose cultivation was approaching the core formation realm, he was the only son in his generation in the family clan. The focus and hopes placed on him were greater than the average person. He was holding a glass of wine and sitting lazily in a corner, and surrounding him were many of the other senators' children. It was clear that he was treated as the emperor of the group. Even Lin Tianhao, who didn't follow him around like one of his followers, treated him with extreme cordiality. I heard the Ethereal Dao College found themselves a Wang Baoli. Tianhao, you're from the Ethereal Dao College too. You familiar with this Wang Baoli? Li Xiu threw a look over at Lin Tianhao, who was talking to Li Yi, and asked casually. Wang Baoli. Lin Tianhao could tell Li Xiu's interest in Wang Baoli. He deliberated for a while. If it had been in the past, he would have seized the opportunity to secretly incite conflict between Li Xiu and Wang Baoli even before they had the chance to meet each other. However, after some thought, Lin Tianhao shook his head slightly. I'm not familiar. I don't know much about him. Oh. Li Xiu's eyes flashed when he heard Lin Tianhao's reply. There was a flicker of a smile on his lips. He knew Lin Tianhao's character and could discern something deeper hidden in the seemingly simple answer. As Li Xiu pondered, Li Yi snorted in disdain. Despite both of them having the same family name, Li, they weren't from the same family clan. She said contemptuously. I'm quite familiar with this Wang Baoli. He's despicable, shameless and a pervert. His head is filled with evil and nasty thoughts. Sooner or later, he'll be castrated and made into minced meat by someone. Li Yi's words were heard by many around her, and they turned and looked at her. Li Xiu had a curious look on his face too. He was about to question her further when a sudden roar, like the rumbling of thunder, came crashing from the distant skies. The sound was deafening, sending tremors across the air and whipping up fierce winds. The winds blasted the surrounding trees into a flurry and stirred up sandstorms. Everyone in the square looked out in shock. Lin Tianhao, Zhuo Yixian, Li Yi, Li Xiu, and the other young heroes did the same. They turned their faces towards the roaring. Instantly, everyone widened their eyes in shock. Some couldn't help themselves and gasped out loud. What is that? In the distant heavens, amidst the boiling clouds and stormy winds, a black spot emerged. It was a small speck that grew in size within the blink of an eye. In the span of a few breaths, it transformed in everyone's eyes into a giant figure that towered like a small, armored mountain. The diamond ape had arrived. The appearance of the diamond ape, its violent streaked aura, the pitch-black fur exposed outside the armor, its crimson eyes and its flapping wings that stirred violent winds, immediately sent everyone shuddering in awe and fear. A monster. A Foundation Establishment Realm, a Foundation Establishment Realm monster. There were countless gasps of shock. It was not merely the young heroes who were stunned. Many residents in the city had a changed expression on their faces when they caught a clear look of the diamond ape. They retreated amidst cries of terror. Just imagine, the diamond ape's 100-meter-tall form, clad in majestic armor and transforming it into the likeness of a beast god. Its Foundation Establishment Realm cultivation alone made it invincible. The imposing and awesome aura it exuded sent all who laid their eyes on it quaking with fear. Its immense physical form was equally awe-inspiring, amplifying its power. As it approached, and as its aura radiated from its body, everyone on the open-air square in the ethereal city lord residence sucked in a breath of cold air and shuffled back instinctively. Even the residence's guards stood stiff with alarm and trepidation. Fortunately, there were disciples from the ethereal Tao College amongst the people, who obviously recognized the diamond ape. Others from the other Tao colleges seemed to have heard of the diamond ape from the ethereal Tao College. In their surprise, they started shouting. "It's the diamond ape from the beast-taming pavilion. My God, why is it here?" "That's the diamond ape of the ethereal Tao College." The repeated shouts of surprise calmed the crowd down slightly. They were still fearful of the rapidly approaching diamond ape. However, as the diamond ape continued to approach and grew clearer in everyone's eyes, the three figures sitting on its shoulders, including that of Wang Baoli, were seen by someone. There's someone on the monster's shoulders. How is that possible? The war beast of the ethereal Tao College has turned into a mere mount. The crowd wasn't given time to get a closer look. With a thundering roar, the charging diamond ape descended straight from the heavens. With a loud thunderous sound that sent the ground shaking, the small mountain of a diamond ape landed directly on the square in the ethereal city lord residence. It sent quakes through the ground as it landed. The diamond ape seemed pleased. It ignored what, to him, appeared to be tiny little humans, lifted its head skyward, let loose a fierce roar, and thudded its chest with both fists. A loud rumbling resounded in the air. As the crowd looked on with fear, it kneeled, allowing everyone in the crowd, whose scalps were numbed with terror, to see Wang Baoli and company sat on its shoulder. One after the other, the three leaped off the ape's shoulder. Everyone's eyes initially honed it on Zhao Yameng and Zhui Yifan. Zhao Yameng, in her white robes, was like a fairy, unearthly and not of their world. She exuded both purity and grace, and her extraordinary beauty and calm gaze imbued her with a unique charm. Beside her, Zhui Yifan stood tall and poised, a charming figure with attractive features and clear eyes untainted by evil. He was like the sun. All who gazed upon him could feel a blinding brilliance emanating from his person. The couple, one handsome and the other beautiful, was, regardless of height, form, or aura, the pinnacle of perfection on earth. Anyone who had the slightest hint of self-doubt would feel ashamed when standing before them, as well as be robbed of all attention and seem like pale imitations beside the pair. It was between the two that Wang Baoli stood. His physical appearance was clearly not a match for the other two's. In terms of his height or body shape, he was nowhere near perfect. However, he remained the glaring focus of attention. He stood right there, giving off a strange and unexplainable feeling. It was as if he was the leader in the group of three. Upon a closer look, it was clear that both Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng had unknowingly fallen half a step behind Wang Baoli. The others in the crowd didn't know why that was so. Even Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng hadn't noticed the shift in their mentalities. The various scenes at the Kulon Basin, such as that of Wang Baoli standing before them, his back towering like a mountain, were that etched in their memories. That battle had an immense impact on them. They might not have shown it most of the time, but deep in their hearts, they had already acknowledged Wang Baoli's position in their circle. The change in their mentalities affected Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng's auras. On the other hand, Wang Baoli had never known self-doubt, there was no such word in his dictionary. The culmination of the two was Wang Baoli standing with his head high and chest out between Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yamen, slapping his stomach, which had been sucked in when he had puffed his chest out, terrorizing the entire crowd. Excuse us for the late arrival. Chapter 230, From the Traps Pavilion, Huang Shan. Chapter 230, From the Traps Pavilion, Huang Shan. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Few words could describe the scene of someone who had clearly raised his head high and puffed his chest out but still appeared to be sticking out his tummy, slapping his stomach. Words could hardly describe the indescribable aura that exploded from such a person. At that instant, Wang Baoli felt as if the people before him had all been stunned by his tall, striking figure and the aura of the strong exuding from his person. He stared at their wide-eyed, gaping-mouthed faces and felt extremely pleased. The little fatty seemed to have forgotten that standing behind him was a wide-mouthed and grinning diamond ape emanating waves of violence and ferocity. He lifted his head slightly and coughed. Is this where the cruisers are parked? Wang Baoli glanced towards a city lord residence guard standing at a corner and asked. The guards all around were breathing nervously. They had all been frightened by the strong aura radiating off the diamond ape. They nodded instinctively, giving Wang Baoli yet another chance to show off. Diame, wait for us here. Wang Baoli turned and patted the diamond ape. Upon hearing Wang Baoli's words, the diamond ape growled and thudded its chest hard. It shook its bum, pretended to hold its breath, and winked at Wang Baoli. I get what you mean. We won't use the ultimate move unless we have no choice. Wang Baoli felt that the diamond ape was playing along with the entire thing extremely well. He happily pulled out from his storage bracelet a diamond ape puppet. He flung it at the diamond ape. The diamond ape's eyes fastened onto the puppet instantly. It roared, yanked the puppet into its arms, and started playing with its toy in the square. The scene shocked the entire crowd. Be it the senator's children, or the prodigious students from the other Dao colleges, the group of young people who had earlier been secretly boasting about their cruisers were all dazed. They sucked in a deep breath, a storm of emotions welling within them. It was impossible not to be confounded by it all. They had been competing on the level of cruisers when Wang Baoli and his company leaped straight out of the beginners' league, and came riding in on a monster. A sense of helplessness came over them, and they grimaced inwardly. It was impossible to compete with that. They had mere cruisers while the competitor had sent out a war beast. The two were completely different playing fields. Cruisers were just simple transport, while the taming of a war beast that could also serve as a mount was an almost insurmountable task. Especially when it was a Foundation Establishment realm war beast. It was as if one was driving a sports car and feeling all pleased about himself when he saw the other party flying a warplane. Lin Qianhao couldn't help the grimace on his face as he witnessed the scene. He was no longer surprised by whatever Wang Baoli managed to conjure up. He had one belief cemented firmly in his heart. Wang Baoli's life must be a game hack. He's either got an amazing father or an even more amazing godfather who's helped him plan out his life. A sour taste swirled in Lin Qianhao's mouth. In his exasperation, he became more determined to stay out of Wang Baoli's way. Li Yi, on the other hand, was gnashing her teeth in fury. She breathed heavily, her rage sending her chest heaving as she tried repeatedly to shove down the anger that arose from her dislike of Wang Baoli. Interesting. Amidst the crowd and surrounded by the other senator's children, Li Xiu's eyes brightened, a growing interest clear in his eyes when he looked at Wang Baoli. Amidst the staring eyes of the crowd, Wang Baoli laughed and, alongside Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yamen, approached the crowd. Even though Lin Qianhao was reluctant to have anything to do with Wang Baoli, as the host of the feast he could only bite the bullet and approach the group, cupping his fists and extending a polite welcome. Wang Baoli didn't get along well with Lin Qianhao. However, he was able to sense a change in Lin Qianhao's attitude towards him. He blinked, then smiled at Lin Qianhao, though he was on high alert inwardly. Did this guy turn over a new leaf or is he plotting something again? Wang Baoli hid his surprise while pretending to be friendly, almost brotherly, to Lin Qianhao. Lin Qianhao quickly introduced him to everyone else. Zhao Yamen was herself gifted with natural beauty and clearly knew a few of the senator's daughters, and the latter quickly sought her out for company. It was the same for Zhui Yifan. No one outside his family knew that he was a war soldier of the Zhou family, and his exemplary achievements, as well as his powerful family background, led others to readily make friends with him. The three of them separated and mingled around at the feast. Wang Baoli hadn't participated in such feasts before, but he had studied the high officials' autobiographies since he was a young boy. He was fearless in the face of such highbrow gatherings. In fact, he seemed almost like he was in his element. Laughing every now and then, he chatted up strangers happily, putting his arm around their shoulders or pulling them into a hug as if he already knew them very well. Li Xiu, who was already interested in knowing Wang Baoli, upon being pulled into a hug by the latter, also hugged him back. Smiling widely, he asked, "Brother Baoli, aren't you graduating soon? Will you be going to the mystic lunar realm to train? Are you interested in joining my family business after that?" Li Xiu smiled as he spoke. Wang Baoli laughed out loud at the solicitation. He didn't turn down the offer, nor did he give an affirmative reply. Li Xiu wasn't bothered by that. It was, after all, a huge matter and not something that could be decided immediately. The thought of canvassing for Wang Baoli to join their family faction had been a sudden one. The feast went on. Music started to sound through the square. In the ethereal city lord residence, some of the young heroes of the generation mingled merrily. Even if they particularly disliked someone at the feast, they wouldn't show it. The atmosphere grew livelier and livelier as the disciples from the 4 Dao colleges and the children of the senators got to know one another better. A moment later, Wang Baoli escaped from the casual conversations with some difficulty. He let out a sigh of relief, then grabbed a glass of wine from a pretty female servant passing him by. He eyed the crowd, pleased, sipped at the wine, then frowned. "Pretty lady, do you have ice spirit water here? Preferably with ice. It'll be even better if there are lemon slices in it as well. Oh, right, where do I find food? Are there soy eggs? Snacks? How about fried potatoes or beef jerky, that sort of thing?" Wang Baoli held onto the glass of wine and stared at the female servant with anticipation in his eyes. The female servant froze. That was her first time encountering such a request. She nodded her head hastily and went in search for Wang Baoli's ice spirit water and soy egg. Big family clans are just different. They have everything. Wang Baoli was immensely pleased. He held onto the wine glass. Even though he didn't find it delicious at all, the rest seemed to be used to it. He pretended to place the glass against his lips and was about to take a tiny sip when Zhao Yameng stepped out from the crowd behind him. She had a lovely smile on her face. She laughed softly beside Wang Baoli and appeared to be saying something. Others couldn't hear what she was saying, but judging by the expression on her face, she seemed to be relating something interesting. Zhao Yameng walked towards and paused beside Wang Baoli, seemingly with a smile on her face. The words that left her lips, however, were deadly serious. "Baoli, don't turn around, behind you, on your left, there's a young man with long hair who's wearing our college uniform. He seems normal, but I don't know why when I passed him earlier, I was suddenly caught by the feeling that I seem to know him from somewhere, and that is unfamiliar. It's hard to describe this feeling. I realized he's also watching us. Especially you. My instincts are telling me that this person is extremely dangerous. He seems to harbor ill intentions towards us." Wang Baoli's expression remained unchanged when he heard that. He burst out in laughter as if he had just heard something extremely funny. It was then that the female servant returned with his ice spirit water and snacks. Wang Baoli turned and grabbed the ice spirit water from the servant's tray. His eyes glanced casually towards the distance in a lazy sweep without focusing on any one person. He immediately saw who Zhao Yameng was referring to. His eyes turned away without hesitation or pause. He took a gulp from the ice spirit water in his hand, smiled, and said quietly, "That's weird, I find him slightly familiar but also unfamiliar at the same time," Wang Baoli said. Wang Baoli and Zhao Yameng stared at each other. They didn't continue their conversation, instead, separating and joining the crowd again. Both had their guard up. Wang Baoli secretly contacted the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, and instructed his subordinates to get the name list of the disciples who had been invited to the ethereal city lord residence. They were to include visuals for the attendees. An armament soldier might have faced some difficulty in organizing such an effort, but Wang Baoli was the deputy pavilion head. To a certain degree, he and Chen Yutong were the two supreme sovereigns reigning over the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. As soon as Wang Baoli's orders were issued, many in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion started scrambling around. The list of names was quickly collated and sent over to Wang Baoli. He sipped at his ice spirit water while browsing through it, and soon found who he was looking for. Huang Shan from the Traps Pavilion. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. The person whom both Zhao Yameng and himself found familiar, and who was watching him, was Huang Shan, a longtime disciple who advanced to the Upper Academy Island 4 years ago. Huang Shan, with talent in traps, a rather impressive family background, as well as the Traps Pavilion's elder as his senior, was promoted to Deputy Pavilion Head of the Traps Pavilion the last year. The Traps Pavilion, did we meet before in college? But why is this person watching me, and why does Zhao Yameng feel threatened? Chapter 231, A Wang and Lin Reconciliation. Chapter 231, A Wang and Lin Reconciliation. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli had full faith in Zhao Yameng's intuition. She had a natural spirit body, and her spiritual senses often surpassed that of the ordinary person on many occasions. Wang Baoli kept his guard up and, without exposing himself, began to put a greater distance between him and Huang Shan, trying not to draw any nearer. Fortunately, the crowd was immense. Wang Baoli's actions didn't seem overly obvious. After some time, the music gradually slowed down to a halt, and laughter rang out from the front. The laughter was bright and hearty. It resounded loudly in the air, and an overwhelming aura came surging forward. Everyone fell silent and looked to the front. Everyone watched as someone walked out from the inner chambers. It was a tall, middle-aged man with attractive features who shared a resemblance with Lin Tianhao. He wore long, loose robes, his hair flowed loosely down his back, and his eyes held stars. His entire person exuded a unique charm. As he walked out, his laughter rang into the skies. Even though he might have suppressed his cultivation, the spiritual energy emanating from him still felt overwhelming and heavy in the air. Wang Baoli's breathing stilled. Everyone's cultivation was affected and driven into a flux. It was as if a single glance from the man could drive their cultivation into sudden implosion. Core Formation Realm. There was no need for further identification. Wang Baoli immediately knew who the other person was and his cultivation. Within the residences of the Ethereal City's City Lord, there was only one person with such levels of cultivation and such an imposing aura. It was, the Ethereal City's City Lord, one of the 17 senators of the Federation. Lin Yu. Greetings, Senator Lin. Greetings, City Lord Lin. As Lin Yu strolled out, everyone quieted down and greeted him in unison. In their eyes, both Lin Yu's cultivation level and his status were leagues above theirs. He was the equal of their fathers, the powerful figures of the Federation. Such powerful men could send the earth shaking across the entire Federation with just a stomp of their foot. Calling him a lord wouldn't be an exaggeration. Like a powerful lord, he dictated everything in Ethereal City. His aura emanated from him as he walked out. No prompting was required. Lin Yu was the natural focus of everyone's attention, as they greeted and welcomed his arrival. Behind the sun-like dazzling figure of Lin Yu stood two others. One was Lin Tianhao and the other an elderly man. The old man had a face lined with wrinkles. He looked like an old servant, with his hands folded into his sleeves, his back slightly hunched, and his head lowered as he walked. He seemed to be smiling, always. The spiritual energies that he exuded were only slightly weaker than Lin Yu's. Isn't this little Xiao? Your father spoke about you during our last meeting. As Lin Yu strolled out, a smile bright and fresh like spring on his face, his eyes swept past the crowd. He nodded and smiled at them, exchanging a few words casually. Nephew Kuan, how are your father's injuries? I haven't seen him in years. He hasn't been attending the past few Senate meetings. Each disciple cohort from the 4 Dao colleges grow more and more exemplary than the previous. You're all fine people. With you around in the Federation, we older folks can rest assured. There are quite a few of you who are probably going to take part in this cycle's mystic lunar realm. I'll wish you all in advance your swift ascension to the Foundation Establishment realm. Lin Yu laughed, his eyes sweeping past Wang Baoli and company. His expression remained unchanged as he nodded slightly. Wang Baoli's heart leaped. The weight of Lin Yu's power and authority was not to be trifled with. He thought about his tensions with the man's son. Lin Yu didn't seem like a narrow-minded man, though. Interfering with a quarrel between kids doesn't seem like something this Senator Lin would do. If he dares push his weight around, I'll ask the college to speak for me. Wang Baoli decided. He remembered his friendship with the military then and was momentarily assured. This is a gathering for you young people. I'll not linger for long. Mingle around and make friends. However, you must make sure your friends are treated well. Lin Yu didn't spend too much time talking. He had only intended to make a brief appearance. After instructing Lin Qianhao, he left. His departure lifted the imposing heaviness in the air, and Lin Qianhao also let loose a sigh of relief. He felt a sudden sense of pride. After clapping his hands together, servants started walking out with jade boxes. The crowd stared in anticipation as soon as the jade boxes appeared. Their aim for being there was, ultimately, the ethereal fruit. Lin Qianhao saw the look on the crowd's faces and burst into laughter. Comrades, today I will be the splurging son of the family and gift the ethereal fruits to everyone present. I wish for everyone's advancement in their journey of cultivation. Lin Qianhao was gifted with good looks, his voice was bright, and his words were pretty. He ended his speech with a polite cupping of his fists. Many instantly developed positive feelings towards him. Even Wang Baoli sighed in approval. The servants approached, and soon, there was a jade box presented before everyone. Wang Baoli opened his box after taking it. He stared at the flushed red fruit that was giving off a most fragrant scent and was tempted by it as well. My fellow Taoists, this ethereal fruit can only be stored for 3 days. I urge you to eat it as soon as possible. Lin Qianhao laughed and received a multitude of thanks. The feast had finally reached its climax. The sounds of laughter and conversation grew louder, and music made a graceful return to the square. Wang Baoli suppressed his urge to stuff the fruit into his storage bracelet. He didn't intend to eat the fruit and wanted to give it to his parents, but it was something that was given directly to him by someone else. Furthermore, Lin Yu's aura and his cultivation had made a strong and direct impact on Wang Baoli. He was deliberating whether he should try and resolve the tension between him and Lin Qianhao when an aged voice rang out from behind him. Pavilion Head Wang, could we step aside for a few words? Wang Baoli turned his head. He immediately saw the old man who had been following Lin Yu earlier standing before him, his eyes smiling as he looked at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli dared not slight such a powerful cultivator and immediately greeted the old man. The people around them, upon seeing the elderly man appear, knew that he had something to say to Wang Baoli in private. They swiftly made their exits while engaged in conversation. Pavilion Head Wang is young and capable, gifted with extraordinary talents. There is no doubt you will have a bright and illustrious future. Unfortunately, I am an old man. I fear I may not have the chance to see the young Pavilion Head Wang grow into your ambitions. The elderly man looked at Wang Baoli with approval in his eyes. As he lamented, his right hand extended from his sleeve. Within his hand sat a green jade box. This is but a small token from my master, the city lord. Pavilion Head Wang, would you not agree to let bygones be bygones? The old man said while handing the green jade box to Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. He took the jade box and opened it in front of the old man. The elderly man, stunned by Wang Baoli's forwardness, smiled. He waited for Wang Baoli's answer. Wang Baoli opened the box, took a look and then widened his eyes. A pair of ethereal fruits sat inside the jade box. They were clearly larger and hinted at a more intense sweetness. Wang Baoli stared at the ethereal fruits and thought back to his earlier judgment. After some pondering, he nodded solemnly. He understood that it was always better to end feuds than to start one. Since the other party had already expressed their good intentions, there was no need for him to hang on to a grudge. Everything was premised, of course, on Lin Qianhao and his family clan not stirring any trouble for him. Else, with Wang Baoli's character, he wouldn't hesitate to go against his word if the time came, even if he had accepted the gifts. Upon receiving Wang Baoli's answer, the old man smiled and nodded, then turned and left. When he returned to the chambers, Lin Yu was standing at the window, gazing out into the crowd below. His eyes focused on his son, observing how Lin Qianhao spoke and carried himself. Approval and comfort curled into a smile on his lips. Master, Wang Baoli has agreed to the reconciliation. The elderly man stood before Lin Yu and spoke with deference. I hope Hao will understand the reasons behind my actions. Lin Qianhao gazed at Lin Qianhao, who stood in the crowd, and said with a sigh. The young master has clearly grown wiser after this trial. This is all thanks to Wang Baoli, the elderly man said, smiling. At the old man's mention of Wang Baoli, Lin Yu's eyes shifted from Lin Qianhao and landed on Wang Baoli. He stared at the latter for a very long time before smiling. This Wang Baoli has risen from being an ordinary student to a deputy pavilion head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion within a short time. He is famous in the Ethereal Tao College. There is no one who doesn't know who he is. The military has also shown their appreciation for him. Even the Federation president knows his name. He was even given a confirmed placement as one of the 100 seedlings. Even I had misjudged his potential initially. It was a good thing that Hao provoked such a person. At least, this is something that is within my power to resolve before Wang Baoli reaches his full potential. Any later, when it is no longer within the realm of my control, it would be catastrophic. The elderly man sighed when he heard such high praise from Lin Yu. He is a new rising star. If no accidents occur, if he doesn't succumb to death or stray onto the wrong path, there is no doubt that his future will be a bright one. A person like him is not completely untouchable, but the price is too great. The 4 Tao colleges are not blind. It was a brilliant move for Master to set aside your esteemed position and seek reconciliation. The higher you advance, the more you are respected and feared. Power itself is an art form that requires negotiation and compromise on both sides. Besides, Wang Baoli is qualified enough for me to compromise to a certain degree this time, Lin Yu said softly. As Lin Yu spoke softly, his expression shifted. He lifted his head and gazed out at the crowd. The elderly man beside him noticed something as well. He looked out and heard, on what had been a lively and bustling square, sounds of quarreling suddenly ringing out. Chapter 232, Aren't You Full of Yourself? Chapter 232, Aren't You Full of Yourself? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The sounds of dispute came from the square, from where Zhui Yifan stood. Many others on the square, besides Lin Yu and the old man, had also noticed the commotion. Wang Baoli and Zhao Yameng noticed too. They had appeared to converse in laughter with others when they had actually been secretly watching Huang Shan of the Traps Pavilion alertly. At present, when they realized Zhui Yifan had encountered some problems, both of them looked over immediately. They saw Zhui Yixian standing before Zhui Yifan, his right hand raised and a finger pointing at Zhui Yifan. There was a cold glint in his eyes, and he appeared to be saying something. Emotions flickered past Zhui Yifan's face rapidly. He seemed to be trying his best to hold himself back. Wang Baoli witnessed the entire scene. His pupils contracted, and without any hesitation, he stepped forward and marched towards Zhui Yifan. Zhao Yameng didn't hesitate either. She had few friends in the Ethereal Tao College. Amongst those friends, Wang Baoli and Zhui Yifan could be considered her true comrades. It was as Wang Baoli had said, the 3 of them had survived death together. It was a bond that made her follow Wang Baoli and rush towards Zhui Yifan without hesitation. As the 2 approached, they heard Zhui Yixian speaking coldly, his words taunting. The Federation is perfect except for one thing, and that's how anybody who puts on this uniform can be a somebody. Oh, right, Yifan, you haven't returned home for a while. I forgot to tell you something. Your mother's tombstone was damaged by one of my servant's dogs a while ago. Sorry. The words were like an invisible blade piercing Zhui Yifan's heart, and his eyes reddened instantly. A low beast-like growl fell from his lips, and his features twisted on his darkened face. All his considerations were cast aside. His attempts at self-control fell apart like a dam collapsing, and the floodgates had been swept open, the floodwaters rushing out. He tightened his fists, and his body trembled in his extreme rage. He was about to charge forward. Zhui Yixian's eyes flashed, and his lips twitched into a cold smile. That was what he had been waiting for, his younger brother striking out at him. But just as Zhuo Yixian's smile surfaced on his face and Zhuo Yifan rushed forward in a rage. Suddenly, a round and chubby figure charged forward from a distance. It was so fast that its speed exceeded everyone's expectations. The cultivators on the square saw only a blur before their eyes. When clarity returned, they saw Wang Baoli standing between Zhuo Yifan and Zhuo Yixian. He arrived in an instant, placing himself in front of Zhuo Yifan and blocking Zhuo Yixian's sight. He was like a towering mountain, standing tall and exuding a startling and impressive aura which exploded from his person and shook everyone. Violence flashed openly in Wang Baoli's eyes. "You seem quite full of yourself." Wang Baoli stopped Zhuo Yifan from charging forward and glared at Zhuo Yixian. "Yifan is my brother. If you have something against him, come at me instead. I haven't had enough fun beating you up the last time." Wang Baoli snorted. He turned his immense figure towards Zhuo Yixian, who had a changed expression on his face, and stared at the latter with scorn. Zhuo Yixian's features twisted into an ugly look. Wang Baoli's arrival and his words calmed Zhuo Yifan down gradually from his initial trembling state. The blind rage he had felt sunk deep into his heart once again. He could feel himself growing more composed with Wang Baoli's appearance. Staring at the mountain-like figure before him, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but think back to the events of Spirit Breath Village and the Kulon Basin, and the similar scenes that had taken place then. It was as if everything would turn out fine as long as Wang Baoli was there. As Wang Baoli and Zhuo Yixian stood in confrontation, Zhao Yameng walked out, expressionless, and stopped next to Wang Baoli. Despite her silence, it was clear where she stood and whom she stood with. Her appearance increased the pressure Zhuo Yixian was already feeling. Many in the crowd were unaware of Zhao Yameng's background, but he had heard a few things. That was why he hadn't crossed paths with Zhao Yameng in Spirit Breath Village. His original intentions for provoking Zhuo Yifan had been to incite the latter into attacking him out of his own accord. It was partly because Zhuo Yifan's growth had given him extreme pressure and made him feel immensely threatened. He knew very well that the family clan's mystic scrolls had clearly recorded that if a war soldier's power surpassed that of its host, it wasn't improbable for the host to be overpowered and devoured by the former. That was something he would never allow to happen. He could allow Zhuo Yifan to grow stronger, but it must be something that fell within his control. He had initially had a plan worked out in Spirit Breath Village, but Wang Baoli had wrecked it. As a result, Zhuo Yifan got his hands on an 8-inch spirit root. There was also the matter of the rules and laws governing their family clan's war soldier mystic arts. It concerned karma, and cause and effect, and was extremely complicated. Simply put, hate was the seed that bound the two together. The more hate the war soldier felt towards him, the deeper its roots would grow. The day when the seed bore fruit would be the day the host gained complete control over the war soldier and held the war soldier within the palm of his hand. The entire process was complex and convoluted. It was both necessary to plant the seed of hatred as well as to tame the war soldier like a beast, to repeatedly incite rebellion and rouse its intentions to revoke, then squash them forcibly. Gradually, a reflexive mindset would settle and form, to not resist, to not fight back. As a result, he did what he would typically do when he saw Zhuo Yifan, and that was to deepen the feelings of hate while provoking Zhuo Yifan into attacking. He wanted to use the family clan's bloodline mystic technique to put Zhuo Yifan back in his place, and through that, through the karmic cycle, bind them more closely together. However, he was thwarted once again, by Wang Baoli. Zhuo Yixian's face darkened at that thought. He couldn't blow up at Wang Baoli though. Having a Wang Baoli alone was enough to make him cautious, and he had to consider Zhao Yameng as well. Everyone around them fell silent. It had nothing to do with them. They were simply curious. The crowd swiftly parted and carved out a space for Wang Baoli and company. After a long silence, Zhuo Yixian leveled a look deep with meaning at Wang Baoli and Zhao Yameng, and his lips twitched into a cruel smile. Since you two want to take on the role of nanny and protect my useless younger brother, I have nothing else to say. But, he is still part of the Zhuo family. This time, we'll let it go, but if there is a next time, you'll do well to heed my warning, that the Zhuo family does not welcome outsiders interfering with our family matters. Zhuo Yixian was done with speaking. He swept his sleeve aside and nodded at Lin Qianhao, who was standing a distance away. He bade farewell with a stern face and turned to leave the city lord's residence. The tempest seemed to have wound down to a halt. Lin Qianhao let loose a breath of relief secretly. He would be placed in a difficult position if his guests started a dispute there. They were after all esteemed guests, one from the 5-generation Sky clan, who had cordial relations with his family clan, and the other from the same college he attended. He didn't know whom he should help. Fortunately, he didn't need to choose. He smiled and tried to soothe the crowd. It was then Wang Baoli's eyes flashed. Zhuo Yixian had been the one who stirred trouble. Wang Baoli wouldn't allow Zhuo Yixian to simply do what he wanted and be allowed to leave as he pleased. He took a sudden step forward and raised his right hand in a fist. Aura surged from his body, and a sound like thunder rumbled and rushed out from his lips. Planning to just leave after insulting someone? You can leave after you've apologized. Wang Baoli approached Zhuo Yixian as he spoke. His raised fist summoned a tornado that thundered and shocked, and the crowd had surprise and alarm in their eyes. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes, surprise flickering across them. As everyone stood stunned, Zhuo Yixian, who was just about to depart, suddenly felt a fearsome aura surging behind him. The expression on his face changed suddenly. Wang Baoli, don't go too far. You really think I'm afraid of you? Zhuo Yixian whirled around, a fierce glint in his eyes. His hands formed seals and flung them forward into the air at the approaching Wang Baoli. Instantly, a silhouette appeared behind him. It was the family clan's secret mystic technique that could summon one from a past life. It didn't stop at one, a second silhouette appeared. That was a rare feat for one at the True Breath realm. It was likely why Zhuo Yixian hadn't seemed afraid. The two past lives melded swiftly with him, and his aura surged in an instant. His attack connected with Wang Baoli's fist. Wang Baoli raised his eyebrow. He didn't dodge the attack but activated the power hidden in his physical body and unleashed Supernova. A rumbling resounded through the heavens instantly, sweeping across the skies and thundering in the air. Zhuo Yixian's eyes widened in disbelief and incredulity as tremors traveled through his entire body. Chapter 233, Zhuo Yixian, would rather die than apologize. Chapter 233, Zhuo Yixian, would rather die than apologize. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The entire square seemed to have vanished in Zhuo Yixian's eyes. He only saw an enormous whirlpool before him that threatened to tear everything apart. Even after he melded with two of his past lives and could, to a certain extent, hold his ground with one at the Foundation Establishment realm, he could do nothing to stop Wang Baoli's attack at that moment. Terror overtook him. Zhuo Yixian could hardly breathe. He tried his best to defend himself, but Wang Baoli's fist came rushing towards him. The whirlpool surged forward and, within the blink of an eye, drove agony into every part of Zhuo Yixian's body. He was on the verge of collapse. As Zhuo Yixian shuddered fiercely and was finally going to yield to the assault, a middle-aged man walked out behind him. He wore a long robe, his hair was long, and his face had a smattering of black spots, giving him an appearance of extreme gloom. As he approached, his aura burst forth from his person in an explosion. He transformed from an inconspicuous stranger to a cultivator at the early-stage Foundation Establishment realm. With a single step, he reached Zhuo Yixian's side and pulled him away. His left hand formed hand seals and pushed them towards the approaching Wang Baoli. Scram! The middle-aged man snorted. A giant hand formed out of black fog appeared in his raised right hand suddenly. It took Zhuo Yixian's place and connected with Wang Baoli. Everything occurred in the span of only a few seconds, from Zhuo Yixian on the verge of being trapped in a grim situation, to the appearance of the strange and mysterious man and his release of the giant hand made out of black fog. As the middle-aged man appeared and took Zhuo Yixian's place to counter Wang Baoli's attack, a thundering explosion resounded in the air. The loud thundering sounded across all directions. Wang Baoli trembled and staggered a few steps backward. His breathing sped up, but there were no signs of blood being spilled. Zhao Yameng and Zhuo Yifan stepped forward and steadied him. Wang Baoli lifted his head abruptly and stared at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man frowned. He seemed uninjured. He pulled back his right hand, which was trembling from the force of the blow. He was secretly shocked. He was a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. A casual strike from him should have been able to flatten a True Breath realm cultivator. If it had been any other true Breath Realm cultivator who had intercepted his earlier attack, the latter would have been injured grievously and spitting out blood. But Wang Baoli had only stumbled back. In fact, he didn't even seem as if he had suffered an injury. That shocked and alarmed the middle-aged man. It was the first time in his entire life that he had come across such a fearsome true Breath Realm cultivator. Wang Baoli's physical power, especially, made him slightly fearful. Beside him, Zhuo Yixian's face had paled. Even though his guard rescued him, he had still been injured previously by Wang Baoli's supernova, and blood seeped from his lips. Despite being saved by his guard, he had still suffered injuries before a large crowd. Zhuo Yixian's face and ears burned in that instant, and his eyes turned red. He seemed slightly crazed as he growled suddenly. "Priest Zhu, I order you to take him down." The crowd witnessing the scene before them immediately stepped back and opened up a bigger space for them. Besides Li Yi and the other 100 seedlings who were more familiar with Wang Baoli's capabilities, others like Li Xiao were seeing Wang Baoli fighting for the first time. Waves of emotion stirred within them. The fearsome power of Wang Baoli's physical strength and resilience had made a strong and immediate impression. Inside the chambers, standing on elevated ground, Lin Yu was also observing the fight. However, the focus of his attention was on Lin Qianhao. "Master, should I step in and stop the fight?" the old man standing behind Lin Yu asked quietly. "No need. I want to see how Hao will resolve this matter." Lin Yu shook his head, his eyes continued to watch Lin Qianhao, who seemed hesitant and torn. Gradually, disappointment surfaced in his gaze. "Regardless whom he helped, I would have given him my support, but this is his home, and he is the host. Standing there without taking any action or making any stance may seem like the right decision, but it is actually the biggest mistake he can make." Lin Yu sighed softly. He couldn't help but compare Lin Qianhao with Wang Baoli, or even Zhuo Yixian. The disappointment in his heart grew. Even if Lin Qianhao couldn't achieve Wang Baoli's level of strength and aggression, Lin Yu believed it would be good enough if he could at least reach Zhuo Yixian's level. Lin Yu sighed, and Lin Qianhao continued to hesitate. After Zhuo Yixian barked his order, the middle-aged man beside him frowned slightly. He didn't question the orders, though, and was about to execute them. At the same time, Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yameng both had a frosty glint in their eyes. They were eager to join Wang Baoli in the fight. It was then. Wang Baoli held his arms against them and stopped them both. As he lifted his head, his eyes shone with arrogance. "There's no need for you two to join in. Today, I, Wang Baoli, will rely on myself and myself alone to fight this battle. Foundation Establishment Realm, so what? In Wang Baoli's dictionary, there is no such word as fear." "Diame!" Wang Baoli shouted suddenly. As soon as he spoke, the diamond ape, which had been playing with its puppet in the distance, raised its head abruptly and let loose a terrifying roar. It stood and then gave the ground a heavy stomp. As the earth shuddered, the diamond ape's looming body leaped straight into the air like a small mountain, and with a deafening quake, landed right next to Wang Baoli. Metal armor and pitch-black fur, a sturdy towering form and a ferocious expression on its face, the diamond ape seemed soulless as it appeared in that instant. Its hands tightened into fists, and the metal gloves on them drove fear into everyone's hearts. It raised its fists and hit its chest, letting loose a series of howls. It glared at the middle-aged man, who had been approaching but suddenly froze in his steps. The middle-aged man couldn't control the quickening of his heartbeat. His face started turning pale, which made the black spots on his face more striking. He swallowed, then sneaked a glance at the diamond ape. He dared not continue his approach for a long time. There was no doubt that he felt a strong sense of danger from the diamond ape. The other's towering form and full suit of armor made his scalp prickle. "What's that about relying on yourself?" The middle-aged man's breathing became labored, and he cursed inwardly. He had yet to meet someone who was more shameless than Wang Baoli. The crowd, upon witnessing the scene, fell silent as well. They had an odd expression on their faces when they stared at Wang Baoli. Li Xiao was stunned. Lin Qianhao only smiled wryly. Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yameng seemed accustomed to Wang Baoli's unique and bizarre sense of logic. In fact, they felt, indistinctly, that Wang Baoli hadn't said anything wrong. As the crowd wrestled with their strange thoughts, Wang Baoli took a brazen step forward and then charged towards Zhuge Xian. Zhuge Xian, are you going to apologize or not? Wang Baoli roared as he approached swiftly. As the look on Zhuge Xian's face transformed, Wang Baoli had already arrived before him. His Foundation Establishment realm-level physical power exploded. He swung his fist forward. Terror colored Zhuge Xian's face. He tried to dodge the attack to no avail. He only saw a blur before his eyes, heard something explode in his head, and felt waves of pain surging through his body. His body was like a kite with a cut string. Wang Baoli's punch sent him flying 10 yards into the distance. Fresh blood spilled across the ground, but the fight had not ended, and Wang Baoli charged forward again. He snorted. Apologize. Wang Baoli, if you have the guts, then go ahead and kill me. You want me, Zhuge Xian, to apologize? I'd rather die than be shamed in such a manner. Zhuge Xian climbed to his feet and howled at Wang Baoli. He was certain that Wang Baoli wouldn't dare to kill him. Besides, it was the city lord's residence. Lin Yu wouldn't sit by and allow such a thing to happen. He had nothing to fear, and was about to continue his taunting when Wang Baoli rushed towards him and, instead of using his fist, swept his leg up and sent a vicious kick towards Zhuge Xian's crotch. Zhuge Yifan's eyes bulged out at the kick, and a buzz filled his mind. He could feel his entire body tensing. His scalp started prickling, numbness quickly taking over. An indescribable fear and horror possessed him. Wang Baoli's kick looked extremely vicious, the force it roused terrifying. The air roared as his leg shot through it. One could imagine that if the kick landed, organs would be crushed instantly. Lin Yu, who had been observing the entire fight, sucked in his breath as well. He smiled wryly and was about to stop the fight. Before he could say anything, Zhuge Xian had fallen back shouting hastily, his face pale like a ghost. I was wrong, Yifan, I was wrong, don't kick me, Wang Baoli, stop. His apology was so sudden even Wang Baoli was taken by surprise. He was seized by the sudden thought of how utterly useless Zhuge Xian was. The crowd looked at one another, speechless. They understood the terrifying consequences of having one's crotch crushed. However, Zhuge Xian's fearless and arrogant attitude one moment and his frantic and cowardly surrender the next was too rapid a transformation. It took all of them by surprise. As soon as Zhuge Xian's words rang out, Lin Yu's booming voice, heavy with authority and power, descended upon the entire square. That's enough. What sort of place do you think my Lin residence is? Chapter 234, The Mystic Lunar Realm. Chapter 234, The Mystic Lunar Realm. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Lin Yu's voice held a sense of power. As it resounded in the air grew heavy and oppressive. It was as if a startling power had emerged between the heavens and earth, and sent the residents sinking into the bottom of the sea. Nothing escaped its influence. Their movements slowed down, and everyone's heart shook in sudden terror. Wang Baoli's upward kick slowed down and fell gradually to the ground. Even the raging diamond ape shivered and shrank its head back. Lin Qianhao watched as the situation was resolved with mere words from his father and sighed in relief. He hurried forward to ease the tensions further. Despite lacking in resolve and reliability, Lin Qianhao was skilled in conflict resolution. With his interference, Wang Baoli and Zhuge Xian were quickly separated. The diamond ape winked at Wang Baoli when it saw the middle-aged man leave. It went back to where the cruisers were parked and continued playing with its puppet. As the chaotic scene came to an end, Zhuge Xian was too embarrassed to linger any longer. With a sullen look, he led his family clan's priest and left quietly. Wang Baoli snorted as he watched Zhuge Xian leave. Together with Zhao Yameng and Zhuge Yifan, they chatted a short while with the others before choosing to leave as well. They stepped onto the diamond ape's shoulder and sped off. The crowd stared at their retreating forms. Wang Baoli's temper is quite fiery. But his character makes him a friend worthy of making. However, if he's also participating in this round's mystic lunar realm, he'll definitely make a formidable competitor. Li Xiu thought. When he looked at the people around him, he could sense that many had come to the same conclusions. It was clear that some of them had reached the peak of the true breath realm, and intended to travel to the mystic lunar realm that year and fight for a chance to advance to the Foundation establishment realm. Wang Baoli's prowess immediately made them more cautious of him. At the same time, they also had to decide how they would interact with him should they cross paths on the moon. The feast carried on till late in the night, with everyone deep in their own thoughts. One by one, the guests departed. The ethereal fruit feast officially came to an end. The next day, Lin Qianhao returned to the ethereal Dao College. The students in the college continued their usual cultivation and other activities. Wang Baoli, Zhao Yameng, and Zhui Yifan as well, did the same, though their caution towards Huang Shan remained. That persisted, until 2 weeks later when the college officially released news about the opening of the mystic lunar realm. The news immediately stirred heated debates amongst the disciples who had reached the peak of the true breath realm. Wang Baoli's application was officially approved at the same time. In 2 weeks, alongside his fellow disciples, he would be traveling on the ethereal Dao College's space cruiser and heading for the moon. It was also then that the college, after requesting disciples to maintain the confidentiality of the information, released various resources on the mystic lunar realm to the successful applicants. It was so that they could have some prior knowledge and make the necessary preparations. The resources from the college contained some overlaps and supplementary additions to the information provided by Chen Yutong. It included information on the fragments required to advance to the Foundation establishment realm as well as the information on fully intact artifacts. There were also some details that Chen Yutong hadn't been aware of, such as the number of fragments required to advance to the Foundation establishment realm. Chen Yutong had been unsure of that. The information provided by the college stated the figures clearly. The typical cultivator often wouldn't have the fortune or luck to discover a fully intact artifact. That meant that they would need to acquire fragments that could form the Foundation establishment core. Based on the data collated by the Federation, and accumulated through repeated successful advancements from the true breath realm to the Foundation establishment realm, one typically required 20 fragments or so to form one's Foundation establishment core. The required quantity vastly increased the difficulty of the task. It was already challenging to acquire fragments in the mystic lunar realm. Furthermore, not all the fragments that were found could be used for one's Foundation establishment core. Even if one managed to find a fragment, he would need more than 20 to secure his chances of advancement. There was a high failure rate of advancing to the Foundation establishment core if the number of fragments obtained was too few. That was why, unless there were dire circumstances, no one would risk making an attempt without getting at least 20 fragments. The information also clearly informed all applicants that due to the extraordinary difficulty of colonizing the mystic lunar realm, all political forces in the Federation had reached an agreement to designate the realm for cultivators at the peak of the true breath realm, to seek a chance at advancing to the Foundation establishment cultivation. At the same time, another law had also been put in place. The law was signed and enforced by the Federation government, the Senate comprising the 17 senators, the 4 Dao colleges, the 2 main sects, the 5-generation Sky Clan as well as the Trilunarist Corporation. They were mutually bound to one another. Every time the mystic realm was opened, no one political force was to interfere in a true breath realm cultivator's attempts at advancement. To prevent any accidents from taking place, a seal was put in place every time the mystic realm was opened. An array formation would be activated to prevent anyone surpassing the true breath realm from stepping into the realm. Anyone who tried to break the law would become a public enemy and be prosecuted. The method was implemented to ensure what took place in the mystic lunar realm was, to the best of their ability, just and fair. It was to prevent the top true breath realm cultivators of the various political forces from suffering malicious attacks and assassinations when they were in the realm. However, the mystic lunar realm itself also contained its own dangers. Within it lay strange beasts as well as bizarre weather events that defied imagination and were so powerful, they could destroy one's flesh and spirit. As a result, every person who entered the realm would be given a jade token that could be used during a life or death situation. Once shattered, the token would activate the power of an array formation and conjure a protective barrier. The array formation would also teleport the person out of the mystic realm immediately. To prevent anyone from exploiting the jade token to find a loophole in the system, the person who shattered the token would lose their right to enter the mystic lunar realm again for that year's round. That was regardless of whether they had successfully reached the Foundation establishment realm. In addition, unless they had reached the Foundation establishment realm prior to shattering the Jade token, all the fragments they had obtained for their Foundation establishment core would have their ownership transferred to the Federation, and no longer belong to any single individual. It was akin to giving up everything they had found in the realm. That was why, unless they were driven to a corner and were facing a life-or-death situation that they saw no way out of, no one would willingly shatter their Jade token. It was akin to abandoning all chances at achieving the Foundation establishment realm. The above was only information pertaining to the rules and regulations of the Mystic Lunar Realm. After careful reading, Wang Baoli also found some information on the Mystic Lunar Realm. The entire Mystic Lunar Realm encompassed 70% of the entire Moon's surface. 50% was the visible side of the Moon, the remaining 20% was the dark side of the Moon. Even though the visible side of the Moon took up a greater land area, many of the areas where fragments could be easily found had already been mined empty. Even though monster sightings were few and the area was relatively safe if one took care to avoid some of the more strange weather events, more luck was required to be able to find anything of worth. The dark side of the Moon, though, was fraught with peril. Death loomed behind every corner, danger overflowing. In comparison, there were many more fragments to be found there. However, a true Breath Realm disciple would need to consider and weigh the odds carefully. In the materials given, it was also emphasized repeatedly that all disciples who entered the Mystic Lunar Realm were to go only as far as the highlighted 20% of the dark side of the Moon. Once they reached the boundary, they weren't to advance farther. That was because the region beyond didn't fall within the Federation's array formation. Should danger befall one there, he wouldn't be able to transmit a signal for help successfully. Naturally, there would be no rescue. The information also stated that in the furthest, deepest region of the dark side of the Moon lay an enormous ancient corpse. The ancient corpse originated from the ancient green bronze sword. For decades ago, someone had fallen alongside the fragments of the ancient sword hilt. The size of the person was gigantic. The corpse eventually landed on the far side of the Moon. The corpse was dead, but it seemed to possess a wraith-like intelligence. It lay silent and still for the most part. However, once awakened, calamity would descend. Even a core formation realm cultivator would be killed instantly by a mere slap from the corpse. Fortunately, the ancient corpse had only awoken once in the past 40 years. The information warned everyone not to step into the depths of the dark side of the Moon. As long as nothing was done to stir or rouse the ancient corpse, it shouldn't awaken. Wang Baoli read through all the materials carefully and was shaken by what he had learned. He thought back to the ancient corpse. In his incredulity, he couldn't help but think of the little Missy. After being silent for a long while, Wang Baoli set aside his thoughts. He knew that there was not much time left. He made use of what remaining time he had and went into seclusion. On the one hand, it was to ensure his body remained in peak condition. On the other, it was also to prepare himself for his advancement to the Foundation establishment realm. Wang Baoli wasn't the only one doing so. Every true Breath Realm cultivator in the Ethereal Dao College, in fact, all 4 Dao colleges, as well as from the other political forces in the Federation, who had successfully gone through their applications, were all making their separate preparations. They were waiting for the entrance to the Mystic Lunar Realm to be opened. Time passed. The days crept by. 2 weeks later, the entrance to the Mystic Lunar Realm was officially open. As soon as the respective political forces in the Federation received the news, they immediately released it to their own people. The space cruisers that had been sitting in their ports and would be heading towards the Mystic Lunar Realm started humming as their engines were activated. Chapter 235, Flying Out of Earth. Chapter 235, Flying Out of Earth. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The celestial cruiser was very different from the cruisers roaming the skies on Earth. To put it more accurately, it was more like a battleship that was over 100 feet long. At that moment, it was parked in an aerial port specially constructed for it. Looking from afar, it was like a huge sword that was extremely impressive. At the same time, loud bangs akin to thunder emerged continuously from within the battleship. The disciples from the Upper Academy Island who didn't apply to go to the Moon all stepped out after hearing the noise. As they looked at the battleship, they felt a torrent of emotions. The sound was produced as a result of its propulsion. It sounded like a ferocious beast howling. The people who had arrived after receiving the notice were all taken aback by it. It was only after they boarded the battleship and stood on the deck that they had managed to calm down. There were hundreds of people from Ethereal Tao College who were entering the mystic lunar realm. Most of them were senior disciples who had been on the Upper Academy Island for several years. In their daily lives, they either spent time outside practicing or cultivated in seclusion. As a result, even though they had some understanding of matters of the outside world, that understanding wasn't deep. However, there were also some amongst them whom, by virtue of their appointed roles, knew about Wang Baoli and his identity. As the crowd met in the celestial cruiser that was heading to the moon, they greeted each other amicably. Huang Shan from the Traps Pavilion was amongst them. As Wang Baoli arrived on the cruiser and exchanged greetings with the others, he noticed Huang Shan. He appeared like he always did, but a sense of alarm rang out in his heart. With the exception of Huang Shan and senior disciples like Chen Yutong, there weren't many new faces, since they probably only made up 10% of the total number of people there. Zhui Yifan, Zhao Yameng, and Lin Qianhao were amongst them. As for Du Minute, Chen Ziheng, and company, they were unable to participate as they hadn't reached the 5th level of the True Breath stage. Bunny had also previously told Wang Baoli that she needed to spend some time in seclusion. Bunny's master was extremely strict and had high expectations of her, which resulted in her still being in seclusion even then. Amongst the new faces, there was someone that Wang Baoli recognized. However, when he saw that familiar acquaintance, Wang Baoli couldn't help but began to feel bewildered. Son? You have trained yourself so quickly and reached the 5th level of the True Breath stage? Did you eat a rocket? Wang Baoli was very surprised. The person in question was Lu Zihao. Even though he was a disciple of the Combat Pavilion, when Lu Zihao completed the Combat Pavilion tournament with Wang Baoli, he met with a good opportunity. Due to that, he managed to catch up and exceed even Chen Ziheng, Du Minute, and company, reaching the 5th level True Breath stage just before the mystic lunar realm was open. Even though it was shocking, it wasn't impossible to imagine that it would happen. After all, only slightly more than 40 years had elapsed since the Spirit Inception era began. No matter how complete the fragment collection process was, there were still many unexplored lands, which allowed people like Lu Zihao to come across a great opportunity in their cultivation journey. A situation like his, though uncommon, was not a rarity. In reality, there were many people in the Federation, like Lu Zihao, that had obtained such opportunities. The burst in one's level of cultivation in that manner usually happened while one was still within the True Breath realm. Once foundation establishment was reached, it would be difficult for such an exponential advancement of skills to happen. Listening to Wang Baoli's words and noticing Wang Baoli's surprise made Lu Zihao delighted. In reality, he had long noticed Wang Baoli. After all, Wang Baoli's appearance was extremely prominent. Previously, he would have avoided him, not wanting to face him. However, at that moment, he felt that he had the confidence. Therefore, he kept to his own principles, purposely appearing in front of Wang Baoli with the goal of seeing Wang Baoli's surprise with his own eyes. Why did you say that? Even though you are the Deputy Pavilion Head, but... I, Lu Zihao, am from the Combat Pavilion and not your Dharmic Armament Pavilion, and you dare insult me in this way. Hearing how Wang Baoli addressed him, Lu Zihao sneered. What guts you have, Hao, speaking to your father like that? Wang Baoli looked at Lu Zihao with surprise. He turned and dashed a distance away, shouting for Zhui Yifan, who was chatting with someone else amiably. Yifan, there's trouble over here. Zhui Yifan, who was laughing and chatting with others, turned his head and took a quick glance after hearing Wang Baoli's words. After excusing himself, he approached Wang Baoli. As the Deputy Pavilion Head of the Combat Pavilion, and as a Federation seedling, Zhui Yifan was a star in terms of his authority, combat abilities, and his capabilities to complete his tasks. Therefore, his arrival was stressful for Lu Zihao, even though Lu Zihao felt extremely indignant. After all, he was merely a soldier, while Zhui Yifan was the Deputy Pavilion Head. He thought that it wouldn't be embarrassing for him even if he were to bow down before the two Deputy Pavilion Heads. Lu Zihao felt that he didn't veer from his own principles, and began to walk away even before Zhui Yifan arrived, all the while sneering. Looking at Lu Zihao behaving like a dainty princess, Wang Baoli felt emotional. My child has grown up, he mumbled under his breath as he thought about it. He wanted to find a chance to teach Lu Zihao the importance of respecting his elders, and as he began to consider how to go about doing it, several figures flew from the Sky Path Island from afar, forming a rainbow that was approaching the celestial cruiser at high speed. The entire area soon quietened down. Wang Baoli also lifted his head to take a look, and immediately noticed that the rainbows carried an imposing force that seemed to be able to affect the sky. They neared, arriving at the cruiser in the blink of an eye. The 8 people appeared, each gave off an impressive vibe. Waves of Foundation establishment vibes caused the surrounding area to vibrate. Even with just a quick glance, Wang Baoli was surprised and could tell that all those people were at the core formation stage. The deputy sect lord that looked highly upon Wang Baoli was also amongst them. There was also an elder who looked extremely stern, but when his gaze fell on Chen Yutong and Wang Baoli, he revealed a look of kindness. Wang Baoli had never seen the elder before. However, from how agitated Chen Yutong appeared to be, he quickly realized that the elder was probably Chen Yutong's grandmaster. The leader surrounded by those core formation individuals was a middle-aged man dressed in a long white robe that looked somewhat scholarly. He appeared kind, and his eyes carried the glow of the stars. After stepping into the cruiser, he gazed at the crowd with a look of appreciation. "Greetings, Sect Lord. Greetings, all Deputy Sect Lords, and the Grand Elder." The moment he appeared, the senior disciples around him instantly grew agitated as they greeted the prominent figures. "Sect Lord?" Wang Baoli's eyes lit up. That was the first time he had met with those in control of Ethereal Tao College. He was well aware that the Grand Supreme Elder was like a legendary figure that wouldn't interfere with matters of the Tao College. In reality, the one with the most authority in Ethereal Tao College would be the Sect Lord. The opening of the Mystic Lunar Realm determines who the future core leaders of Ethereal Tao College will be. Therefore, I am here to personally send all of you off in order to ensure your safety and success in this journey. Ethereal Tao College's Sect Lord, that white-robed middle-aged man, spoke while smiling. Without saying anything unnecessary following that, he immediately raised his right hand and waved. "Set off." As his voice reverberated, the humongous celestial cruiser rumbled and rose slowly into the air. Instantly, it broke through the barrier at high speed, as if weaving through it. A loud thunderous roar was produced, spreading in all directions as the celestial cruiser charged far ahead towards the sky. Its speed was so fast, and its manner was so imposing, that all the onlookers were gripped with shock. Of them, Liu Daobin, Chen Ziheng, and company were breathing rapidly as they looked towards the direction in which the battleship was quickly disappearing. They couldn't see the battleship, they only saw the rings of cloud fog ripples fast dissipating as a result of the battleship's explosive force, as well as the visual contortion produced from the strong impact. Bunny, who was in seclusion within the alchemy pavilion, was unaware of what was happening outside. However, she seemed to have sensed something as her eyelashes twitched, her eyes about to open. Du Minute, as well as those who were acquainted with Wang Baoli and the others on their journey to the mystic lunar realm, began to anticipate their return as they looked towards the sky. At the limits of their gaze, in a place that couldn't be seen, the clouds in the sky were rolling by at fast speed. The celestial cruiser was like a rocket piercing through the skies, dashing out at an astonishing speed. It was difficult to accurately describe how fast the cruiser was traveling. However, those on board the cruiser didn't feel that the force was particularly strong. Despite that, they still felt bizarre at the thought of leaving Earth's surface. After all, for most of them, it was the first time in their lives that they were leaving Earth. That was the case for Wang Baoli. His heart was palpitating fast, a bright glow shining from his eyes as he looked at the ground, originally flat, slowly warping into a curve. The skies above him slowly turned dark, before becoming completely pitch black. All of that made Wang Baoli hold his breath and focus his attention on what was happening. He forgot about the passage of time, and after an unknown period, when the ground before him had completely been turned into a blue planet, Wang Baoli trembled. Wang Baoli wasn't the only one who was shaken. Many on the cruiser were also feeling a torrent of emotions. When they were on Earth, the skies were the source of light, brightening the land. People who were used to light falling from the sky, at that moment, experienced the opposite as they cruised amongst the stars. The source of light was Earth instead of the sky, and it was pitch black all around them. The blue glow shining off Earth was a foreign phenomenon that nobody was used to. A long while later, Wang Baoli slowly turned his head to look at the galaxy. He saw a cratered object, dull, and much smaller than Earth. It was the moon. There are many legends surrounding the moon. Everyone was still tense from the new experience when the sect lord's voice emerged, spreading throughout the entire battleship. Chapter 236, Legend. Chapter 236, Legend. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In the Eastern ancient world, Chang'e ran on the moon, the jade rabbit pounded medicines, while Wu Gang cut down a self-healing osmanthus tree. From these legends, we were able to know that there exists a mysterious osmanthus tree, jade rabbit, and Chang'e in stories of the moon. The sect lord's voice carried a mysterious power that could calm people down as they focused and listened to him speak. In ancient Indian legends, the moon is a deity with 4 hands, with 3 of them each holding a crutch, a longevity dew, and a lotus flower. As for the last hand, a protective mark was carved on it. What's interesting is that in ancient Greek legends, the moon has another appearance. She is Artemis, the goddess of the moon, and the younger sister of Apollo, the god of the sun. At the same time, she was the guardian of unmarried young women. She too remained unmarried till death. There is another sadder story within this. If any of you are interested, you can look it up in the Dow College's book Reserve Pavilion when you get back. There are numerous legends about the moon from many countries in ancient times. We have managed to verify these legends as we set foot on the moon. We now know that the moon is neither a male deity nor a female goddess, and we know that there's no jade rabbit or Chang'e. However, there are still some matters for which we have no answers. They could be coincidences or some kind of reincarnation. For example, the giant corpse in deep slumber on the moon, the mysterious moon interior, or the withered tree branch buried in the ground discovered by explorers the first time they landed on the moon 500 years ago. The sect lord's voice reverberated, throwing Wang Baoli and company into deep thought. They were aware of some legends about the moon, and right then, they began to connect them together. However, all of these are history. With the arrival of the ancient greenish-bronze sword, and as numerous pieces of fragments were scattered within the galaxy, some of which have landed on the moon we know now appears vastly different. Some of you may have heard about this from the news. Right now, there are not only plants but also other living things on the moon. The celestial cruiser appeared slow as it cruised through the galaxy. However, it was actually traveling at a very high speed as it distanced itself from the Earth and approached the moon. Nobody on the celestial cruiser seemed to realize it, as all of their attention was focused on what the sect lord had said, which also made them forget about the passage of time. The guiding topics given by the sect lord were food for thought, and it also enhanced their understanding of the mystic lunar realm. Perhaps there were already living things on the moon from a long time ago that disappeared for some unknown reason. The arrival of the fragments and the enveloping of the moon with spirit chi was like a form of resuscitation, causing the living things that vanished on its surface to reappear. The sect lord spoke calmly as he began talking about the dangers of the mystic lunar realm. According to current records, there are a total of 6 types of threatening living things. The first has multiple appearances and are made up of many bizarre transformations. However, as a whole, it is a living creature whose threat is on the level of the ancient martial realm. They are known as moon beasts. The second are the nocturnal moon bats. They are very similar to bats, but there are minute differences in terms of their position in the hierarchy of life. They are a greater threat, with their power at approximately the first or second level of the true breath realm. The third are named Moon Gu-1. They are similar to the legendary insects of death that exist in the deserts. From what we know, they are over 10,000 feet long, with the smallest of them being 100 feet long. Even though they are only approximately at the third or fourth level of the true breath realm, they are extremely strong. They also live in groups and are so powerful that even someone at Foundation establishment must avoid them should they meet them. As for the fourth type, all of you must pay attention. It is a type with different appearances, but each appearance shares a common characteristic. The characteristic that makes it special is that there are numerous eyes all over its body, and those eyes can activate spells that turn human flesh into stone. The more eyes they have, the more powerful they are. They are on a threat level between that of someone at the 5th level true breath realm and that of someone at the peak of the true breath realm. the beast kings amongst them are as powerful as someone at the foundation establishment stage. The fifth type is known as the moon spirit, while the sixth type is known as the night immortal. I hope that you will never meet either of them. However, if you do, quickly crush the survival jade slip. Trust me, any delay in crushing it may mean death for you. That is because even the weakest moon spirit is more threatening than someone of the foundation establishment stage. The strongest of them is as powerful as someone of the highest level of foundation establishment. As for the night immortal, anyone lower than the core formation level would die meeting it. That gigantic corpse has been named as the night immortal king. It is unlikely that any of you would meet it. Its level of cultivation is unknown. Years ago, the Grand Supreme Elder possessed the divine armament and joined forces with the Federation, and numerous core formation individuals in a battle against it and lost bitterly, almost losing their lives. The sect lord said that and then paused momentarily, giving everyone time to absorb and accept the information. The people preparing to head to the mystic lunar realm, including Wang Baoli, were all shaken, and their breathing became extremely rapid. Other than the brief mention of the gigantic corpse in the records, there were no records about the other living creatures, making that the first time they had heard about the creatures. After a brief moment, the sect lord's voice was heard yet again. These 6 types of living creatures form the most dangerous aspect of the moon, but, in reality, the main reason why it is difficult to develop the moon is because of the moon's climate. Please remember that when you enter the mystic realm and are faced with unpredictable weather, you have to try your best to avoid it even before the weather event happens. Mirages could materialize on the moon. Even though it may only last for a short period of time, it has a shockingly strong impact. There are also electromagnetism storms that are uncommon on Earth, but extremely common on the moon. They are like the mystic trace fog. Once it envelopes something, they would transport everything foreign within it to every part of the moon through a process similar to teleportation. If one is ill-lucked, it is very possible that he will be sent to the depths of the moon's dark face. There is also the poisonous rain and the corrosive winds. Wang Baoli and the others listened attentively to every word the sect lord said, gaining a more comprehensive understanding of the dangers of the mystic lunar realm. Time also trickled by as the sect lord introduced the moon. After an unknown period of time, when the sect lord had finished his explanation, the moon had surfaced before the eyes of the masses. The moon, which didn't seem large in the minds of the people, was humongous as it appeared before their eyes. As they landed, they could see that numerous colonies were covering the entire moon. The colonies weren't connected but were scattered all over in the thousands. They belonged to different factions of the Federation. If one were to take a closer look, they would see that the majority of the colonies were located on the periphery, forming an imaginary line that segregated the moon into various segments. The area occupied for the longest period only took up a small area of the moon's surface. Within the area, there were over 100 bases belonging to the 4 major Tao colleges. The entrance of the mystic lunar realm had been chosen to be within one of the bases on the periphery. There were many entrances to the mystic lunar realm on the entire moon. Every faction had its own entrance and own method of entering it, and each of those entrances had been inspected strictly by a group of individuals from the various factions. It was to ensure that every single person who stepped into the mystic lunar realm fit the requirements. At the same time, since the mystic lunar realm wasn't accessible all year round, there were stringent checks and records made of the Foundation establishment individuals who entered and left it. The Federation would inspect and tidy it beforehand, in order to ensure that there would be no disruption to the True Breath Realm disciples during their assessment period. As they landed, the moon appeared increasingly clearer in their eyes. The craters on its surface were large basins, and the curvature of the land had become flat ground, transforming into a vast land. The aerial port which the celestial cruiser was about to land in also became clearer. They could see that there were several other celestial cruisers from the 3 other major Tao colleges. With a loud boom, the celestial cruiser from Ethereal Tao College landed on the port of the base, vibrating hard several times and kicking up dust. When the dust finally dissipated, Wang Baoli got off the cruiser along with the rest of the people with excitement and anticipation. He was looking at a star that was completely different from Earth. The sky was black, but the ground was extremely bright. Even though there was no atmosphere, the development of the moon had long solved the challenge of breathing on it. Even if one were on its surface, they wouldn't be significantly affected. That was especially so for cultivators, who were immune to some of the harmful substances in the air. The feeling that Wang Baoli and the rest of the people were unable to get used to was the suppressive force that constantly pressed down on them. It was as if each of them were carrying a small hill on their backs, which not only labored their breathing but also seemed to be restricting their bodies. That required time to get used to. At the same time, it was the reason why ordinary people wouldn't be able to survive on the moon for a prolonged period of time. Right then, as Wang Baoli and the other people stepped off the cruiser and entered the base, they saw 1,000 other cultivators from the other 3 major Dao colleges, as well as the core formation elites from each of the colleges. There were 7 to 8 core formation elites from every Dao college. With the arrival of Ethereal Dao College, the number of core formation elites grew to over 30. They all gathered, instantly filling the entire place with a frightening hurricane-like force. That not only showed how powerful the 4 major Dao colleges were, but also proved the level of significance the Dao colleges had placed on the assessment. Chapter 237, Sect of the 4 Lineages. Chapter 237, Sect of the 4 Lineages. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The moon base was like a city made of gold. Even though it didn't cover a large area, it could hold tens of thousands of people. From the buzzing that emerged from its depths, the entire area seemed to be in operation. The 4 major Dao colleges were gathered on the public square within the base. In front of the public square stood a large oblong vortex glowing in a myriad of colors. The glow appeared from within, spreading to the surroundings, and a power of teleportation was churning within the vortex. The vortex was the array formation entrance to the mystic lunar realm. Stepping into it would transport one to the assembly point belonging to the 4 major Dao colleges within the mystic realm. On the public square of the moon base where the 4 major Dao colleges gathered, the disciples from the 4 major Dao colleges looked at each other and familiarized themselves with one another as Ethereal Dao College arrived. The 4 sect lord also gathered, chatting with each other softly, accompanied by the core formation cultivators from each of their Dao colleges. According to the tradition of the 4 major Dao colleges, every time the mystic lunar realm was opened, the sect lords from each of the colleges would arrive personally. That was to prevent any accidents from happening. Therefore, there were at least 5 core formation cultivators who came along as guardians. The overall vibe of the area was one that was relatively pressuring. That was especially so as the disciples from the 4 major Dao colleges weren't particularly acquainted with one another. Though having met each other in previous instances, they couldn't be considered strangers either. That was even more so for the senior disciples. After meeting each other, they exchanged greetings, with some of them gathering in groups while some stood alone by themselves. As they observed the surroundings, they noticed the vortex's teleportation portal, and their eyes were filled with anticipation and desire. For Wang Baoli, as a Federation seedling, more people knew about him than the number of people he actually knew. At the same time, amongst the disciples from the 3 other major Dao colleges, he noticed some familiar faces. Be it Li Yi, the black-faced youth from the Spirit Breath village, or other people, they all carried an awful expression the moment they saw Wang Baoli. Some of them gritted their teeth with hatred, but that couldn't stop the sense of familiarity arising in Wang Baoli's heart. Sometimes, I feel that the 4 major Dao colleges are relatives to one another. Even though we do not live together, we still meet often. Wang Baoli sighed with emotion as he looked at Zhui Yifan, who was standing beside him. As he spoke, he even raised his hand to greet people from White Deer Dao College. Zhui Yifan nodded his head. In reality, they weren't the only ones with such a thought. There were many others from the 3 other major Dao colleges that felt the same way. That was exactly the reason why the 4 major Dao colleges were known collectively as an alliance, and the formation of an alliance was also the outcome that the Dao colleges were trying to create and achieve. As the disciples from the 4 major Dao colleges sized each other up and interacted with each other, time passed. The sect lords from each of the Dao colleges also finished greeting and communicating matters. Finally, the sect lord from White Deer Dao College began making an announcement, just before the disciples were scheduled to enter the mystic lunar realm. The sect lord from White Deer Dao College was an elder that carried a sage-like vibe. His eyes seemed to encompass the galaxy, and he always carried a smile on his face, making him seem like an extremely amiable person. However, only those who understood his character would know that White Deer Dao College's sect lord was extremely ill-tempered, and would unleash his wrath once something didn't go his way. He merely cleared his throat, but that was sufficient to make all the disciples from the 4 major Tao colleges, including cultivators from White Deer Tao College and its branch college, instantly fall silent as they focused their attention on him. The cultivators from Holy River Tao College and Ethereal Tao College were confused, but followed suit and remained silent. Wang Baoli blinked his eyes several times, and as he looked at the sect lord from Ethereal Tao College, a croaky, dull voice arrived upon his ears. I want to emphasize this once again. Even though there are occasional conflicts between the 4 major Tao colleges, they are all healthy competition, and its goal is to ensure that we can advance forward without stopping. If any of you have misinterpreted the relationship shared between the 4 major Tao colleges and think that we are battling each other till death, that would be a great mistake. Internally, the 4 major Tao colleges advance forward by upholding ourselves strictly, while externally, the 4 major Tao colleges are the 4 lineages of a sect. Therefore, unity forms the basis of our survival in the Spirit Inception era. All of you, remember that regardless of whether you're here or outside, and regardless of the situation, there should be no internal conflict and no killing of each other. In reality, all of you belong to the same clan. If any of you were to be so vicious as to kill your fellow brothers, the 4 major Tao colleges would be ruthless in executing you. You have to believe that even one incident like this that affects the unity of the 4 major Tao college would be taken with all seriousness. Listening to White Deer Tao College elders' words, the disciples from the 4 major Tao colleges all fell silent, but they were experiencing a torrent of emotions internally. As cultivators who were at the 5th level or had perfected the true breath realm, they were already well aware of the relationship shared by the 4 major Tao college as described by the elder. Furthermore, in its cultivation of disciples, each Tao college had integrated information like that into the disciples' curriculum. However, that was the first time that the message was sent out loud and clear by a sect lord from the 4 major Tao colleges. That meant there should never be battles and killings happening between them while they were within the mystic lunar realm. To them, that meant a release from the stress of having to stay alert and cautious of each other, which was something they instinctively felt they had to do. As if sensing the different thoughts running through the minds of the disciples from the various Tao colleges, the sect lord from White Deer Tao College smiled as he began speaking again. I will give all of you 5 minutes to get to know each other. After that, the mystic realm is declared open. The moment the White Deer Tao College sect lord finished his words, he turned his attention away and made arrangements to give out survival jade slips. The jade slip was crystal clear with a jade green color. Wang Baoli held it in his hand to feel it and realized that it encompassed a similar force as that of the nearby vortex. It was as if once crushed, it could influence the arrival of the array formation. Thinking about the use of the item, Wang Baoli hurriedly kept it safely. While the process of distributing the jade slips was going on, the disciples from the 4 major Tao colleges started to interact more with each other, riding on the foundational relationships they shared with each other previously. Very soon, the disciples from the 4 major Tao colleges began to mingle with each other, greeting and chatting with each other. As a Federation seedling and a relatively famous person, numerous disciples from the other Tao colleges naturally flocked to Wang Baoli in an attempt to get acquainted with him. Wang Baoli was passionate towards the cultivators who had approached him with kindness and initiative. As they got to know each other through casual conversations, they also exchanged information regarding the mystic lunar realm. Slowly, a cultivator from Holy River Tao College caught the attention and curiosity of Wang Baoli. That person was a young man who appeared calm throughout. He was not a Federation seedling, and Wang Baoli had never seen him before in the Spirit Breath village. However, there were a lot of people crowding around her. Even a beauty like Li Yi couldn't compete with the youth. Who's that? Wang Baoli asked a new cultivator friend from Holy River Tao College curiously. That person is a senior disciple from our Tao College. Her name is Shaling, and even though she isn't a spirit body, her natural intuition towards the spirits far exceeds others. To a certain extent, her senses are sharper than those spirit bodies. According to the words of our sect lord, she would definitely shine in the search for fragments on the mystic lunar realm, the cultivator from Holy River Tao College explained to Wang Baoli, his tone carrying a hint of jealousy. She's so impressive? Wang Baoli blinked his eyes several times, as he thought about whether he should get acquainted with her. As the distribution of the survival jade slips concluded, the sect lord from White Deer Tao College cleared his throat, causing everyone who was just getting to know each other to fall silent as they looked towards the elder. As for how to establish the foundation, all of you should be clear that this requires at least 20 unique fragments. Exactly how many of the fragments are required would be made more clear after you have entered and found the first fragments. The method to find the fragments is simple. All you have to do is to activate the most basic cultivation technique that you have learned before, the chi fostering art. The mystic lunar realm is different from Earth. Spirit chi spreads within a smaller area and isn't present everywhere. Therefore, only areas with the fragment would give off spirit chi. Use the technique of refining spirit stones to absorb the surrounding spirit chi in order to gauge how concentrated it is within the mystic lunar realm. This will allow you to find usable fragments that can be used to reach foundation establishment. As the White Deer Tao College sect lord finished his sentence, he paused, looking at the thousands of disciples before him and smiled. Finally, I wish all of you the best of luck. The mystic realm is hereby open. He raised his right hand and waved. Instantly, the teleportation portal of the vortex roared loudly, churning at high speed, and a blinding glow erupted from within. Wang Baoli was shaken, and the others were also filled with anticipation. The excitement in their eyes was undeniable. The instant the vortex teleportation portal opened, they all rushed out, charging towards the vortex. Amongst the crowd, Wang Baoli also leaped, with positivity in his eyes and anticipation towards his cultivation reaching foundation establishment stage. Together with the rest of the people, he stepped into the vortex and disappeared. Chapter 238, Everyone Gathers. Chapter 238, Everyone Gathers. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. At the same time, the instant where the thousands of cultivators from the 4 major Tao colleges stepped into the vortex teleportation portal, and entered the mystic lunar realm, the different factions of the Federation on the moon base camp also gathered, and sent their disciples into their respective vortex teleportation portals. At the base camp entrance of one of the major sects of the Federation, the Galactic Dusk Sect, a sect that shared a different kind of relationship with the disciples from the 4 major Tao colleges, there was a chilling silence. Thousands of disciples from the Galactic Dusk Sect all carried a chill in their eyes, as they walked towards the vortex teleportation portal in silence. There was also a distance between each of them as if they didn't want others to come near them. An evil vibe emanated from their bodies and was accentuated by the chilly look contained in their eyes. They appeared indifferent towards life, and the coldness deep within their pupils made every single one of them seem like they were out to kill. They were the other faction of the Federation, the Galactic Dusk Sect, which was in the process of being recognized. The Galactic Dusk Sect was different from the one in the eyes of the commoners of the Federation, one that emphasized tradition and customs, one that was mysterious and carried a sense of antiquity. The real Galactic Dusk Sect was an extremely cruel, competitive, goal-oriented sect. To a certain extent, calling it a demonic sect wouldn't be considered an exaggeration. The Galactic Dusk Sect disciples amongst the Federation seedlings were specially selected to be those who were lacking in murderous intent and evilness. After all, the selection process of the Federation seedlings would be broadcast throughout the Federation, and there was a need to put in the effort to uphold its image. In reality, the Galactic Dusk Sect disciples chosen to become Federation seedlings were also outstanding, but were less so compared to the real elites of the Galactic Dusk Sect. The elites amongst them didn't have to be made known to the entire world. Amongst the crowds, there were 2 individuals who were the elites of the Galactic Dusk Sect. Even though they were nestled within the crowds, they still attracted other people's attention. It was as if they carried a unique vibe that allowed them to be identified easily, even amongst the crowd. The duo comprised of a male and a female. The male was a skinny youth with a chilly look in his eyes. There was a scar on his face, and a black bandage on his right hand, with waves of black auras emerging continuously from the bandage. As the aura surrounded him, it made the youth appear even more ruthless and vicious, his rebelliousness accentuated. The female was exactly the opposite of the male. She was extremely beautiful, elegant, and pure, like a white lotus flower. She was dressed in a long white skirt, her beauty extremely pure. However, for someone who had survived within the Galactic Dusk Sect and had reached the top, she was definitely not a weakling. No one dared to come within 30 feet of her, and cautiousness was apparent in the gaze of the people surrounding her. It appeared that the level of threat posed by the female was difficult to gauge. That was especially so as she would occasionally reveal an alluring gaze in her eyes. However, if one took a closer look, one could sense ruthlessness behind that attractive appearance. At the same time, in the other base camp of the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect, one of the two sects of the Federation, a different scenario was playing out. Compared to that of the Galactic Dusk sect, disciples from the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect were mostly physically advanced individuals. The goal of the entire sect was to reach one's physical limits. Their cultivation also revolved around the principle of going back to the basics. That was especially so as there were more female disciples than male disciples within the sect. Therefore, in the eyes of the other faction, females outnumbered males, and all the female disciples were ill-tempered, even more so than the males. Other than those two sects, there was also the 5-generation Sky Clan that were being teleported into the vortex on the Moon base camp. The 5-generation Sky Clan could be considered the most dated alliance of 5 family clans. The fact that they addressed themselves as a Sky Clan implied the pride and value they place on their own bloodline. The Zhua family was one of the ruling families of the 5-generation Sky Clan. In the alliance of the large ancient Sky Clan, there were 5 ruling families, each with different surnames, encompassing both Western and Eastern forces. At the same time, there were even more families that depended on the 5 ruling families, making them a force that couldn't be disregarded, one whose traditions were more deep-rooted than any other. To a certain degree, the 17-member Senate shared many similarities with the 5-generation Sky Clan. One could even say that if the 17-member Senate were to be given enough time such that the family clans within them could progress through generations without facing the danger of being eliminated, they could perhaps form a huge family clan like that of the 5-generation Sky Clan. Therefore, they shared a close relationship. For instance, their base camps on the Moon weren't far away from each other. In the base camp of the 17-member Senate, Li Xiu and the sons of other senators, as well as a large number of escorts, were stepping into the vortex teleportation portal as they headed to the mystic lunar realm. It could be said that every unit within the Federation would participate every time the mystic lunar realm was opened. Naturally, there were no exceptions during the current opening. Even the Trilunaris Corporation sent out some clansmen to gain some luck. However, the Trilunaris Corporation was different from the other factions. Even though they had sent people to the mystic lunar realm previously, it was all for show. The people they had sent were all relatives or relatives of relatives, as people who belonged to the clan line would never appear. That was because, to them, as long as it was a matter that could be solved using money, there was no need to fight for it with their lives. However, it was somewhat different for once. Within the large and luxurious base camp of the Trilunaris Corporation, a youth dressed in a checkered shirt, Bermudas, and wearing a pair of aviator sunglasses, was lying on a large chair in front of the vortex teleportation portal, snoring as he napped. Surrounding him were 30-odd scantily dressed women. All of them looked sweet and beautiful, and all had a high level of cultivation. They were chatting, while some were holding up an umbrella for him, some were giving him a massage, and some were peeling fruit for him. Even though he had fallen asleep, they didn't stop indulging him. At the same time, surrounding the large chair were 10 impressive cultivators who were acting as his bodyguards. As they guarded him, there were also 2 70-feet-tall apes who were squatting on both sides of the chair. Even closer to the periphery, on the 2 sides of the vortex teleportation portal, were a few elders from Trilunaris Corporation who were all core formation cultivators, looking helplessly at the snoring youth. They then turned to look at each other, sighing from the bottom of their hearts. What is young master thinking about? Isn't it enough for him to train back home? Why is he here as someone of Foundation Establishment cultivation? After all, the old master gave him a complete artifact. Young master has made a bet with someone that he wouldn't depend on the family clan, and would reach the Foundation Establishment stage based on his own abilities. Therefore, he came here while the old master is in seclusion. Isn't that creating a nuisance? Quick, alert the other parties. This honorable person. Nothing bad must happen to him here, the elder shook his head helplessly. However, he didn't know how to persuade the youth otherwise. After all, the youth was one of the 2 remaining successors of the Trilunaris Corporation. To Trilunaris Corporation, which was completely controlled by the other family clans, even though he was merely at the True Breath realm, his level of cultivation could be ignored as he was of such high status and supported richly by material resources. As the elders fretted over the matter, the young master of the Trilunaris Corporation lying on the chair sneezed, waking up dazedly. When he raised his right hand, the women beside him all gathered around, helping him up. The youth yawned as he asked the people around him whether it was time for the mystic realm to open. After receiving confirmation, the youth grew energetic as he pointed forward with his right finger. "Let's move out." The moment he commanded, 2 large wolves roared as they raised the chair. With the women and bodyguards gathering around him, the crowd advanced towards the vortex. As the various factions of the Federation gathered on the moon and entered the mystic lunar realm, a bright glow shimmered from within a basin on the moon's bright side. Tens of thousands of disciples from the 4 major Tao realms gradually appeared. Very soon, as the area came into view, sounds of discussion and rapid breathing spread in all directions. Wang Baoli, who was within the crowds, also took a quick look in all directions. After noticing that he had left the base camp, he looked towards the black sky and the desert-like yellow-colored ground, experiencing the suppressive force coming from the mystic lunar realm as his heart beat faster and faster. Before long, after familiarizing themselves with the environment, there were some people from the 4 major Tao colleges who chose to leave. Some of them left in crowds of 3 to 5, while some left alone. Of the remaining people, the senior disciples who had discussed and sought the views of each other decided to move in unison in their search for fragments. Huang Shan from the Traps Pavilion was also amongst them. Wang Baoli thought about it and discussed with Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng before deciding not to make a move first. Rather, they chose to join forces with the masses, searching for the fragments together for a while, before deciding whether to separate from them based on the circumstances. As such, the hundreds of people from the 4 major Tao colleges left the basin and headed into the distance in strength and vigor after making their decisions. Chapter 239, Nemesis. Chapter 239, Nemesis. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The crowd of several hundred were exploring the wilderness of the moon's bright side. The black skies didn't seem to be affecting the glow. In the areas surrounding them, plants could occasionally be seen surfacing. That was because the appearance of the spirit chi transformed the moon, making it habitable. The only issue was that there was such a strong suppressive force that affected everyone, including Wang Baoli, who had such great physical strength. After advancing for approximately half an hour, some physically weaker female cultivators were out of breath and had slowed down despite having reached the peak of true breath realm. Activate the chi fostering art and sense the changes in the surrounding spirit chi in order to locate the fragments. However, the fragments that can be used for foundation establishment are unique, and therefore have to be chosen from many different fragments. Wang Baoli looked at the female cultivators who had slowed down as he muttered to himself. He tried to activate the chi fostering art but was unable to sense any spirit chi. There is no spirit chi here. Wang Baoli scratched his head. As he looked towards Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng, he realized that they didn't sense it either. As for Huang Shan, Wang Baoli had secretly observed him several times and discovered that, from the beginning, he had remained silent and didn't seem dangerous. That calmed Wang Baoli down slightly, though he was still cautious. The spirit chi on the moon was unevenly distributed. There were numerous areas without any spirit chi, and that was where the people from the 4 major Tao colleges found themselves. Therefore, no matter how hard they tried to activate the chi fostering art, it was futile. Wang Baoli was somewhat frustrated, and after thinking about it, he decided to try and adjust his devouring seed. Time to wake up. This fella has been disobedient ever since it was fed. It seems like I shouldn't let it get its fill in the future. Wang Baoli thought as he woke the devouring seed, attempting to activate it. However, the devouring seed didn't have much of a reaction. Wang Baoli slapped his tummy in frustration and was about to begin nagging when, for some unknown reason, the devouring seed began moving after being slapped. Wang Baoli's eyes lit up, hurriedly slapping his tummy several more times. He realized that the devouring seed moved several times again. That made Wang Baoli pleasantly surprised, as he began to slap his tummy continuously. Seeing what Wang Baoli was doing, Zhui Yifan and Zhui Yifan were confused. The other disciples from the Tao colleges either noticed Wang Baoli or turned their attention to him in bewilderment after hearing the sound. Soon, many people began to notice Wang Baoli slapping his tummy continuously. They were incredulous but didn't think much about it. Li Yi, who was amongst them, looked at Wang Baoli condescendingly and with annoyance, sneering. Huang Shan also took a look, but quickly retracted his gaze and didn't react. Without caring about how others were viewing him, Wang Baoli was extremely delighted. As he slapped his body, the devouring seed within his body seemed to be slapped awake, slowly activating and picking up speed. After a brief moment, the skin under Wang Baoli's shirt had turned red, and that was when the devouring seed was finally activated. As it activated, a suction force was produced. In his exhilaration, Wang Baoli hurriedly controlled the suction force, maintaining it below the limits of detection by the others. Even though it was under slight control, the devouring seed was instinctively sensitive to spirit qi. Therefore, with it activated, it was significantly more efficient at detecting the spirit qi compared to Wang Baoli when he was using the qi fostering art. Very quickly, Wang Baoli was able to detect some spirit qi spreading from the northwest direction with the help of the devouring seed's suction force. The spirit qi was weak and would be impossible to detect if one were to depend on the qi fostering art. Wang Baoli looked excitedly in the northwest direction. And at that moment, I have found one. It's in the northwest direction. Amongst the crowd, a voice that carried a hint of hubris emerged. Wang Baoli was shocked as he turned around to take a look. Immediately, he saw Shiling, the disciple from Holy River Dao College who was naturally more sensitive to spirit qi than anyone else, with her hands crossed and her jaw raised, gloating with delight as she announced to the people beside her. It has been found? She's no doubt a natural at sensing spirit qi. I have tried for a whole hour and didn't even detect anything. Shiling's discovery instantly caught the attention of the crowd. Soon, everyone was dashing towards the location mentioned by Shiling. Along the way, Wang Baoli felt frustrated as he traveled with the crowd. Before long, they had reached a piece of barren land in the northwest direction. He could distinctively sense that there were hints of spirit qi spreading out on the barren land. Apparently, Shiling could detect it as well. As she led the crowd with the wind in her hair, the masses began digging. Gradually, after excavating tens of feet into the ground, a fragment the size of a fingernail was found. As soon as the fragment emerged, a thick cloud of spirit qi was given off, evoking everyone's desire. However, since Shiling discovered it, and competition for the fragments within the 4 major Dao colleges wasn't allowed, the only thing they could do was watch the fragment be taken away before their eyes. Despite that, even though the spirit qi of the fragment was strong, it wasn't one suited for foundation establishment. Rest assured, everyone. As long as I, Shiling, am around, it won't be a problem for each of you to obtain a fragment. Shiling announced as she grabbed the fragment in her embrace and flung her sleeves. Her words filled everyone with anticipation as they crowded around her and continued their search forward. Wang Baoli watched everything from the sidelines, feeling indignant and extremely disgusted by her. I don't believe that my devouring seed would lose to this spirit qi sensor. Wang Baoli stared as he activated the devouring seed and began his search again. Time flew by, and after 5 minutes, while the crowd was still searching, Wang Baoli trembled internally as he sensed a surge of spirit qi. In his delight, he was about to exclaim out loud when Shiling managed to be a step faster again. With pride and delight in her voice, she announced, I found another one. It's right in front, 1,000 feet away. Wang Baoli trembled, standing in shock as he stared at the crowd dashing towards the location after hearing those words. Very quickly, another fragment was found. However, it was a pity that it was still not the required fragment for foundation establishment. Wang Baoli felt a strong sense of exhilaration from everything that was happening. She's my nemesis? Wang Baoli inhaled deeply, looking at Shiling who was gloating with pride as she flung her sleeves. Watching her, Wang Baoli grew more indignant. What weird habit is that? Flinging her sleeves? Wang Baoli sneered, thinking about whether he should leave the group and search on his own. However, he felt that if he left, it would show that he was less competent than Shiling. With that thought, Wang Baoli felt that he shouldn't concede defeat. Therefore, he increased the suction force of the devouring seed, focusing all his attention on searching for the spirit qi, with the goal of being faster than Shiling in finding the fragments to prove his capabilities. The only issue was, the idea was good, but things didn't go according to the way Wang Baoli had planned. Soon, when he sensed the fragment for the 3rd time. I found it again, ha! Wang Baoli inhaled, gritting his teeth and continued his search, until the fourth one. It's in the southeast direction. There are so many here. The fifth one is 300 feet away, right there. The sixth one is right there, in the area approximately 1,000 feet in front. As Shiling announced continuously, the crowd was surprised by how sensitive Shiling was to the spirit chi. There were even a few female cultivators whose eyes lit up with passion when they looked towards Shiling. However, it seemed like the number of fragments suitable for foundation establishment were few and far between. Even though Shiling managed to find many fragments, none of them were suited for foundation establishment. Even though they couldn't be used for foundation establishment, the fragments were still extremely valuable. Could this fellow be a reincarnation of a radar? For the first time, Wang Baoli felt helpless. Seeing Shiling delightfully fling her sleeves every time she found a fragment made Wang Baoli sigh deeply. Forget it. It's not that I am weaker than her. I need to keep a low profile. After all, Huang Shan seems a little weird, and I shouldn't attract too much attention. It's better if I go solo. Wang Baoli took in a deep breath, filling himself with determination. He was about to notify Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yamen when suddenly, his devouring seed immediately sensed a concentrated wave of spirit qi charging towards it. I found it! Wang Baoli shouted loudly instinctively. However, as he shouted, Shiling, as well as everyone else, exclaimed at the same time while trembling. I found it too! It's such a concentrated wave of spirit qi, right in front. As the crowd squealed in delight, everyone soon discovered that the wave of spirit qi was more prominent than any they had sensed before. It seemed to be right ahead, where there appeared to be a huge reservoir of spirit qi emanating in all directions, filling the entire area. It instantly fired everyone up. Immediately, they all dashed forward. Even Wang Baoli suppressed his annoyance as he picked up speed with the others. Soon, when they managed to get a clear look at what was ahead, they all held their breaths and were soon hyperventilating. Wang Baoli was also shocked into a daze. Right in front of them was a basin with hundreds of fragments that weren't buried deep in the ground, but scattered all over the surface. It was as if a huge fragment once existed there before breaking apart and scattering its fragments in the entire area. It made the spirit qi extremely concentrated. The nearer one was to it, the more concentrated it was. Gosh! Right here! Remnants of the fragments? How is this possible? Such an obvious trace of the fragments and no one has discovered it before. Chapter 240, Wood Grain Seal. Chapter 240, Wood Grain Seal. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Looking at the hundreds of fragments on the ground of the basin ahead and feeling the astounding spirit qi there, one could feel their internal cultivation circulate more quickly with every single breath. But as disciples hailing from the 4 great Tao colleges and the cream of the crop in their respective Tao colleges, they could all control themselves. They also had their own abilities to judge and analyze an issue. The appearance of the fragment ruins was too eerie. As a result, although the people had desire in their hearts, none of them went closer because of that desire. But seeing such a fragment basin right in front of them and giving up because of their safety considerations was impossible for them. Hence, many people within the disciples of the 4 great Tao colleges started a discussion quickly. Afterwards, the Traps and Beast Tamers cultivators released some beasts and robots for scouting purposes. Among them, Huang Shan also released a robot. The robot was built not for beauty but for functionality. It looked similar to a puppet, yet different from one. As the robots and beasts slowly approached the basin, Wang Baoli and the others watched cautiously. Not long after, the robots and beasts entered the basin. Seeing how the beasts and robots entered the basin successfully and even started to collect the fragments on the ground, everyone got fired up. Even Wang Baoli quickened his breathing. Just as he was considering whether to use his devouring seed to vacuum up the fragments, there was a sudden turn of events. Suddenly, a loud rumble sounded from the ground. The earth trembled and rose and fell like waves on the ocean. As the people became shocked and stunned, a vortex suddenly appeared beneath the foot of a robot. A huge worm with a 5-foot thick dark purple body suddenly charged out from within the vortex. The moment the worm appeared, it opened its mouth to reveal rows of sharp fangs and swallowed the robot whole. It didn't return into the vortex, choosing instead to remain there. The worm turned its head, seemingly looking at the people from the 4 great Tao colleges. As the worm stopped, its appearance appeared more clearly in the eyes of everyone. The worm had no eyes and no nose. One could even accurately say that the worm had no head. It only had a huge mouth. The worm had a 5-foot-thick body, with the portion of its body exposed on the ground more than 300 feet long. Coupled with the countless fist-sized lumps spread throughout the worm's body, the beast sent shivers down everyone's spine. Moon Ji-yu, someone among the crowd shouted. The huge worm was a Moon Ji-yu. Any Moon Ji-yu had a cultivation at the 3rd or 4th level of the true breath realm. Wang Baoli took a deep breath and retreated immediately. Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng did the same. As for the other disciples from the 4 great Tao colleges, most of them made the split-second decision to retreat and try to leave. That was despite a large majority of them feeling indignation in their hearts. That was because, when each Tao college introduced the Moon Ji-yu while sending their disciples to the moon, they all heavily emphasized one sentence: the Moon Ji-yu lived in groups. The reaction speed of everyone was already pretty fast, but they were a step too late. Suddenly, the earth rumbled continuously, and vortexes appeared one after another in their surroundings. Many humongous Moon Ji-yu charged out of the vortexes. Looking ahead, there were thousands of Moon Ji-yu. In fact, the ground further away continued to tremble, and one could see a countless number of Moon Ji-yu bolting towards them. "It's a trap!" An anxious exclamation was heard from the crowd, and Wang Baoli felt his scalp going numb. Right at that moment, the fragment ruins behind him started to warp and quickly disappeared like a painting washed away by the sea. That place was a mirage. However, compared with traditional illusory mirages, the climate on the moon showed reality. Putting it another way, the fragment basin in front of everyone was real. The moon is way too eerie. Wang Baoli felt his hair stand on end. Much of his previous understanding of the moon was gathered from the resources he was given and what people told him. Only then did he truly understand how eerie and horrifying the mystic lunar realm was. "Charge out of here!" The cultivators from the 4 great Tao colleges who came were all at least at the 5th level of the true breath realm. Some of them had even reached the perfected stage of the true breath realm. Although they were frightened, they weren't in a frenzy. They all gathered together and charged out towards a single direction. At the same time, the many Moon Ji-yu surrounding them emitted a strange sound as though they were crying. The sounds shot towards everyone from all directions. Some Moon Ji-yu even sprayed out a black liquid. The black liquid was extremely smelly and immediately corroded the ground when it touched it. One could imagine how it would corrode their blood and bones if it came into contact with them, instantly turning them into goo. The scene made everyone even more terrified. They immediately took out their numinous treasure and other items, fighting the Moon Ji-yu while charging out. Instantly, loud rumbles echoed around the surroundings. Wang Baoli was among those who fought, and when he attacked, lightning surrounded his body. He killed a Moon Ji-yu rushing towards him in one hit and bolted forward without stopping. There was a cultivator from the White Deer Branch College a distance away. His face turned pale, and he had a look of shock and terror. He tried to retreat, but it was too late for him, and a Moon Ji-yu sprayed his body with a black liquid. As he screamed in pain, one could see his body quickly being corroded away, and his face became a blurred mess. The bones of one of his arms were also quickly melting away. However, he didn't die immediately and crushed his survival jade slip with his other hand while screaming in pain. The moment his jade slip was crushed, a sphere of light covered his body. As the sphere of light covered him, a long line extended from it. He soared across the heavens like a rainbow, as if he was sending a signal for help into the array formation on the mystic lunar realm. The rainbow was traveling very quickly and was about to disappear. But, right at that moment, the earth started trembling at a greater frequency than before. As though mountains were collapsing, loud rumbles filled the air within the mystic lunar realm like multiple thunderclaps. No matter where one was on the moon, they could feel the ground trembling in unison in the mystic lunar realm. Those affected included not only disciples from the 4 great Tao colleges but also cultivators from the other factions. All of them could feel the ground trembling from wherever they were. Not waiting for them to shout, a weird change happened in the sky of the mystic lunar realm. The originally pitch-black sky started glowing blood red. As the red light spread, one could faintly see wood grains appear out of thin air and spread rapidly throughout the heavens. In a few seconds, Wang Baoli and the other disciples of the four great Tao colleges couldn't see the boundaries of the wood grains. They had spread to cover the entire mystic lunar realm. The wood grains formed a huge seal to cover the array formation already put in place on the mystic lunar realm. Like a parasite, while controlling and sealing the original array formation, the wood grains also cut off all SOS signals sent from within it. As loud rumbles spread throughout the entire mystic lunar realm, they also isolated it from the outside world. That caused everyone within the mystic lunar realm to lose their external assistance. It caused all the core formation realm cultivators of the different factions to be obstructed by the array formation. Temporarily, they were unable to enter the mystic lunar realm. Outside of the mystic lunar realm, in the bases of the various factions, the core formation realm cultivators were all shocked. Some tried entering the mystic lunar realm but were bounced back by the array formation. They were unable to step even an inch into the mystic lunar realm. Oh no! Contact the Federation on Earth immediately. Tell the President that a shocking turn of events has happened in the mystic lunar realm. The sect lords of all four great Tao colleges were shocked and anxious, and the Senate, 5-generation Sky Clan, and the two great sects all went into a frenzy. Compared to them, the most frenzied faction was definitely the Trilunarist Corporation. They even considered blowing up their own base to try blasting open a small hole in the array formation to no avail. Young Master is in there. The various elders of the Trilunarist Corporation were already very shocked and in a frenzy. As they thought about the consequences of the situation, their breathing hastened, and they became extremely anxious. As the outside world was shocked and anxious, the cultivators of the various factions, as well as the disciples from the four great Tao colleges within the mystic lunar realm, were equally stunned. As for the disciple who crushed his jade slip, the protective screen surrounding his body disappeared. As he despaired, what was left of his body was devoured by a moon Gu. Wang Baoli's expression became solemn as he saw his companions die. Seeing the wood grains in the sky and the countless moon Gu surrounding him, his breathing hastened. A strong sense of danger crashed over him like tidal waves. Something serious has happened. Chapter 241, The Blood Eye Hunts. Chapter 241, The Blood Eye Hunts. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. We have to get out of here, fast. Alarm rose within Wang Baoli. The intense danger made his breathing quicken, and he had no time for the others. He sped off into the distance in a blur. Everyone around him was the same. They scattered and attempted to dash out of the area surrounded by moon Gu, dispersing from their previous clustered formation swiftly. Even though they could have allied themselves while staying close to one another, the moon Gu would spurt out a black corrosive liquid across a wide area. If they stuck too close to one another, someone would inevitably get hit and might die. It was better to scatter and rely on their dexterity and agility and attempt to avoid all attacks to the best of their ability. They could also have united their forces and mounted an attack on the swarm of moon Gu. However, the feasibility of the strategy relied on no other bizarre or strange occurrences taking them by surprise during the attack, as well as the number of moon Gu remaining the same. In reality, something had already occurred in the mystic lunar realm. In the distance, deep underground, many more moon Gu were headed their way swiftly, from all directions. The rolling and quaking of the earth all around them was a terrifying sight to bear. Even a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator would have chosen to flee instead of fighting to their death. The rumbling sounds of the sound barrier being broken resounded in the air multiple times. Everyone hastily pulled out their numinous treasures, cast their spells, and fled for their lives. Wang Baoli hurriedly did the same. His physical body was of the Foundation Establishment realm. He could have exterminated the whole lot of them if there had been fewer moon Gu, but there were just too many of them. He was left with no choice but to escape as quickly as he could. He was like an arrow shooting off a bow. With a deafening explosion, he charged out of the surrounded area. Fortunately, while the moon Gu were many, they appeared to be at the third and fourth levels of the true breath realm. As long as one didn't get trapped or cornered, it wasn't difficult for the cultivators from the four Tao colleges, determined to make their escape, to get away from the monsters. Unless one was truly unfortunate, the black corrosive liquid was generally an attack that could be easily dodged. The few hundred cultivators soon made their way out of the ambush. 20 or so of them perished in their attempts to escape, but the rest had fled. They were all panting heavily as they watched Moon Jiu continue to crawl out from underground, roaring ferociously. They had escaped and survived the first ambush though, which gave them hope and made their feet swifter. Wang Baoli was the same. He turned his head around as he ran, and saw Zhui Yifan, Zhao Yameng, Chen Yutong and many other familiar people who escaped the Moon Jiu closing in. He let loose a sigh of relief secretly and was about to continue running. It was then, when hope was burning in Wang Baoli's and every one of the 4 Dao College's disciples' hearts, that calamity struck again. A low growling rumble, louder than thunder, suddenly exploded in the sky above the Crimson Wood Seal. Boom! 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 3 deafening explosions shook the earth and nearly shattered the heavens. The ground splintered and exploded. The series of explosions created aura waves that rippled and spread across the entire mystic lunar realm. Every single person within the mystic lunar realm, regardless of where they were, was at that instant deafened and dazed. Nearly half of them had blood seeping from their lips. The Moon Jiu seemed alarmed and cowed as well. The monsters trembled and seemed to be on the verge of bending their bodies in half in a deep cowering bow. The young master of the Trilunarist Corporation had been reclining comfortably on his sedan. He was also startled. As his breath quickened, his guards stood around him protectively, on high alert. Over at the Galactic Dusk Sect and Plume Manifestation Carnate Sect, many showed varying degrees of fear and shock. The same happened for the 5-generation Sky Clan as well as the 17-member Senate. In an instant, the sudden thunder had alarmed everyone scattered across the entire mystic lunar realm. As the thunder rumbled, numerous large inscriptions appeared above the array formation in the skies. There were more than 100 of them, each one enormous and looming over various parts of the realm, covering the entire sky of the mystic lunar realm. Lifting one's head skyward, regardless of where they were, they would see the terrifying inscription looming over him. The heavens above the disciples from the 4 Dao colleges were as such. The gigantic inscriptions had appeared suddenly, and they started sparkling. As they sparkled, Wang Baoli felt a tremendous weight pressing down on his head. The feeling was indescribable. It was the descent of the hundreds of inscriptions onto the earth, blanketing the vast mystic lunar realm. The nearly 10,000 cultivators from the various political forces in the Federation spread across the mystic lunar realm stopped breathing at the same moment. Gasps of shock rang out from all around the mystic realm. Everyone was trembling. Trying to withstand the force of the inscriptions weighing down on them was like facing a celestial foe, an enemy of all humankind. Every single one of them was shaking from the depths of their souls with a gut-deep terror. Their cultivation was also being suppressed at the same time. Wang Baoli shuddered and panted. He saw how everyone around him was similarly affected, and the immense danger he felt grew stronger. What is going on with this place? As Wang Baoli let out a frustrated shout inwardly and tried to free himself from the oppressive force and flee, the hundreds of inscriptions in the sky started glimmering at a more rapid rate. A sudden violent suction appeared in the sky. The ferocity of the suction transformed the entire heavens into a black hole. It pulled at the nearly 10,000 cultivators across the various parts of the land. What was most bizarre about it was how no one could resist against or fight its pull. Wang Baoli watched with his very own eyes as college cultivators all around him shuddered. Wisps of white smoke were drawn out of their bodies and raced towards the inscriptions in the sky. As he stared at the white smoky wisps, Wang Baoli instinctively realized that was a person's life force. Its absorbing life force? Wang Baoli was shaken. As the suction force persisted, he could sense his body start to tremble and the vitality that usually remained unseen being forcibly pulled out from him, and departing his body. As his vitality was drawn out, he felt his body weaken. He even sensed signs of shriveling and aging in his meridians and the rest of his physical body. Absorbing my life force? Give it back. Wang Baoli sucked in a cold breath of air. The look on his face turned vicious in the moment of crisis. The devouring seed inside him activated suddenly. He dispensed with any attempts at concealment. As the devouring seed started churning, the vitality that had been drained from his body was sucked back in again. While the devouring seed inside Wang Baoli's body fought back fiercely, the life force of everyone, not just the 4 Tao colleges but all the cultivators in the mystic lunar realm, raced towards the heavens. There were a few others like Wang Baoli who had a few tricks of their own up their sleeves, but they were few. Zhao Yameng, the young master of the Trilunarist Corporation, as well as the prodigies from the 2 main sects, and the 5-generation Sky Clan had their own means to temporarily halt the draining of their vitality. The majority of the cultivators, though, did not possess such abilities. They were quickly stripped of 1/10 of their vitality, which fused fully with the hundreds of inscriptions in the sky. After draining 1/10 of the nearly 10,000 people's vitality, the suction force vanished. The hundreds of sky inscriptions shone a glaring blood-red light and glimmered in the sky, showing signs of transformation. The draining of life force and fusion with the sky inscriptions had taken place within the span of a dozen breaths. Amidst the growing horror and shock of everyone in the mystic lunar realm, the inscriptions in the sky started to shift forms, one by one transforming into giant blood eyes. Hundreds of blood eyes appeared and started scanning the lands, surveying all life within its domain. They seemed to be searching for something. The blood eyes hovering above the region where the 4 Tao colleges cultivators stood did the same. Their stares fell upon the crowd and swept past each person. Everyone shuddered when the blood eyes' gaze fell on them. Wang Baoli held his breath as the blood eyes' gaze fell on him. It seemed uninterested though, its stare sweeping past Wang Baoli and turning to the next person quickly. It's looking for something. Wang Baoli let out a slight breath of relief. As soon as the thought surfaced in his mind, the giant eyeball in the sky suddenly widened into a stare. Its gaze withdrew from the crowd and honed in on a young man amidst the cultivators of the 4 Tao colleges. The young man was the one whom Zhao Yameng had felt familiar yet unfamiliar, and whom Wang Baoli had felt the same. Huang Shan from the Traps Pavilion. Chapter 242, The Mystic Trace Fog Appears. Chapter 242, The Mystic Trace Fog Appears. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. It's looking for him. Wang Baoli whirled around. Huang Shan's features were twisted into a grotesque expression. It was as if he had been caught completely by surprise by what was going on, as if he had believed in his ability to pull the wool over their eyes and had full confidence in his own concealment. However, as the eyeball swiveled and honed in unblinkingly on Huang Shan, he retreated sullenly. An explosion of spiritual energy burst forth from him as he fell back. A cultivation that reached the core formation realm surged from within him and rose to the heavens. As aura erupted, its intensity sent many disciples from the 4 Tao colleges around him spitting blood from their mouths and staggering back. A few of the Moon Gu, unable to withstand the force, were instantly ripped into shreds. The giant tree. Numbness spread across Wang Baoli's scalp. The instant its core formation aura erupted from its body, he immediately identified the familiar source. He was shocked to the core. Isn't it dead? Emotion spread across Wang Baoli's face. The reason he and Zhao Yameng hadn't suspected Huang Shan was the giant tree was because they had trusted in the ethereal Tao College's report, and truly thought the giant tree killed. Who could have known that it still lived? That's not right, the feeling is similar, but not exactly the same. As Wang Baoli panted, he soon realized something was not quite the same. Zhao Yameng and Zhui Yifan were equally alarmed. However, Zhao Yameng, similar to Wang Baoli, felt a flicker of doubt. The current situation prevented them from communicating, and there was no time for it either. Just as Huang Shan's core formation realm cultivation erupted and he retreated hastily, the hundreds of blood eyes in the sky, except for the one currently staring at Huang Shan, shifted into a blur and vanished in an instant. They appeared in the next instant, layered on the singular eyeball left. In the span of a breath, in the sky above the disciples from the 4 Tao colleges, the hundreds of eyeballs layered together and formed a singular, giant blood eye. The eyeball stared unblinkingly at the rapidly retreating Huang Shan, who was desperately looking for an escape, its gaze devoid of mercy and filled with a vicious intensity. All of a sudden, a bolt of scarlet lightning slashed across the sky. Thunder rumbled in the heavens, and the red lightning bolt raced towards Huang Shan. It appeared with a burst of power that awed and terrified everyone. They could sense the immense power behind the lightning bolt. It was powerful enough to decimate them on the spot and destroy their flesh and spirit. From afar, it looked as if the giant red lightning bolt was tearing the sky in half. It roared and approached the retreating Huang Shan, and a myriad of emotions shifted on his face. He knew he couldn't escape the strike. Rage burned in his eyes, and his hands came together to form seals as he attempted to fight back. He growled, "Don't push your luck." As soon as he spoke, the red lightning bolt came racing and landed directly on him. A deafening thunder resounded through the air. The force of the lightning bolt tore Huang Shan's body apart. From the shredded remains of Huang Shan's body, countless tree branches emerged. The branches struggled while they gathered together swiftly in the sky, forming a 300-meter-tall giant tree that reached the heavens. It stood, towering, facing off against the giant crimson eyeball. The giant tree had an enormous crown and thick, old branches. It felt extremely old. Wang Baoli, Zhao Yameng, and Zhui Yifan saw the scene before them and stood rooted to the spot, stunned as if they had been struck by lightning. The remaining people weren't as acquainted with the giant tree. However, the sight of the enormous tree unfolding from someone in their company caused their faces to go pale in shock. Using the mothership array formation to suck the life force out of the masses should be the limits of your capabilities. Let me see how many more crimson fairy lightning bolts you're capable of summoning. High above in the skies, the giant tree roared. It was no longer retreating. Instead, its form seemed to be blurring rapidly out of existence, as if it was using some other means of leaving. As soon as its words rang out, cruelty and ruthlessness flashed across the giant crimson eyeball in the sky. In the next instant, another bolt of scarlet lightning came crashing from the skies. It was yet another heaven and earth-shattering strike that threatened to rip the heavens apart. It sped towards the giant tree. In its true form, the giant tree couldn't avoid the attack, and the lightning bolt hit its blurring form directly. The blurring tree form shuddered violently. Terrifying cracks splintered across the bark of the enormous tree, numerous branches burst into dust, and countless leaves disintegrated in an instant. The incoming lightning bolt instantly shattered an invisible air bubble that had encased the giant tree, and could allow it to slip away into the oblivion. The grievously injured giant tree was forcibly expelled from its blurry state. That wasn't the end. As the cracks grew, the giant tree broke apart and collapsed. A tender green shoot sprouted out from the remains and sped off swiftly into the distance. As everyone looked on, stunned, the red eyeball flashed once again. Cracks could be seen deep inside its pupil. It seemed as if it was no longer able to keep itself together. With a deafening sound, louder than everything that they had heard earlier, the red eyeball collapsed, forming a third crimson lightning bolt. It raced towards the fleeing young shoot. No. A face emerged on the green tree shoot. It was filled with despair and intense hate and frustration. It howled and desperately attempted to fight back and to escape. Leaves sprouted and flowers blossomed in abundance in an attempt to defend itself against the lightning. But it was all for nothing. In the blink of an eye, amidst its raging howls, the crimson lightning bolt struck the tree shoot. A thundering roar resounded in the air. The crowd watched as the tree shoot disintegrated, inch by inch, collapsing and turning into dust. The foreboding aura that had weighed down on them gradually dispersed with the destruction of the giant tree. The skies remained blanketed by the wood-like inscriptions that sealed the mystic lunar realm. However, those within the realm felt the considerable weakening of the oppressive force from the skies. The earlier scene of the lightning bolt striking and exterminating the giant tree stirred everyone into unease and alarm. Wang Baoli, Zhao Yameng, and Zhui Yifan, especially, could see the shock in the others' eyes as they looked at one another. They couldn't help but recall the events of the Coulomb Basin. Is this tree the one from the Coulomb Basin? If not, how many trees are there? Are they all on the moon? If so, why have they come? The seal obviously has something to do with it. Wang Baoli mused. His spirits were overcast with gloomy thoughts. At the same time, like the rest, he too placed hope on rescue from the Federation. What had happened was too huge, so they believed the Federation would have already noticed. As the gloomy mood overtook the crowd, the cowering Moon Jiu once more raised their heads and readied to strike. Everyone immediately refocused their thoughts and hurriedly sped away. As the Moon Jiu slowly awakened, the crowd from the 4 Dao colleges raced off and was about to break free from the land of the Moon Jiu. It was then that the unpredictable mystic lunar realm struck, silently and unexpectedly, again. The Moon GU began to abandon their pursuit and burrow deep underground, as if in escape. They had no time to feel surprised. The sounds of sobbing and whimpering came drifting in from afar. A thick mist had appeared out of a sudden in the distance. It spread far into the horizon without an end in sight, appearing tens of miles long and rolling forward swiftly. Wang Baoli and the surrounding people stood in its rapid approach. From afar, the mist looked thick and impermeable. It was like an ocean of mist that devoured everything in its path. The mystic trace fog. Someone in the crowd gasped in terror. The fog was a unique weather feature found in the mystic lunar realm. Where and when it appeared were unpredictable. As soon as it appeared, any living thing that was in its path, save the moon itself, would be randomly transported across the various parts of the mystic lunar realm. Wang Baoli grimaced as he stared at the rapidly approaching mist and the less than 100 yards separating them from it. Everyone around him fell silent. They knew there was no escape, and they looked at one another. "Everybody, take care. We have to hold on. The Federation will send help soon. I hope we'll live to see each other again." The farewells seemed especially low-spirited at that moment. Wang Baoli took in a deep breath. He turned and bade the rest farewell, hugged Shui Yifan and Chen Yutong, and nodded at Zhao Yameng. The mist came rolling towards them, blanketing the nearly 1,000 cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges, lingering where they stood. Chapter 243, The Federation Stirs. Chapter 243, The Federation Stirs. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Perhaps the 41st year of the Spirit Inception era was meant to be a year of troubles. It was the year when disastrous change struck the lunar colonies and shocked the entire Federation. It was impossible to conceal or withhold the news. The colonies on the moon were too many. Besides the ones belonging to the major political forces, there were also many others that were owned by the many smaller political entities. The various media agencies across the Federation were soon broadcasting the disastrous events that had taken place in the mystic lunar realm to the entire Federation. Within a short span of time, the residents in the cities scattered across the Federation were all ensnared by fear. Terror and chaos swept through the population. Conspiracies of all kinds and breeds were being spread. Calamity strikes the moon. My God, it must be the aliens from the ancient green bronze sword. They must have appeared. I've always urged against walking the path of the cultivator. As I've guessed all along, something has happened. Cultivation is the power of the gods. It's not something we mere mortals should try and possess. Don't talk nonsense. The Federation will resolve whatever is happening up there on the moon. As the entire Federation got into an uproar, Wang Baoli's parents were beset by anxiety as well. They were helpless to do anything. Fortunately, Liu Daobin's father and the city lord of Phoenix City often visited. Through their own channels, they dug up new news and were able to reassure Wang Baoli's parents. The elderly couple was able to gain more understanding of the matter and know that Wang Baoli might not be in trouble. Something had happened on the moon and led to its lockdown, and the Federation was in the midst of saving everyone. At the same time, a team led by the Federation president and formed by members from the various major political forces had moved out, and was headed for the moon. Even the Grand Supreme Elder from the Ethereal Dao College was included in the team. The Elder himself had been moved to action. The true and most powerful of the other political forces wouldn't be sitting still and waiting. The sudden change on the moon was abrupt, and a great concern to many. They could sense that something else was going on. Mid-journey, the rescue team received transmissions from the strong men of the various political forces on guard at the lunar base colony. They found out within the mystic lunar realm, the appearance of a core formation realm cultivator, crimson eyes, and a scarlet lightning bolt that could kill a core formation realm cultivator. The new discoveries made what was happening on the moon even more alarming. After they reached the base colony, more than 100 of them, near 7/10 of all core formation realm cultivators in the Federation, gathered immediately. After consolidating all the evidence and clues they had, they reached their conclusion. When a tree gains sentience, it is able to assimilate a cultivator, hide within his body, and enter the mystic lunar realm. Our assessment shows that there are at least 2 or more such sentient tree life forms. Their cultivation is at the core formation realm, and they seem to be at odds with each other. Their objective, unknown. How they managed to wrestle control of the array formation and use it for a counterseal, unknown. The evidence was presented before everyone. No one had spoken out, but each member of the rescue force clearly couldn't help but suspect that the matter was a result of collusion between an outsider and someone within the Federation. Federation President Duan Muke's expression was solemn. He didn't make a decision immediately, turning instead to an elderly man behind him. The latter was the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ethereal Tao College, the former president of the Federation. The elderly man narrowed his eyes. After a moment, an icy glint flashed in his eyes, and he said in a low gravelly voice, "Regardless, we have to break through the array formation and mount a rescue." His thoughts were exactly that of Duan Muke's. After the two had decided, the other political forces agreed as well. The 100-odd core formation realm rescue force soon moved out and attempted to blow open the array formation. Duan Muke even activated a shred of the power of the divine armament. In that instant, a thunderous rumbling shook the skies, and the entire moon quaked. However, the mystic lunar realm's array formation was resilient and had been infiltrated by demonic spirits who had obviously been prepared. The rescue force didn't know what kind of power or spell they had wielded. The array formation breaking efforts progressed at a snail's pace. It wouldn't be broken any time soon. The only option was to use the divine armament itself. However, the appearance of the divine armament would definitely awaken the night immortal king slumbering within the mystic lunar realm. The extent of the resulting catastrophe would be unimaginable, so they wouldn't resort to that option until they exhausted all their means. During that period, while the rescue team attempted to break through the seal, within the mystic lunar realm, the land where the disciples from the 4 Tao colleges had stood remained blanketed in mist. After a very long time, with the gradual shifting of the mist, the area was finally exposed. There wasn't a single soul in sight. The 100-odd cultivators from the Tao colleges who had previously been caught in the mist had vanished. The mist left in its wake barren earth and shriveled plant life. Besides that, nothing else remained. Even the deep burrows that had been left behind by the Moon Gu were gone, as if wiped out of existence. It was as if nothing had ever happened in the region. If someone was around to witness the entire scene, they would be shocked by the sight. It was beyond bizarre. One would be faced with the deceptive feeling that everything that had happened, the meadow of fragments, the 100-odd cultivators from the 4 Tao colleges, and even the battle with the Moon Gu, had been a lie and hadn't actually taken place. The strange weather was what made the moon a dangerous place. It was a danger that took one by surprise. The disciples from the Tao colleges were presently being transported to various parts of the mystic lunar realm by the mystic trace fog. The fortunate ones remained on the visible side of the moon. The more unfortunate ones were transported to the more dangerous, restricted area on the dark side of the moon. Wang Baoli didn't know where he was. After the mystic trace fog had swept over him, he only felt his vision blur. When it cleared up again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. As soon as he reappeared in the new location, he immediately activated his cultivation in full force. He raised his right hand, the force of the supernova vibrating in his fist, and surveyed his surroundings quickly and alertly. He was no longer in a desert land. The ground was covered in muddy brown soil. In the distance, he could see the rise and fall of small mountains. If not for the wood seal lining the dark night sky, he might have thought he had returned to Earth. After making sure that there was no danger, Wang Baoli released a sigh of relief. The various events he had experienced since he had arrived in the mystic lunar realm had been immeasurably bizarre, and terrifyingly dangerous. Am I on the visible side or the dark side? Wang Baoli wondered. He looked at the sky hastily and settled his panicking heart when he saw the bright blue planet Earth in the sky, and realized he had been lucky enough not to be transported to the dark side of the moon. He wouldn't have been able to see Earth if that had happened. After all, one would not be able to see Earth when standing at the dark side of the moon. The inception of spirit chi had affected the orbits. The information he had read had mentioned the dangers inherent to the dark side of the moon. Some of the deeper regions were so dangerous that a true breath realm cultivator who ventured there faced almost certain death. Once Wang Baoli was reassured of his relative safety, he sighed again. He rubbed his hand across his forehead. He felt that a large chunk of his luck seemed to have vanished since he arrived at the mystic lunar realm. He had been robbed by Shi of the first opportunity in the hunt for fragments and crossed paths with the giant tree again. Even though the giant tree had been killed, the realm was still sealed. Could it be that I really am the destined son of Earth? That's why my luck turns for the worse when I leave the planet. Wang Baoli smacked his stomach and lamented. The worry in his eyes didn't go away despite his self-mockery. Wang Baoli was a generally optimistic character. However, his optimism was merely a means for him to manage his anxieties. He knew very clearly that in the mystic lunar realm, death and danger were always near. In order to be assured of his safety, he had to reach the Foundation Establishment realm as soon as possible. I wonder how the others are doing. Wang Baoli fell silent. His eyes flashed with determination. Only by attaining the Foundation Establishment realm could he guarantee his ability to protect himself. I have to find fragments quickly. Wang Baoli made up his mind. He saw that there was no one around him and unleashed the full extent of his devouring seed. As the devouring seed erupted into wakefulness, Wang Baoli concentrated on sensing any disturbances in spirit qi. He raced forward, speeding across the mystic lunar realm while feeling for spirit qi. He kept his guard up for any surrounding threats and dangers. It didn't take long. 2 hours later, the speeding Wang Baoli still didn't catch sight of a single soul. However, in a brief instant, he felt the weak rippling of spirit qi. It was so faint that Wang Baoli wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't had the devouring seed and keen senses. Amidst his gleeful surprise, he shifted directions and dashed towards the source of the spirit qi. After following his senses and searching for some time, he finally found a half-shriveled plant that looked like some sort of hedgehog cactus. He stared down at it and couldn't contain his surprise. There are hedgehog cacti on the moon? Wang Baoli could sense the origins of the spirit qi. It was faint but there, beneath the hedgehog cactus. It was so weak that someone practicing the qi-fostering art and passing the cactus by could easily have missed it. Wang Baoli happily grabbed at the hedgehog cactus. As soon as his hand reached out, a big mouth suddenly appeared on the hedgehog cactus. It reached for Wang Baoli's hand and took a bite. It bites? Wang Baoli stared. Chapter 244, A Mugging? Chapter 244, A Mugging? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli snorted when he saw the hedgehog cactus about to bite. His right hand tightened into a fist, and he activated the supernova. Spirit energy erupted all around him, and dust and earth stirred from the ground and rose into the air. The hedgehog cactus had its mouth wide open and was about to take a bite. Upon witnessing the sight, it shuddered and without waiting for Wang Baoli's fist to land, spat out a mouthful of green liquid. It wasn't directed at Wang Baoli but rather was spat out like a pool of blood. The cactus grew limp. Even the spines started falling off in bunches. It appeared to be defeated. Faking death? I haven't even landed a hit. Wang Baoli blinked. His fist stopped right before the hedgehog cactus. He glared. He found the cactus rather interesting and yelled. Let go! As soon as he finished speaking, the cactus roused into movement. It pulled its roots out from the ground and, like a tiny person, retreated speedily. It stopped after it had retreated for a yard. At least you know what's good for you. Wang Baoli's right hand reached deep into the earth. The hedgehog cactus had just vacated and grabbed hold of a fingernail-sized fragment. The moment his hand touched the fragment, a strange sensation traveled from his fingertips to his heart. The feeling was akin to that of an endless hunger and longer coming from deep inside him to meld with the fragment. Wang Baoli shuddered, and his breathing quickened as he held the fragment in his hand and studied it. He was very sure that it was a special fragment that could be used to build his Foundation Establishment core. Overjoyed, Wang Baoli placed the fragment close to his chest. Such an extraterrestrial fragment might be able to be used for one's Foundation Establishment core, but it wasn't something the storage bracelet could hold. Brimming with satisfaction, Wang Baoli lifted his head and found the hedgehog cactus gone. Not paying its disappearance any attention, he mused for a while and realized the reason for the cactus' human-like intelligence. It probably has something to do with this special fragment. Wang Baoli looked around, confirmed there were no other fragments, then turned and dashed off. After he had finally left, the soil in the ground rose slightly, and the hedgehog cactus popped out anew. It looked towards the direction Wang Baoli had gone with what seemed like resignation, opened its mouth wide and bared its teeth, then burrowed back into the earth and ran off. Wang Baoli was running along happily. Except, after running for some time, he stopped and stared at the fragment he had placed close to his chest. He seemed slightly dispirited. There's something wrong with this thing. The reading materials only said we're unable to store it in our storage bracelet. They didn't say anything about the fragment being a source of spirit chi that draws attention. Wang Baoli grabbed at his hair in exasperation. It would have been fine if the fragment hadn't been discovered, but once it was discovered and came into contact with a cultivator, it became like a burning torch in a pitch-black night, something that would obviously be discovered by others located within a certain radius. That's why they said it was dangerous here, and that the competition amongst the various political forces was brutal. With such a feature, it'd be weird if the fight isn't fierce. Wang Baoli thought for a bit and considered hiding the fragment somewhere else. He tried digging a hole and burying it, but its spirit chi remained obvious. The chances of someone finding it soon after he had left were high. There's no other way. I'd like to see who dares to rob me. Wang Baoli gritted his teeth, glared, and continued running. The devouring seed inside his body churned and searched for other sources of spirit chi. Time crept by slowly. 3 days passed. In the 3 days, Wang Baoli found quite a few fragments. Most of them couldn't be used for the Foundation establishment core. Of such special fragments, he had only found a second one. Wang Baoli thought of how difficult it was to find the special fragments and couldn't control his sighing. He, at least, had his devouring seed, and the speed at which he was finding the fragments was faster than the ordinary cultivator. Even so, his results were dismal. The others must be facing the same problems. Wang Baoli believed himself right in thinking so. During those 3 days, he had encountered the lunar monsters. Most were mutated moon beasts that were of the ancient martial realm. They posed no threat to him at all, and some of them even looked like they would make a delicious meal. For example, he saw a lobster that was half the size of a person. It made Wang Baoli hesitate for a long time. He remembered he had eaten lobsters found in the ocean, but he had never eaten one that was found on land. However, the lobster gave off a purple glow and looked poisonous, so after deliberating for a very long time, Wang Baoli decided to abandon the idea. 2 days passed. On that day, Wang Baoli was continuing his journey within the mystic lunar realm, searching for fragments, when he passed a small mountain. His eyes suddenly flashed. Through the devouring seed, he felt a startling spirit chi disturbance in the distance erupting. The disturbance excited Wang Baoli. He was about to approach when he felt through the devouring seed the source of the spirit chi stirring, then dashing towards where he was. Wang Baoli raised his head swiftly, startled. He gazed into the distance. Soon, he saw in the horizon, the first silhouette of a cultivator he had seen in all those days. It was a youth dressed in black robes. He looked thin and slightly malnourished, with cold eyes and a scar on his face. Wrapped around his right hand were black bandages, and waves of black chi seeped out from between the bandages. He gave off a feral air and looked like a tiny killer god, cold and merciless. From his attire, he didn't look like someone from the 4 Dao colleges. The waves of spirit chi were coming from his person. Upon closer observation, Wang Baoli could feel 3 sources coming off the youth that stirred longing inside him. 3 special fragments. Wang Baoli was shocked, and a sour feeling spread inside his heart. He had thought himself extremely diligent, but despite his hard work, he had only found 2 special fragments. The youth, who didn't even rival him in good looks, actually found 3. Should I attempt to snatch them off him? Wang Baoli deliberated. However, as he was deep in thought, the youth turned and looked at Wang Baoli suddenly. He immediately switched direction and raced towards Wang Baoli. He was swift like a bolt of lightning and stirred dust clouds off the ground as he approached. He's coming right to my doorstep? Wang Baoli blinked. He fell back a few steps and stared at the approaching youth. The youth soon stopped 10 yards away before Wang Baoli. He stood there and eyed Wang Baoli coldly, lifted his chin, stuck his right hand out, and said coolly, "Hand it over. Don't make me say it twice." Wang Baoli's eyes popped out as soon as he heard what the youth said. He stretched out his right hand as well and hollered, "Hand it over. Don't make me say it twice. You have a death wish." The youth narrowed his eyes. He dashed out as he spoke, and stood before Wang Baoli in a blink of an eye, his fist flying out. He didn't land a direct punch. Instead, as he threw his fist forward, he opened it wide into a palm, and out flew a black jade pendant. As the jade pendant flew out, it summoned black winds that formed an indistinct shape of a black tiger's head. It roared and charged at Wang Baoli. "A numinous treasure? Don't you know your granddaddy here is a dharmic armament cultivator?" Wang Baoli said arrogantly. He raised his right hand in a sudden sweep and pulled out multiple numinous treasures which blanketed the sky and raced towards the youth. Amongst the numinous treasures were the self-exploding beads, the rope, the large seal, and the flying sword. The numinous treasures dashed out in multitudes. The rope and large seal, especially, looked extremely dangerous and threatening. The youth eyed them with great caution. However, the two numinous treasures that he had eyed so closely, upon flying out, didn't charge at the youth. Instead, radiating a terrifying forceful aura, they sped towards the heavens and disappeared, into thin air. The youth froze as he watched the two numinous treasures make their bizarre ascent into the skies. He immediately raised his guard. While keeping an eye out for the numinous treasures, he glared viciously at Wang Baoli and wielded the black tiger jade pendant in his hand and pushed his palm towards Wang Baoli. With a deafening roar, Wang Baoli's numinous treasures and the youth's black tiger collided. The black tiger howled as it clashed with the numinous treasures. Amidst the thundering battle sounds, the youth narrowed his eyes and leaped right through the battling numinous treasures and arrived before Wang Baoli. His finger surged towards Wang Baoli's forehead. Die! Wang Baoli might be famous, but for a disciple of the Galactic Dusk sect, a sect whose disciples were inclined towards the traditional and were divorced from the outside world, his knowledge of Wang Baoli wouldn't be considerable. What the youth knew was even more pitiful. At that moment, he applied his usual strategy to exterminate dharmic armament cultivators, which was to approach them and rely on close combat to wipe them out. Based on his experience, dharmic armament cultivators, array formation cultivators, and alchemy cultivators alike had tremendous abilities, but once an enemy came within close reach, they were vulnerable to an extreme. In his merciless arrogance, his finger snaked forward like a bolt of lightning and was about to land a hit on Wang Baoli's forehead. On the tip of his finger, black chi had appeared. He had full confidence of piercing through a skull with its touch. However, what was ideal was indeed good, but the reality was slightly different from his imagination. As his finger reached out, Wang Baoli's eyes flashed in excitement. "How long has it been since someone dared to raise their finger before me?" Chapter 245, I Reign Supreme. Chapter 245, I Reign Supreme. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli started reminiscing about the good old days. Since he had gotten famous, many people had grown wary and cautious of his finger-bending killer move. As a result, he had to actively seek an opportunity to employ the move in each fight. That made him yearn for the days when he was still not famous, for the feeling of having someone point their finger at him. At that moment, he could finally embrace those feelings of the past. As the black-robed youth's finger shot towards his forehead, he happily raised his right hand and caught the youth's finger with an extremely practiced move. The devouring seed inside his body activated. As the strong suction force was triggered, he bent the finger upward forcefully. "Call me Daddy." "What kind of quirk is that?" The expression on the youth's face changed. It wasn't that he hadn't come across people who were into bending fingers, but someone who bent fingers and asked their opponent to call him Daddy. That was the first. A surge of shame rose within him, and a cold glint flashed across the youth's eyes. He was a brutal and merciless character. He disregarded the extreme agony in his finger and didn't struggle to free it. Instead, black chi surrounded his finger instantly, and the bandages on his hand ripped apart. An earth-shattering force surged from his finger. It was sharp like a blade that could cut through everything around it. Upon closer look, one would see waves of inscriptions rippling off his finger and hitting against Wang Baoli's palm. Let go! In his imagination, Wang Baoli's palm would explode in the next instant and become a blooded mess. That was, in fact, the viciousness of that particular attack. Many had perished under it. But something unexpected occurred. The inscriptions that seemed capable of destroying everyone, upon hitting Wang Baoli's palm, appeared to have landed on a wall of metal. Instead of causing damage to Wang Baoli, they disintegrated as soon as they landed. You trying to scratch an itch for Daddy? Are you trying to bully Daddy, cause his Adamic armament cultivator and is weak and can't fight? Is that why you are trying to rob me of my fragments? Wang Baoli glared. He was thick of flesh and hard of skin. His physical body had attained the Foundation establishment realm. The youth's finger had struck a powerful attack, but its impact was slight. Wang Baoli's leg abruptly kicked up and towards the youth's crotch. What manner of attack is this again? Aiming for that place. The expression on the youth's face shifted. He could feel the wind stirred by Wang Baoli's kick whipping fiercely against his trousers. His heart pumped fiercely as he struggled to escape, but Wang Baoli's hand was like a pair of pincers that he couldn't free himself from. He could only raise his leg to block the attack. With a loud thud, his leg collided with Wang Baoli's. As the sound rang in the air, the youth's face turned pale. He felt a strong force traveling through his entire body. From his bones to his flesh to his blood, a tremor shook through his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn you, Dharmic armament cultivator! What's all that rubbish about being weak and not knowing how to fight? The youth was on the verge of madness and howled in fury. He had never encountered a Dharmic armament cultivator with a physical body that was a complete freak of nature. He wasn't someone to be messed with as well. The youth used that sudden burst of energy between them and, deciding he could do without his finger, twisted upwards. A cracking sound of a forced break rang out. He raised his left hand in a fist and sent it flying viciously towards Wang Baoli's face. Go to hell! The youth howled. Wang Baoli smiled mirthlessly. He released the finger the youth had broken himself, grabbed his wrist, and moved fluidly into the next step, twisting the next joint. Break! An excruciating pain more extreme than the previous agony sent the youth shuddering instantly. He cried out in pain as his wrist cracked and was instantly broken by Wang Baoli. Amidst the agony, his left fist flung towards Wang Baoli paused. In the next moment, Wang Baoli turned and grabbed hold of his left hand, bending it at the joint again. Break! Another cracking sound rang out. A pain even stronger than the previous one made the youth shudder violently. In that moment of danger, he bit the tip of his tongue immediately, spilling blood and activating a mystic technique. In an instant, a black light started erupting from his body. The light was blinding and appeared like a black sun. It was the secret mystic art of the Galactic Dusk Sect. Upon eruption, a strong force expanded outwards in all directions. Despite Wang Baoli's Foundation establishment realm-level physical body, he was still driven back by the force of the attack. The youth used it to speed away. In a blink of an eye, he had put more than 30 yards between himself and Wang Baoli. At that moment, the youth had the feeling of having escaped the devil's clutches. His gaze at Wang Baoli was filled with terror. He had never met such a foe in his entire life and had never suffered such a shameless defeat. His eyes were filled with confusion. He stared at his broken bones and his dangling palms that remained connected to his arms by limp muscles. Everything felt so surreal. He's so powerful. Seems like I still have to work harder as a Dharmic armament cultivator. Standing more than 300 feet away, Wang Baoli rubbed his chest in surprise. The earlier force of the attack had made him feel slightly sore. As he sighed in awe, he raised his right hand in a wave. 70 to 80 puppets appeared in an instant. Come on, let's have a proper battle now. Wang Baoli sucked in a deep breath. As his spirit energy erupted from his body, the puppets surrounding him started to exude spirit chi. Quite a few of them started chirping as well. The sight made the youth, who had been lost in a daze, shudder fiercely. When he heard the words Dharmic armament cultivator, he could feel his heart skip a beat. He was alarmed by Wang Baoli's puppets. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. His arms might be dangling uselessly from side to side, but his legs remained strong and fit and ran swiftly. Trying to escape? Leave your fragments behind. Wang Baoli glared. He swept his hand in a wave. The 70 to 80 puppets around him started chirping and chasing the youth. From afar, the swarm of puppets was like a descending crowd of demons and the youth like a terrified little rabbit. His face drained of all color as he fled in terror. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on the youth's side. Amidst his terrified escape, he didn't notice a rope falling from the skies. It was swift, like a bolt of lightning, and soundless. It seemed to exude a sort of perverse aura as it descended suddenly. It appeared above the fleeing youth's head, approached speedily, and before the youth could notice anything amiss, wound itself 5 to 6 times around him, binding him tightly. The youth toppled straight to the ground. What is going on? The youth was shocked. He found the rope familiar and realized it was the one Wang Baoli had flung out earlier, the one that had raced into the sky. He would never have expected it to suddenly fly back after such a long time and tie him up. It was one thing to tie him up, but the rope was touching him inappropriately as well. As the youth remained stunned and struggled to free himself from the rope's restraints, suddenly, another alarming and deafening sound sounded from the heavens. A giant seal appeared in the sky. It was infused with an awesome energy and seemed like it was gazing upon the lands in contempt with the eyes of a supreme ruler. It came rumbling down. A thundering rumble rang in the skies. The large seal crashed and landed on the youth. He spat out pools of blood and passed out immediately from the collision. Before he lost all consciousness, the only thought that surfaced in his mind was that of incomprehension towards the rope and the giant seal. He could not understand what sort of numinous treasure they were, to be released for such a long time before they suddenly unleashed their power. He was not the only one. Even Wang Baoli was shocked by the sight. However, he had known that the rope was peculiar. In the Kulon Basin, he had witnessed the strangeness of the giant seal as well. As such, he wasn't that surprised by their reappearance. He even thought the two treasures had done quite a good job. He walked up to the unconscious youth, eyed the rope and large seal, and nodded approvingly. Good job, the both of you. Great teamwork. Keep it up, he said, then kept the rope and seal. He eyed the unconscious youth with interest, stooped down, and started searching. Wang Baoli stripped the youth of all his belongings, including the 3 special fragments. After recalling how vicious the youth had been, Wang Baoli snorted and stripped him naked as well, not even leaving him his underwear. He turned on his transmission ring and activated the video recording function. He's really still just a kid. Can't compare with me at all. It's all right, I won't kill you. This is just a lesson to you. Wang Baoli said cheerfully. He finished recording and left. Hours later, the youth came to. He seemed to be in a daze and hadn't yet realized what had happened. He stared at the surrounding, confused, then looked down at himself. The next moment, a wretched, furious howl rang out across the land. Chapter 246, Transforming the Mystic Trace Fog. Chapter 246, Transforming the Mystic Trace Fog. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli was in a region far away from where the youth had awakened. As he charged ahead at high speed, he was despondent, lowering his head time and again and looking at a wooden slip, which brought him a lot of shock. The wooden slip was from the youth's storage bag. Even though there were other possessions in the bag, it was difficult for one to access them if they weren't of a high enough level of cultivation. However, to the Dharmic armament cultivators, it wasn't as complicated. As long as they knew which grade the bag was, they could focus on its characteristics to unlock it. To Wang Baoli, who was able to refine a third-grade numinous treasure, he could use the method of further refinement to change the internal inscriptions and open the storage bag without its marks being erased. That wasn't too difficult for him. After opening the storage bag, Wang Baoli came to know about the youth's identity. He was Wen Huai, one of the core disciples of the Galactic Dusk Sect. He wasn't very clear of the structure within the Galactic Dusk Sect, but from the identity token, Wang Baoli felt that Wen Huai must be a relatively impressive true breath cultivator within the Galactic Dusk Sect. There were many pills and numinous treasures inside the storage bag, along with other cultivation technique jade slips and a myriad of objects. There was even a cruiser stored inside. However, it was a pity that the items couldn't be used within the mystic lunar realm due to the presence of array formations. Despite that, the gains that Wang Baoli obtained made him feel that snatching from a villain was a way to strike it rich. There was also the Spirit Stones card, which was specifically tagged to the owner. That made it difficult for Wang Baoli to reclaim it from a specific place. Other than that, there was another unique item in Wen Huai's storage bag, which was the wooden slip in Wang Baoli's hands. It was only half the size of his fist, with a map carved on its front. It wasn't difficult for Wang Baoli to recognize that it was a map of the mystic lunar realm. Ethereal Dao College also distributed similar maps. However, it was apparent that Wen Huai's map was more detailed and complete. There were also some markings on it, and after taking a close look at one of the marked positions, Wang Baoli realized that it was the exact spot where he had found the unique fragment. He grew excited. There was also a map on the back of the wooden slip. On that map, there was a region with 3 small mountainous peaks. A drawing of a tree was on it as well, but there were no markings of its exact location. All that was on it was the overall view of an area. The tree was the element that made Wang Baoli surprised. At the same time, Wang Baoli felt a sense of familiarity with regards to the texture of the wooden slip. It made him think about Kulon Basin, as well as the giant tree that was previously destroyed by the Red Lightning. Why is such an object in the possession of a galactic dusk sect disciple? From the texture of the wooden slip, it is highly likely that it is made from that giant tree. Wang Baoli fell silent as he thought about the danger that he, together with Shui Yifan and Zhao Yameng, had faced while in the Kulon Basin, as well as the eeriness of being inside the giant tree. The giant tree can assimilate cultivators and control them. To a certain degree, it could also mimic their voice transmissions, making it difficult for people to differentiate between the real and the fake. The skies of the mystic lunar realm are filled with wood grains as well. It seems like the transformation of the mystic lunar realm is closely related to the large tree. Then, what role did the galactic dusk sect play in all of this? Thinking about all the connections, Wang Baoli was shocked. As there weren't enough clues, it was difficult for him to analyze the situation accurately. However, the information that he already had was enough to make him feel that all of it encompassed an incredible amount of cunning plots and planning. That made the sense of danger that he already had even more significant. His breathing gradually began to grow rapid, and his determination to reach the Foundation establishment realm grew stronger by the moment. I need to speed up. Wang Baoli took a deep breath. He already had 5 fragment pieces that were suitable for Foundation establishment, but it was still a long way to go before he had the required number of 20 pieces. I can't use the cruiser here, and the area is large and teeming with danger. To find sufficient unique fragments as soon as possible will be extremely difficult. Wang Baoli was somewhat troubled. However, there was nothing he could do but continue activating his devouring seed, charging forward, and continuing his search while staying vigilant. Just like that, 3 Earth days passed quickly. Wang Baoli searched for a long time in those 3 days before he found the 6th fragment. There were 2 occasions when he met with people from the other factions, but as they seemed foreign and wary of each other, there was no intention for him to make contact and communicate with them. The people from the other factions hesitated momentarily after sensing the vibe given off from Wang Baoli's 6th fragment. However, they controlled themselves and left hurriedly, though the chill in their eyes and their desire to contend for the fragments intensified as time passed. After realizing that, Wang Baoli grew even more vigilant. Right now, all the disciples from the various factions, with the exception of those who already had a penchant for killing and snatching, seemed to be able to control themselves. However, if the assistance from the Federation isn't efficient, coupled with the fact that as time passes the number of fragments one has increases, a single attempt at killing or snatching could allow one to have a go at Foundation establishment, especially if one is only a few pieces away from reaching the requirements. When forced to make a choice, the restraint that everyone exercises will dissipate. When that happens, it will be the actual battle between life and death. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes as he continued his search. Soon, after another day had passed, he stopped in his tracks upon reaching a small mountainous region. It wasn't that he wanted to rest, but in an area several kilometers in front of him, he could see that a churning fog was approaching. It seemed like the fog would be able to completely engulf the mountain that Wang Baoli was on in no time. That was the mystic trace fog. That threw Wang Baoli into a dilemma as he hesitated. He had searched a large area of the surrounding region but hadn't managed to find any unique fragments. If he were to continue like that, he would likely not progress much. If he were to go to another area, he could perhaps break his dry spell and find something. However, the mystic trace fog was so unpredictable that Wang Baoli was worried that he might be transported into a dangerous place. If only I could control the mystic trace fog. Wang Baoli sighed as he looked at the approaching fog. He rubbed his glabella and was about to make a decision when a thought arose in his mind. I don't have to control the location where the mystic trace fog sends me. I only need to come up with a way to keep a portion of the mystic trace fog and take it with me. That way, I can use the mystic trace fog to teleport myself as and when I need to. Even if I were to be teleported to the dark side of the mystic lunar realm, I can immediately teleport elsewhere. With that thought, Wang Baoli instantly became tempted. He tried to imagine the process in his mind. If he succeeded, not only could he search all the different areas and find the fragments fast, he could also be less worried about safety issues, his top concern at that moment. If there was someone who dared to provoke him, or if he wasn't able to fight the other party, he simply needed to release the mystic trace fog and send the other party on a joy ride. That made Wang Baoli even more excited as his eyes lit up brightly. Once I succeed, it will become my trump card. Wang Baoli took a deep breath, retreating quickly as he looked at the mystic trace fog approaching from the distance. On one hand, he was trying to increase the distance between him and the mystic trace fog to buy time, and on the other, he was analyzing and imagining the scenario in his head. Should I use the spirit stones as raw materials? After analyzing the situation, Wang Baoli felt that the key advantage of the dharmic artifact was that it was able to absorb the fog and store it. Therefore, as he retreated, he took out the spirit stones, carving inscriptions onto them to form a spirit kernel. After half an hour, the mystic trace fog completely enveloped Wang Baoli, who was raising a spirit stone bead up high. As he disappeared and reappeared in another region, Wang Baoli heaved a sigh of relief after realizing that he was still on the front side of the moon, before hurriedly looking at the bead in his hands. It didn't succeed. Wang Baoli scratched his head. When he recalled what had happened, he realized that even though the bead could store the mystic trace fog within it, the stored fog dissipated as he was being teleported. I need to improve on it. Without losing steam, Wang Baoli immediately researched the matter. As he carved new inscriptions, he continued his search for the fragments at high speed. After several days, Wang Baoli finally found the 7th unique fragment. At the same time, he came across the mystic trace fog again. In order to build my trump card, I'm going all out. I will definitely succeed this time. Looking at the mystic trace fog, Wang Baoli took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he held the improvised bead and charged directly towards the mystic trace fog. Very quickly, he disappeared, appearing in another region. The dharmic artifact that he had tried to refine in order to store the mystic trace fog had failed once again. Just like that, the first, second, and third attempt passed. A month's time flew by, and the number of attempts that Wang Baoli made grew to 9, including the previous 2 tries. He was still considered lucky, as there was only one instance where he was teleported to the moon's dark side. Thankfully, it was an area on the periphery and not in the depths. However, it was still extremely dangerous, as he met with a night immortal that was on a similar level as someone at the core formation stage. He was able to escape as he wasn't teleported right in front of it. At the same time, he was satisfied with the number of fragments that he had accumulated, which had grown to 10. The only issue was that Wang Baoli's research on the mystic trace fog, despite them being directed improvisations, were all failures. I don't believe this. The next time will definitely be a success. Chapter 247, Fellow Daoist, please stay. Chapter 247, Fellow Daoist, please stay. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli grabbed a handful of his hair tightly, and a look of stubbornness and determination was apparent in his eyes. The more he failed at developing and researching the bead capable of storing the mystic trace fog, the more indignant he felt. He knew well that the bead would likely lose its function when he left the moon. However, it was his trump card within the mystic lunar realm. It was something that could allow him to move freely inside the realm. If he met with a ferocious beast that was an inhabitant of the mystic lunar realm, he could use it on himself to escape. If he met with cultivators from other factions, he could use it on them and send them away. A function like that set the value of the bead highly in Wang Baoli's heart. If there were no progress from the start, it wouldn't have bothered him. However, in the many teleportations, Wang Baoli had made many improvements to the inscriptions as well as other adjustments on the bead such the bead could already absorb the fog into it. The only challenge was in storing the fog. The bead could absorb the fog, but as soon as Wang Baoli was being transported away, the fog within the bead would dissipate on its own, and that wasn't what Wang Baoli had envisioned. I will definitely succeed in my research. Wang Baoli was determined. He looked around him before charging towards a particular direction, activating his devouring seed to search for the fragments while adjusting the bead's inscriptions. At the same time, he was also looking for the mystic trace fog. After researching the mystic trace fog for the past month, Wang Baoli gained an understanding and grasp of the mystic trace fog. Typically, the mystic trace fog was more likely to appear on lower ground. Therefore, in the process of searching for the fragments, Wang Baoli also neared areas of lower ground. He wanted to wait for the appearance of the mystic trace fog so that he could test whether his creation would succeed. 2 days passed just like that. In those 2 days, Wang Baoli had completed his improvements to the bead and made several different versions of it. As he was confidently searching for the mystic trace fog, he was suddenly taken aback one evening as he was charging towards a low-lying area. He hurriedly looked into the distance, to an area on his right side. Even though he couldn't see any changes with his naked eye, he could feel that in a location on the right, there was a shocking flow of spirit chi rising towards the skies. It was as if a huge torch had appeared in the middle of the night, and could be sensed by anyone who was within the region. Wang Baoli had experienced such movements of the spirit chi previously. He was clear that the movement wasn't because there were fragments present in the area, rather, someone with fragments was in that area. The only issue was that in the past, the movement of spirit chi that Wang Baoli had experienced was only 30 to 40% of what he experienced then. Such a significant movement of spirit chi like the one he was feeling was something new. D*are in it. How many fragments are there? Even if there aren't 20, it would be close. Wang Baoli took a deep breath. He felt incredulous and shocked after comparing what he experienced with the spirit chi that he was giving off. He initially thought that he was very efficient, having made use of his devouring seed in the mystic lunar realm. Despite that, he had only found 10 fragments suitable for foundation establishment. On the other hand, it seemed like someone in the area on the right was already extremely close to reaching foundation establishment stage. That made Wang Baoli somewhat troubled, as he instinctively grew vigilant. He was clear that something was amiss, as it was unusual. Therefore, he ditched his original idea to snatch and was about to leave when his eyes narrowed. At that moment, in the direction where the astonishingly strong spirit chi was spreading from, the concentrated spirit chi source seemed to have sensed the spirit chi movement coming from Wang Baoli. It changed its direction and was charging towards him. A cold chill immediately flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes when he realized that, and he decided not to leave. Instead, he stood there, looking at the spirit chi source arrogantly. Is this an attempt to rob me? That's fine by me as well. If I eliminate him, I will have enough fragments myself. Wang Baoli inhaled deeply, exercising his cultivation while warming up his body. He maintained his physical force at the highest level and ready to be unleashed, making the necessary preparations to attack later on. It is not that I, Wang Baoli, want to rob him. I am only protecting myself. Wang Baoli sneered arrogantly, raising his head as he looked into the distance. Soon, Wang Baoli had made all the preparations. Dust was swept up in the area a distance away, and a crowd appeared before his eyes. Looking at them, it was as if Wang Baoli had been struck by lightning as he was filled with shock and held his breath. D*MN. Who are these people? Even though Wang Baoli felt that he was already very well read, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. There seemed to be 40 or 50 people, with 20-odd strong men positioned on the outside. Each of them had perfected true breath realm cultivation, and every single one of them looked unfriendly. Their eyes carried an intention to kill, and it was clear that they were combat cultivators who were no strangers to battle. In the middle of the group were 20 women dressed in different colors. They were also people who had perfected true breath realm cultivation. What was most unbelievable was that as they surveyed their surroundings vigilantly, they were also activating their skills. There were array formation cultivators, alchemy cultivators, as well as beast taming cultivators. There were also 3 of them who were repairing their numinous treasures at the back of the group. In the very center, protected by those 50 people, was a youth wearing flower print pants and a flower print top. He had a pair of aviators over his eyes and was lying lazily on a large chair. The chair was carried on the back of an 80-foot-tall muscular ape. It was moving very quickly, advancing forward with the rest of the crowd. They were the group protecting the young master of the Trilunaris Corporation. Wang Baoli was dumbfounded seeing that such a huge crowd had appeared in the mystic lunar realm, where danger was all around. His breathing was rapid, as such a huge crowd surprised him greatly. This is a tour for the Scion? He's having a party? Wang Baoli stared with his eyes wide. The youth with the aviators appeared so laid back that Wang Baoli felt that it was a mismatch for the atmosphere of the mystic lunar realm. He felt that the youth would fit in better if there were a beach, bikini ladies, and the blue sea instead. At the same time, an extremely strong movement of spirit chi could be detected. After analyzing it, Wang Baoli guessed that the number of fragments suitable for foundation establishment that the other party possessed was at least 20, if not close. What made Wang Baoli jealous was that the women surrounding the youth were all beauties. Some were sheltering him with umbrellas, some were massaging his shoulders, and some were feeding him freshly peeled fruit. Looking at him, and then back at himself, Wang Baoli felt that he couldn't compare to the youth no matter how confident he was. Wang Baoli sighed deeply, turning right around and began to run away. There were too many of them, and Wang Baoli felt that if he were to go against them head-on that he would definitely be robbed of all his possessions. He was filled with regret for acting like he was formidable and pretending that he wasn't afraid as he waited for the other party to appear. The moment Wang Baoli turned to escape, the youth with the aviators lying on the chair hurriedly cried out, "Fellow Daoist, please stay." His words caused 20 people to spread out and try to surround Wang Baoli. Every single one of them carried a glow given off by the numinous treasures that they carried. With the added boost from the numinous treasures, all of them were not only fast but was also releasing a shocking amount of suppressive force. After sensing it, Wang Baoli was shocked. D*MN. Even the bodyguards are loaded. Wang Baoli was indignant and extremely incredulous. It seems like the youth had never come across the mystic trace fog in the mystic lunar realm. If not, it was impossible that there were still so many people with him, as they would have long been segregated. As for the request for him to stay, Wang Baoli pretended not to hear as he charged forward. A chill flashed across his eyes. If the bodyguards tried to block him, he would definitely battle it out with them. Sensing the intention to kill that was given off from Wang Baoli's body, the youth took off his aviators. He continued lying there, revealing a genuine smile as he cried out once again. "Fellow Daoist, do not be afraid and do not worry. Robbing is such a low-class tactic that I, Jin Duoming, would never use. At the Trilunaris Corporation, we base everything on fairness and reason. I already have 19 fragments for foundation establishment. I am only short of one, and since fate brought us together, list a price and sell me one." The youth smiled confidently, as if negotiating a business deal. As he spoke, he even waved at Wang Baoli. Chapter 248, Rich and Stubborn. Chapter 248, Rich and Stubborn. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. I'm not selling. Wang Baoli was unhappy. He only had 10 fragments, while the youth already had 19. As he thought about how he had found all the fragments using his own effort, his unhappiness grew into arrogance, and he turned around and continued on his path. The youth, Jin Duoming, continued smiling the same way. His confidence didn't seem affected as he spoke calmly while looking at Wang Baoli's back view. A 7th-grade dharmic armament in exchange for a fragment. Deal? He spoke while retrieving a saber from his storage bracelet, placing it right by him and pressing down on it with his right hand as he looked at Wang Baoli. The moment the saber emerged, an astonishing baneful wave instantly erupted from it, resulting in the formation of a black hurricane that swept loudly in all directions. Vaguely, a gigantic black crocodile appeared from within the hurricane. The black crocodile, which was covered in scales, looked extremely frightening. It opened its mouth wide, gnarling its teeth while sneering noiselessly. It looked so formidable that it was capable of shaking heaven and earth. The instant the saber appeared, the apes carrying Jin Dwuming's chair trembled vigorously due to the immensely strong suppressive force. They shook so much that they kneeled down and didn't dare move an inch. Even the female True Breath Realm disciples around him breathed unsteadily. They were aghast with shock as if a force that gripped their cultivation was given off by the Dharma artifact. Even though the force couldn't be considered earth-shaking, it was still very strong. Dust was kicked up and spread in all directions, and ripples appeared on the patch of sandy ground. As if struck by waves of thunder, Wang Baoli turned his head and dazedly looked at Jin Duoming, flabbergasted. Then, he looked at the 7th grade Dharma artifact pressed under Jin Dwuming's hand. What? What are you saying? Wang Baoli stood there, dumbfounded. He was unsure and confused, and he asked again as if he had heard wrong. I said, I would exchange this 7th grade Dharma artifact for one of your fragments. Deal? Jin Duoming, who was sitting on the chair, spoke while smiling. He was extremely confident, and the female cultivators beside him looked unfazed as if they were used to his mannerisms. 7th grade Dharmic armament in exchange for a fragment? Looking at the response of the people beside the youth, Wang Baoli felt that chaos had erupted in the world. Everything felt strange to him. Even after he had clarified his doubts, a torrent of emotion still crashed in his heart, hitting him so strongly that it felt unreal. As a Dharmic armament cultivator, he had a deep understanding of Dharmic treasures. The 1st and 2nd grade items were Dharmic artifacts, while the 3rd to 5th grade items were numinous treasures. Only the 7th grade items could be termed armament, and were officially called Dharmic armaments. Every Dharmic armament was so shockingly powerful and unbelievably expensive. To a certain degree, there was no market for it despite having a supply. It wasn't possible to buy it if one didn't have the right connections. Even if one of them showed up during an auction, it would immediately be bought away. Its price was so shockingly high, but that didn't deter anyone. Instead, the successful buyer would think that they had managed to get a good deal. Wang Baoli, who was a Dharmic armament cultivator himself, had only seen the smoke formed by Judish's Dharmic armament from afar. As for how the Dharmic armament actually looked, he had never seen it before. To most Dharmic armament cultivators, it was a life goal to refine a Dharmic armament. At the same time, only those Foundation establishment cultivators who had a strong family background and family lineage had the chance to own a Dharmic armament that belonged to them. As for True Breath Realm cultivators, in the entire Federation, the Trilunaris Corporation Young Master was probably the only one who was able to possess a Dharmic armament with such a level of cultivation, that inevitably made Wang Baoli shocked and confused. The value of the Dharmic armament was astonishing, and yet the youth was treating it as if he were selling vegetables, trying to exchange the Dharmic armament for a fragment. To Wang Baoli, it was like someone trying to exchange a sports car with a lollipop held by a child. He even felt that the sports car paled in comparison to how ridiculous everything was. It would seem more appropriate if it were a luxurious cruiser. The feeling made Wang Baoli stand in shock. He was holding his breath, but it had gradually grown rapid. As his vision blurred, Jin Duoming smiled arrogantly, thinking about how there wasn't anything that he couldn't trade for in the world. The fatty had been so stubborn and proud to say that he wouldn't exchange the fragment for anything. He wanted to see if Wang Baoli would give in if he presented the Dharmic armament right before him. In reality, the youth hadn't found any fragments on his journey. He had gained all of his fragments through exchanging his possessions. At first, he made the deals with numinous treasures, but since he was only short of one at that point, he decided to use his Dharmic armament. To him, the Dharmic armament was nothing much. If he had none left, he simply needed to ask for one from his father when he returned home, since there would never be a shortage of them. The people beside him seemed to have gotten used to how their young master handled matters. Everyone, especially the female cultivator who looked like a housekeeper, seemed unfazed. She even revealed a smile, as she felt that her young master wasn't too adamant that time. The young master has grown up. He has become more mature since he didn't exchange an 8th grade Dharmic armament for the fragment. Deal or no deal? After a moment, realizing that Wang Baoli didn't say anything despite his eyes glowing brightly, Jin Duoming asked with his eyebrows raised. He was slightly annoyed and bewildered at the lack of response from Wang Baoli. Deal. Ignoring the annoyance in Jin Duoming's tone, Wang Baoli immediately exclaimed before tossing over a fragment. He was extremely exhilarated. Jin Duoming grabbed hold of the fragment and took a look at it, before satisfyingly throwing a 7th-grade dharmic armament to Wang Baoli. The moment he held the 7th-grade saber, Wang Baoli trembled vigorously. He experienced a force emerging continuously from the dharmic armament that was so strong it couldn't be described with words. It seemed more like a ferocious crocodile he was holding in his hands than a dharmic armament. He even felt that he had become a commoner. Regardless of whether it was in terms of cultivation or power, it was difficult to control the dharmic armament. At the same time, as a dharmic armament cultivator, he could immediately see that the dharmic armament was genuine. Gosh! I feel like I'm in a dream. Agitatedly, Wang Baoli immediately kept the dharmic armament in his storage bag, afraid that the loaded fellow would regret his words. However, he seemed to have belittled Jin Duoming. As Wang Baoli kept the dharmic armament, Jin Duoming laid on the chair, putting on his aviators again as he waved at Wang Baoli with a satisfied look on his face. Thanks, fellow Daoist. Wang Baoli raised his head, looking at the boisterous crowd leaving. He felt that the youth's values were corrupt, especially after hearing his words of thanks before leaving. What a prodigal, exchanging a dharmic armament for a fragment, and even thanking me for it. Wang Baoli grew even more confused. He felt that poverty had put a limit on his imagination, as he could not understand the logic behind what the young master of the Trilunaris Corporation was doing. However, one thing clear to Wang Baoli was that he wasn't a single bit unhappy. He even felt that it would be great if the youth were lacking more than one fragment. Even the feelings of jealousy that he felt before had dissipated. He felt that it was a given that the youth could gather the fragments needed for Foundation establishment in such a short time. If he were unable to accomplish even that, then that would be truly unjust, and he should be struck by lightning. I have learned something new. Wang Baoli inhaled deeply. He was extremely emotional and agitated when he suddenly noticed that the chair that Jin Duoming was lying on should be carried by 2 apes, instead of the one like it was. Therefore, with a quick thought, his eyes lit up as he hurriedly raised his hand and exclaimed loudly. Daoist Jin, I still have other high-quality goods that you can't buy elsewhere. Premium-grade puppets that can carry your chair and massage your shoulders. They can even act as your bodyguards. As long as you buy a puppet, they can do anything. As Wang Baoli exclaimed, he patted his storage bag, taking out 3 puppets. One was a beautiful lady, another was a jock, while the last one was a small diamond ape. The pretty lady puppet was extremely alluring and attractive. Her face was like a beautiful picture, as if the flowers had bloomed, capturing the hearts of whoever saw her. The jock puppet had a strength that far exceeded that of ordinary people. He looked so ferocious and carried such a frightening vibe that he could make one feel safe just by standing there. As for the diamond ape puppet, it was like a small mountain, lifelike and extremely real. He wasn't sure of the youth's tastes, and that made him take out 1 puppet of each kind. Chapter 249, The Dark Side of the Moon. Chapter 249, The Dark Side of the Moon. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Hearing Wang Baoli's exclamation, Jin Duoming, who was lying on the chair, raised his right hand slightly. Immediately, the giant ape carrying the chair stopped and even turned around so that the chair was facing Wang Baoli. After noticing the 3 puppets beside Wang Baoli, Jin Duoming suddenly took off his aviators and took a closer look. For the first time, he sat up from his unchanging lying position with a look of surprise and interest apparent in his eyes. These are puppets. There are other people selling puppets as well. What's so special about these 3 of yours? Jin Duoming asked curiously. Noticing that Jin Duoming seemed interested, Wang Baoli also grew excited. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the diamond ape roared loudly, looking at the giant ape carrying Jin Duoming's chair. The giant ape's eyes instantly lit up, and its breathing quickened. It looked very agitated as if it was deeply attracted to the diamond ape. Interesting. Jin Duoming smiled slightly, impressed by how shockingly real-life the Diamond Ape puppet was. After all, ferocious beasts usually had some level of instinct themselves. If the ferocious beast could be fooled into thinking that it had met its fellow beast, it meant that the puppet was extremely lifelike, which was something rarely encountered. Noticing Jin Duoming's facial expressions, Wang Baoli cleared his throat and pointed towards the beautiful female puppet. Immediately, changes to the puppet's facial expression took place. It was like a real human, no longer trying to stand provocatively. Instead, it instantly looked cold and distant, and as it raised its right hand, it took out a long sword. It was standing there, with its long hair over its shoulders as the dress it was wearing flew in the direction of the wind. It was like a beauty that had walked straight out of a painting. Jin Duoming's eyes instantly lit up. Wang Baoli was delighted as he activated his hand seals and pointed again. Immediately, the beautiful, yet cold and distant female puppet, became extremely provocative, charisma emanating strongly from head to toe. Jin Duoming leaned forward uncontrollably to take a closer look. Finally, Wang Baoli suddenly stepped forward and swept the ground with his feet. It was shockingly forceful, instantly creating a sonic boom that hurled towards the beautiful female puppet. The puppet managed to block the impact with all its efforts, retreating amidst the sound of impact. As Jin Duoming grew surprised and as the dust settled, cracks could be seen on the female puppet's body. However, if one were to take a closer look, they would see that the cracks were healing on their own. Daoist Jin, this puppet of mine is extremely hardy and is carved with self-repairing inscriptions. Regardless of whether you are using it for protection or for other purposes, it can do the job. Wang Baoli spoke calmly, noticing that Jin Duoming's eyes were glowing brightly, extremely tempted by it. After that, he activated his hand seals again, pointing towards the burly puppet. The puppet immediately moved, showcasing a set of routines in front of Jin Duoming. It looked ferocious and impressively strong. After it ended its performance, the burly puppet stood there, sneering. Ah! Hum! Ah! Hearing that sound, the bodyguards from Trilunaris Corporation all trembled with shock, flabbergasted at what they saw. That was especially so for the female cultivators, who stared with their eyes wide, dumbfounded. Jin Duoming also shivered. He then slapped the chair while laughing heartily. He was about to speak when the female housekeeper beside him suddenly grew alert and exclaimed hurriedly. "We want all of them. 1,000,000 spirit stones for each of them." Hearing that the housekeeper had offered a price before him, Jin Duoming looked somewhat unhappy. However, he didn't say much as he looked at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli seemed to understand what was going on as well. He felt that even though Jin Duoming was rich, he wasn't someone silly, but was instead someone who simply didn't place much emphasis on money. Wang Baoli understood that he shouldn't be greedy as he agreed to the price humbly, before taking out 100 other puppets. Eventually, with the housekeeper seeped in shock and Jin Duoming basking in satisfaction, both parties completed the transaction. Holding the spirit stone card that was non-identity bearing, Wang Baoli sent Jin Duoming and company off with a smile. Before leaving, Jin Duoming, who apparently grew more interested in Wang Baoli, asked for his name. He looked surprised upon hearing Wang Baoli's name. It sounded familiar as if he had come across it previously. He then waved and left. "Tycoon, this is a real tycoon." Looking at Jin Duoming who was leaving, Wang Baoli was full of emotions, even somewhat sad that they were gone. He only turned around when he could no longer see them. "In my entire life, my favorite thing is to make friends with tycoons." Wang Baoli caressed his storage bracelet, and felt for the non-identity bearing spirit stone card as well as the 7th grade Dharmic armament saber. A fire lit up in his heart as if there was a pool of lava in his body. Delightfully, he began searching for the mystic trace fog, while trying out the 7th grade Dharmic armament. The only issue was that such a powerful Dharmic armament could only reach its fullest potential when used by someone of foundation, establishment stage. It was a stretch for a true breath cultivator to use it, as it would be like a child trying to wield a large axe. Even though Wang Baoli was on the same level as a foundation establishment cultivator physically, the most he could do was hold the saber and use it as a close-quarters combat weapon. He was still unsteady in using spells to control the saber like a flying sword. Despite that, the power of the saber was astonishing even if one was using it as a close-quarters combat weapon. Wang Baoli had merely activated a tiny portion of his cultivation and gently wielded the saber, but a deafening sound was immediately produced. An imaginary figure of a crocodile appeared, creating a frightening crack in the ground. That made Wang Baoli exhilarated, as he felt that he had gained an additional trump card. Therefore, he excitedly tried it out a few more times before realizing that he couldn't use the saber excessively, as he was only at foundation establishment stage physically. He then kept the saber and continued his search for the mystic trace fog. A few days later, when he had found the mystic trace fog, he began to try out the teleportation repeatedly. He was bolder since he was protected by the dharmic armament. Just like that, a week flew past. In that 1 week, Wang Baoli was transported numerous times and had failed on all occasions. The alterations he made to the bead grew in number, and the size of the bead changed as a result. At the same time, Wang Baoli managed to find 2 fragments in the process, making the total number of fragments he possessed 11. He also finally found a way to mask his spirit chi source temporarily, and to a certain degree weaken its movement as it spread out. It required the use of his devouring seed, but it still couldn't last. Within the week, Wang Baoli also met some people he knew. They were all disciples from the 4 major Dao colleges, and after meeting and exchanging information with each other, they all left on their separate ways. Wang Baoli hadn't met Shui Yifan and Zhao Yameng since the start. However, from what the others told him, he came to know that they had also managed to find numerous fragments themselves. In terms of dangerous situations, Wang Baoli came across the nocturnal moon bat, and also experienced the poisonous rain. He even saw the mirage from afar once. Just like that, after researching and searching continuously, Wang Baoli's luck seemed to have been exhausted, which wasn't unexpected. Therefore, 2 days later, when he reappeared after being teleported by the mystic trace fog, he realized that he was surrounded by a dense forest. It wouldn't have been an issue if it was just the forest, but when he climbed to the top of a tree and looked towards the sky, he held his breath as he could no longer see the earth. Looking into the distance, it seemed like the forest covered the entire area. That instantly made him realize that he had been teleported to the dark side of the moon, and was deep within it rather than on its periphery. I won't die if I don't kill myself. Wang Baoli was bewildered and extremely vigilant as he looked at the silent forest, his breathing rapid. The vegetation there was different from that on Earth, both in terms of color and appearance. Most of the vegetation was of a purple hue which would change according to time. At the same time, in terms of appearance, they were all circular. It was similar to being in a fantasy world, and one could occasionally see segmented creatures the size of a calf scurrying by. The spirit chi was clearly more concentrated there than on the front face of the moon. However, the environment was unfavorable to Wang Baoli as it meant that the creatures there were also capable of absorbing spirit chi, which made them exponentially more dangerous. As Wang Baoli carefully advanced, he came across a 2-headed, multi-segmented creature the size of a lion which was changing its color between blue and yellow. As it climbed onto a tree, the tree suddenly split apart, swallowing the creature whole. That sent chills down Wang Baoli's spine, and he grew even more alert. I need to get out of here soon. I need to find the mystic trace fog and be teleported away. Wang Baoli inhaled deeply, advancing at an even faster speed within the forest. After 3 hours, he was still unable to find the boundaries of the forest and didn't sense the mystic trace fog. That made him anxious, and he was about to change his direction in search of another marshland when he suddenly paused in his steps, looking towards his left. There's someone there? Wang Baoli was appalled, as he saw through the gaps between the vegetation that there were hundreds of cultivators in the area before him. They were all dressed similarly, and Wang Baoli realized that he had met someone dressed in the same manner as them when he was in the mystic lunar realm. He immediately recognized them to be from the 5th-generation Sky Clan. They had placed array formations in the area and excavated a huge trench, and hundreds of people were moving about as if trying to transport something. At the same time, in another direction, Wang Baoli saw something that made his pupils constrict and gripped his heart with shock. He saw a giant tree. The tree seemed to be communicating with someone, and that person was an elder who was frowning in thought. The vibe given off by him was of someone who had reached core formation. This The scene made Wang Baoli's head buzz with activity. Chapter 250, Silence Him. Chapter 250, Silence Him. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Core formation. Wang Baoli's pupils immediately constricted. Even though he felt that the giant tree wasn't the same one he encountered in Kulon Basin, and was also different from the one in Huang Shan's body, he could immediately sense that they were of the same kind. That created a torrent of emotions in Wang Baoli's heart. Additionally, seeing the core formation elder talking to the giant tree and realizing the elder's level of cultivation, Wang Baoli felt like his mind was on the brink of exploding. After all, before coming there, he was clear that people of core formation cultivation were not allowed in the mystic realm. However, before his eyes, there was a core formation cultivator from the 5th-generation Sky Clan who had appeared within the mystic lunar realm. It was the dark side of the moon. As for the exact location, Wang Baoli wasn't able to locate a landmark and thus was unable to find out. Determining one's location was made more difficult, especially after the area had been sealed, as it interfered with the Jade Slip's location tracking function. However, based on the many times that he had been teleported, Wang Baoli could vaguely make out that he wasn't in the depths of the moon's dark side. However, even if that was the case, it was likely that he wasn't far from it. That was probably the reason why there were so few people there. If he had not been teleported there, he would never have stepped onto that piece of land on his own accord. If it was just the people from the 5th-generation Sky Clan assembled and the giant tree wasn't present, Wang Baoli would have thought that the 5th-generation Sky Clan were cheating. However, since the tree was around, everything became clear. The 5th-generation Sky Clan are in cahoots with the giant tree to plot something devious in the mystic lunar realm. Wang Baoli regretted his choice deeply, as he felt that he shouldn't have taken the path he had. He knew that he was catching a lot of attention with his spirit chi, and even though the devouring seed could help tone it down a little, it was still unwise. Therefore, without hesitation, Wang Baoli decided to leave. He knew well that if someone were to discover his presence, death would be the only outcome for him. However, even though Wang Baoli tried his very best to retreat cautiously, it was too late. True Breath Realm cultivators may not have been able to detect Wang Baoli's spirit chi source, but the core formation elder and the giant tree beside him could, and they suddenly turned their heads and looked in the direction where Wang Baoli was. That was especially so for the giant tree. In its eyes, a glow suddenly flashed as it looked directly at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli's mind buzzed noisily as the giant tree looked at him. It was as if a sense of consciousness appeared out of nowhere, occupying his brain immediately, and a crowd was sneering at him as if trying to destroy his consciousness and take it over. Everything, from the instant Wang Baoli discovered them, to the 5th-generation Sky Clan discovering him, happened in the snap of a finger. With danger looming, Wang Baoli decided to activate the devouring seed within his body, forcefully driving away the consciousness that was surging into his mind. Blood spewed out of his mouth, and he turned extremely pale as he unleashed all his speed and retreated quickly into the distance. As for the hidden spirit chi source, it was naturally dissipated when Wang Baoli harbored the thought of chasing away the invading consciousness. That made his body seem like a flame in the dark, and he was extremely eye-catching. It's just a small fly. Ju Fei, bring some people with you and eliminate him. The core formation elder from the 5th-generation Sky Clan looked at the situation coldly and didn't care much about it. He had more important things to do, and after settling the matter calmly, 20-odd people from the 5th-generation Sky Clan rushed out, charging after Wang Baoli. There was a middle-aged man amongst them. He was Ju Fei, the person named by the core formation elder. His cultivation level far exceeded that of a true Breath Realm cultivator and was at the Foundation establishment level. He bowed as he looked at the elder, before following the others and disappearing within the forest. Wang Baoli, who was in the middle of the forest, felt a torrent of emotions. As he charged forward, he slapped his storage bag and immediately retrieved 5 puppets that he had intentionally kept for further refinement. The characteristic of the 5 puppets was that they looked completely identical to Wang Baoli, down to his clothes. As they emerged, they crossed paths with the actual Wang Baoli, overlapping with his figure. It looked messy, and the 6 figures, including the real Wang Baoli, began spreading out in different directions. To make it more believable, Wang Baoli didn't care about wasting his previous efforts, as he distributed the fragments to be used for foundation establishment between himself and the puppets, in order to close up any points of suspicion. That way, there were 5 other Wang Baoles charging within the forest, making it difficult for one to instantly recognize the real Wang Baoli. The tactic was extremely effective within the forest. When Zhu Fei and the 20-odd other 5th-generation Sky Clan cultivators caught up, they were confused as they looked at the 6 figures running in different directions. Cunning! Zhu Fei squinted his eyes. He raised his right hand and growled, and 3 other figures instantly appeared behind him. The 3 figures appeared to be that of his previous incarnations, with each of them giving off a vibe that far exceeded the level of a peak True Breath Realm cultivator. Even though they weren't on the level of foundation establishment, they were close. They also spread out and charged in 3 different directions. As for the actual Zhu Fei, he was running in a 4th direction. Before leaving, his loud voice rang out in all directions. Spread out and give chase. Once you find him, send a signal. The other cultivators were excited as they spread out, running at high speed in the remaining 2 directions. Noticing the pursuit going on behind him, Wang Baoli grew anxious. After all, a fantasy world like the forest on the dark side of the moon looked extremely beautiful but contained no shortage of danger. That was especially so for Wang Baoli. The environment, coupled with the danger of being chased by the 5th-generation Sky Clan, made him so anxious that his mind buzzed ceaselessly with activity. I need to find the Mystic Trace Fog as soon as possible. The thought of a core formation cultivator from the 5th-generation Sky Clan inside the Mystic Realm, coupled with him colluding with the giant tree, sent chills down Wang Baoli's mind. He wasn't sure when the Federation would come to save him, but even if they arrived, they wouldn't be able to reach his exact location as they didn't know the situation well enough. No matter what, his only chance of survival was to find the Mystic Trace Fog. Thankfully, Wang Baoli wasn't foreign to finding an escape route within the forest. Even though the area was bizarre, Wang Baoli was extremely agile as he weaved within the forest. He flailed his hands and instantly, 10 mosquitoes appeared around him, with 9 of them being ordinary ones and the last one being a grey-colored one. When the 10 mosquitoes appeared, they all spread out, covering an area of 100 feet and providing an all-round view of the surroundings for Wang Baoli. That allowed him to hold a good grasp of the surrounding region. Coupling that with his experience escaping from the forest previously, he could charge forward even faster. However, it seemed like the preparation made by the 5th-generation Sky Clan was also very sufficient. Even though the one pursuing the real Wang Baoli was not Zhu Fei nor the figures of his previous lives, the 10 or 12 peak True Breath Realm cultivators all took out incense and lit it up. That covered the entire area with thick fog. They also disregarded the dangers hiding in the forest and were all moving at such a high speed that, before long, the fastest of the lot was merely 1,000 feet away from Wang Baoli. After seeing that there were people already nearing him through the vantage point provided by the mosquitoes, Wang Baoli's pupils constricted. He sensed their intention to kill him, and that made him decide to kill them as well. He didn't originally plan to attack, as that would reveal his identity and make it known to others that he was the real Wang Baoli. However, he had no other choice. If he did not attack, it wasn't possible for his puppets to delay them for long, as they would eventually find out where the real him was. However, the longer I can drag it out, the more beneficial it would be for me. Wang Baoli suppressed his urge to attack and continued charging forward. However, soon, he was shocked when he began to realize that the signs from the puppets he released were disappearing one by one. Before long, there was only 1 puppet left out of the 5. I can't wait anymore. The viciousness in Wang Baoli's eyes grew. He no longer hesitated as he turned back, charging in the opposite direction while the 10 mosquitoes around him also dashed out, racing directly at the people after him. The youth that had come after him was taken aback. As he charged forward, he heard buzzing sounds by his ears, but he didn't care much about it, as he thought that it was given off by some creatures within the forest. He believed that the fog around him would cause them to dissipate. However, just as the thought arose in his mind, the buzzing sound from the mosquitoes grew louder. Even before he could react, pain was felt in different areas of his body simultaneously. He stared with his eyes wide open and was about to scream when his vision blurred. A grey-colored mosquito had flown directly into his mouth. In his shock and fear, he was unable to make any sound. The pain was compounded as it got fully unleashed. He wanted to struggle, but at that moment, his body immediately turned blue, and his glabella split open as a grey-colored mosquito flew out from it. It was game over for him. At the same time, a flying sword suddenly appeared from within the forest in front of him. It was traveling so fast that it instantly pierced through his throat. As his corpse collapsed, Wang Baoli's figure emerged. He was shocked by how ferocious the grey-colored mosquito was. However, he didn't have time to take a closer look. Without stopping, he dashed backwards with a chill in his eyes. The 10 mosquitoes seemed to have grown even more excited after they were covered with blood, as they all spread out and charged backwards with Wang Baoli.